Hi, everyone. Hello. Good morning. In my Coach Christie era gets the belt today. Congratulations. In my Coach Christie era. Warren, we are up in here. What's up, Rusto? What's up, Dr. David? Hey, what's up, Steven?
Good morning, Chatty House.
Hi, Will. Hi, Katrina. Hi, Casey. Hi, Marcus. Hi, Westek. Good morning. Tyler, hello. Scooter, hello.
We don't talk about that anymore, Katrina. It just makes me sad. I miss that festivity.
Yeah. All right. R.I.P.
You know,
It'd be like that sometimes.
What's up, Pete?
Curtis. Hoy.
Casey Tucker's got a good point. Right now is the best time to hit the thumbs up. If you're in here,
great point.
Hit the thumbs up.
Great point.
Good old Casey Tucker band.
What's up, Tyler?
This is going to bug me the entire show. Just no left ear.
Did you try the headphone jack? I'm going to say this off mic because the Chatty House is
immature.
Sophomoric. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Hello. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's Joe Brazil over there. We're the Insiders, and we're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. And we're hanging out with you until noon, right here on Sacramento Sports Leader. Appreciate everybody listening on the radio at 1320 AM and 98.5 FM HD2. Thank you for listening on the radio. If you're listening on the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or the TuneIn app, hello. If you're listening on the radio and you're like, man, I can only listen while I'm in the car on the radio, wrong. Because you can listen on any one of those apps. They're free. You just download the app and then you search ESPN 1320 and you can listen to us. It's super easy.
It does sound easy, Kyle.
It's easy as heck.
I always recommend that people try it on all platforms at one time.
Yeah, just to see, just see the vibe. See how it goes. I don't hate that idea whatsoever. And then, of course, everybody in the Chatty House and watching on YouTube and Twitch, youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Good morning. Hello. A happy Wednesday to you. We appreciate you for hanging out with us. And podcast listeners, the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show, it's a podcast version of this show that Joe works very hard to get to your feeds. So subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. Okay. I am in such a weird place with the sport of baseball. Last night's All-Star game was awesome, dude.
Yeah.
It was such a good game. NL's up 6-0. Like, all right. Then Brent Rooker comes up. 3-run homer. Like, oh, okay. At least it's got, okay. They made it respectable. 6-4 by the time the inning ends. Okay. Got a little ball game here. Push across 2 runs and manufacture a couple of runs in the top of the ninth. Tie the game. Instead of going to extra innings, they do a home run derby. 3 players. The order is set before the game by the managers.
Okay.
3 players from each team, and it just goes top half, bottom half, like an inning. You get 3 swings, and however many home runs you hit in those 3 swings count towards your team's total. So Kyle Schwarber comes up with the National League down 3-2.
3-1.
3-1, excuse me. Yeah, 3-1.
Yep.
They were down by 2. Down 3-1. He homers on all 3 of his pitches to put the National League up 4-3. That puts the Rays first baseman, whose name is escaping me, Jonathan
Aranda?
Nope.
Oh.
Is that right? It started with a P, I thought. I might be wrong. Aranda,
the guy that hit last?
Yeah.
The guy that hit last, Jonathan Aranda.
Yeah. Thank you. So he comes up with a chance to hit 1 home run to extend the home run derby. Pete Alonso waiting on deck from the Mets. It's like high drama. And I'm watching this. I texted you guys and was like, this is awesome.
Yes.
This rules. What a cool way to end an all-star game. And I thought this would be universally enjoyed because what a fun thing, just creating drama. You're not taxing more pitchers. You're not going 12, 13, 14 innings to solve a game that doesn't matter. You're going, hey, home run derby. That's what everybody wants to see. You're capturing the casual fans' attention.
Yep.
This is great. And I see these baseball fans like, oh, you can't do that. You're going to end the all-star game in this way. You're going to end this great game in this way. Brother, let me tell you something, okay? The Major League Baseball all-star game does not have the prestige that it had in 1985. I'm sorry, okay? Grow up. We are 40 years past that. We are so far past the time of the all-star game matters because this is the only time that we get to see Hank Aaron and Willie Mays on the field together. Like, nah, man, we got YouTube. We got MLB at bat or League Pass or whatever the heck it's called.
Actually, it's
Extra
a good
innings?
point. Like interleague play
We
took away that.
Yes, we see these guys play each other all the time.
Yes.
We see this is not like so the all-star game loses some of its luster in that way. So what do you do instead? You have this really fun way to end it in the event that it ends in a tie, and we got it. By the way, they didn't come up with this last night. They didn't even come up with this year. They decided this in 2022.
Okay.
This has been a rule. This has been around.
It just had never come into play.
Because you have to tie in the all-star game. It's kind of hard to do. And so here we are, and we got it, and it was so fun. It was so... And then you get these people that are like, well, that's not baseball, how it's supposed to be played. Like, oh my God. Catch up. We're here now. The bases are bigger. They banned shifts. There's a pitch clock. Like they are moving the sport in a way that's trying to capture fans that aren't gonna like the sport.
I mean, there's a DH in the National League. That's all you need to say. That's it. That's it. It's over.
Right.
Once you change that rule, the one rule that they held on to from the early 70s,
yes,
it's over.
It's gone.
Like the game is completely different.
And this is I loved the home run derby extra innings thing.
Yeah.
They do this in the Pioneer League where the Oakland Ballers and the Yuba City High Wheelers like that's what this is how they end their games. Regular season.
Well, it's also like if you watch any soccer at all, if you get to a match that
an elimination match,
you always go to penalties.
Yes.
It's the same thing.
Yes.
So I was intrigued by it. And again, this game doesn't matter. So
it doesn't
it's like, let's just get this thing over with.
Yes.
But hey, you might as well finish with some sort of drama. And I thought it was high stakes. I thought it was cool.
That's it. The stakes didn't go away. We made sure that no more pitchers were being taxed out of bullpens or having to pitch more innings than they were wanting to pitch. These guys want to get out of there and get their break. It was a great game. The AL came back and tied it in the ninth. Aroldis Chapman mowed down the NL in the bottom half. Okay, cool. Pause. And now we get home run derby. And it's going to be high drama. Yeah, all the players are outside the dugout, standing, watching, reacting. Like, how did you not have a good time watching that?
I totally agree.
There are people that sat there, bro. There are people who sat there, arms crossed, angry because I want extra innings.
Well, okay, but the extra innings isn't even the same that it used to be. So what? So this is what these people want to see. Supposedly, the runner starts on second, right?
Yeah.
They bunt over the guy. Okay.
Great.
And then a fly
in the All-Star game. Hell yeah.
It's probably. And then a sacrifice fly and the game's over. Is that more fun than I don't think so.
No,
I
not
don't
even
think
close.
So. Yeah.
Not even close.
Not even like.
And here's the deal. Here's the reality. Again, we have to live in reality. Okay. Let's remove ourselves from the halcyon days of Fred Lynn. Like, this is not. We are in 2025 now, man.
Mm-hmm.
We are here. I know you want the players to care about this game so much. I know you want the players to have some pride and to get out there and to want to win for their league. I know that's what you want, and I know that's what the game used to be. It has not been that in 25 freaking years, bro.
Well, that, and I mean, like Ray Fosse got ran over by Pete Rose. That was 50 years ago.
Yes.
Like when people really cared in the All-Star game and he hit him in the All-Star game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I hate to tell people this, but both of those individuals are no longer with us. Like that type of play isn't happening in the All-Star game anymore. It doesn't happen in the regular season for the most part. Like,
thank you. This is here's how much the players care. Do you know why Shohei Ohtani didn't participate in the home run derby? Do you know why Aaron Judge didn't?
no, I believe I do now.
Because
But
those guys, after they were pulled out of the game, left. They were in different zip codes by the time that home run derby started.
yeah,
You were not going to get some awesome continued baseball game. These guys weren't going to lock in. These guys, newsflash, FYI, these guys don't like extra innings when the games count.
no.
They do not want to play more innings. So you think in the All-Star game, you were going to get high-level ball for the 10th, 11th, 12th, maybe 13th inning? And guess what? If we got to 10, 11, 12, 13 innings, you're either going to complain about a ghost runner not a ghost runner. It's a real person.
It's
so
a
there's
real person
on second. The Manfred runner on second, you're going to complain about that. Okay, so we're not going to do that. We're going to do traditional extra innings. Okay, now we get to the 13th inning and, oh, man, hey, everybody's out of pitchers, so it's a tie.
Oh, yeah, because
Okay,
that's the other
so now,
rule, right?
Right, yeah, they're just going to go, okay, we're pulling the plug. But you don't want that. So now people are going to go, okay, well, now you do the home run derby. But you're still going to complain.
Yeah.
You're still going to be mad about this made-up way to end a game. Look, man, they made it up because this game is made up. This game is fake. This game doesn't matter the same way it used to.
Mm-hmm.
Generate some excitement. That's why I'm going to mispronounce his name, Miz from the Brewers, who pitched 25 innings and got named to the All-Star team. Do you know why? Because he throws a slider that goes 98 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Mizorowski,
thank you. He throws a slider that goes 98 miles an hour. And both dugouts are going to react.
Oh, yeah.
And they're going to get it posted on social media. Like, that's what this is for. This is for Tarek Skubal against Shohei Ohtani. That's what people want to watch. And you get to see it. It's there. Cool. And now it's and then we move on and Shohei comes out of the game and we're changing pitchers every inning so everybody can kind of get out there and get an inning in the All-Star game. That's what it's about. They got it. They did it. And then they picked the best freaking way to end it. It wasn't one swing. Hey, first home run wins. No, that would suck.
Yeah. I think even like the idea of it, the three, you have three pitches.
The three swings.
Three swings. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. I like the idea of it. It worked.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was great. The baseball is having I think a really hard time progressing because there are still so many fans that want to stick it in the 1990s. There are still way too many people that view the sport as it was viewed for so long. And it's not, it can't continue to be that. I'm sorry. The NFL has gotten too popular. The NBA has gotten too popular. Major League Baseball used to be very, very popular because it was the very first like major professional sports league.
Mm-hmm.
And it was the only thing people had. And that was true up until the 90s, 2000s, when all of a sudden the NFL and the NBA and here they come. And those two leagues have done such a great job of becoming prevalent in modern media spaces and engaging with younger fans. And meanwhile, baseball makes one change. By the way, the pitch clock, I was resistant to it at first. Very pro pitch clock now. The pitch clock rules. What a cool thing. But there are so many people, that's not the way baseball's supposed to be played. Okay, if baseball was being played the way it's supposed to be played, it would be even less popular than it is. I promise that.
Oh, yeah, totally. I mean, like, look, people don't listen to most like audiobooks or podcasts on regular speed. They listen at 1.2 or 1.5 or 2.0.
1.25 for me.
If you're like, yeah. So
do you listen to podcasts on 2 times speed?
No, that
the
would
people that do that are wild to me.
That would sound like Mickey Mouse the whole time.
No,
Yes.
There needs to be some lifestyle changes if you're listening to the media that's supposed to calm you down at 2 speed.
Dude,
That's
the
too
amount of
much.
people who are like, yeah, I listen to like 6 podcasts a day. I listen to them on 2 times. I
No,
listen at
dude.
1.25. 1.25 is my like, okay, they still sound normal, but the pauses are just that little bit quicker. Okay, I can deal with this. You go to 1.5 and it starts to sound like Mickey Mouse.
Yeah.
People that do 2 times speed on podcast listening.
But that's the best way to watch baseball. Baseball, to watch it on one click fast forward, and you're just sitting there like strike, strike,
Yeah.
foul ball, strike, foul ball. Yeah,
The way the game's supposed to be played.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, I think Major League Baseball has hurt themselves so bad with their like archaic social media rules.
Dude.
They've even last night, I gotta be honest, you guys were going nuts because I had gone to the movies to go. We went and saw Batman, and then you guys are talking about the way it ended. I go on
Superman.
I'm sorry. I went on Twitter or on X to go see if I could catch like the drama of it. Major League Baseball put out a 10-minute clip, and I sat there and watched the whole thing. I'm like, man, these people don't get it at all. Like
No.
you the full 10 minutes is just sitting there. They don't have like the little clips. They don't have like the Schwarber, like with all the breaks in between, boom, boom, boom. Nothing. You're like, oh, this is wild.
It's just all the pitches everybody took. It was just the whole thing.
The whole thing. No, I
Oh.
watched the entire 10 minutes and 18 seconds or something last night. I'm like, huh, boy. And they put restrictions on even their broadcast partners, like how many highlight reels they can put up.
Yes.
It's a full-fledged, like you can't even watch highlight reels from all of the angles. It's not allowed.
Yeah.
So they want you to like go back and watch the game, I guess. I'm not sure what it is they're trying to accomplish.
It's insane.
But they're the most unfriendly, user-friendly like professional sports league, and it's killing their business.
Yes.
And they just don't get it.
They don't allow their stuff to go viral.
No.
At least not unless it's generated by them.
I mean, I sit
and the home run derby to end the All-Star game is the perfect viral thing.
Yeah.
Hey, here's this quick clip. Here's Brent Rooker.
Hey,
like,
I sit
mashing home runs
in between Sean Cunningham and Matt George every game, and they're sitting there filming with their cameras, and then putting up clips, putting up things that are happening on the bench, putting up a quick clip of this or that. That is not allowed in baseball.
Yeah.
So I mean, they try it. People try it, but it's just not allowed.
They do these really fun things, like end the All-Star game with a home run derby, and it's like, great, what a cool thing. I don't think I'm in favor of that in the regular season. They might get there because that's the way the league is I think inclined right now, is to just do different stuff. But for me with the All-Star game, I'm sorry, the game doesn't matter. No matter how much you want it to matter, it doesn't. The game doesn't count. Those dudes are leaving early. So I think it matters for guys like Jacob Wilson, right? Rookie, voted to start in the All-Star game, gets to be there. His dad, Jack, is there. That's a cool moment for him. Like, I think it matters to the players in that regard. But no players are crying about the home run derby thing.
No.
In the All-Star game.
They're excited about it.
Yeah. I'd be resistant if it was regular season, I think. Like, you got to play it out. But I don't know, man. I thought it was cool. I'm sorry if you watched the home run derby to end the All-Star game and were mad.
Yeah.
Because, man, you missed it. It was really fun.
Sorry.
It was really fun.
You
missed a fun thing. You missed an enjoyable bit of content. All right. We have a Kings Summer League game to get to, but I have a question that I would love for everybody to answer, whether you're in the chatty house. You can call the Elk Grove Kia talk line at 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. The NFL season is right around the corner, so I'm going to ask you this. What NFL team would you compare the Kings to? I have an answer I think works. We'll tell you what it is next. This is The Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. James Ham there, Joe Brazil over there. I'm Kyle Madsen. ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports.
Mason Jones with right oblique soreness is out. Maxime Renault, right wrist soreness, is available. What's going on, everybody? See this? Seriously, what happened in my earpiece? This is gonna kill me.
Dressed in house of Gucci, made from selling Lady Gaga. All right.
Test, test, test. No,
Absolutely.
still the same.
Push starting his verse, or excuse me, hang on, I got distracted. Hang on. I want to make sure I'm getting, hang on, before I get to the clips thing. Got this. Got this. Okay.
I think there will be changes.
The fact that Push started his verse with "Diamonds look like PP" and then rhymed every word off of PP is crazy.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James is over there. I'm Kyle. Joe's over there. We're hanging out with you till noon. We're talking about the new Clips album in the chatty house right now.
Oh, got it.
I know you've got thoughts.
I have absolutely
Just
no
fired
thoughts.
up to see King Push and Malice back together again.
Yes, sure. Yeah, I've been listening to History That Doesn't Suck, the podcast.
Oh, great pod.
Yeah.
Where are you up to in the history timeline?
Benedict Arnold.
Yeah. Really good story.
Yeah. No, it is.
Have you listened to the whole thing?
I haven't. No. I'm.
You know the Benedict Arnold story though, right? Like the.
Yes, I have a degree in U.S. history.
No, I know, but a thing I learned in that podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Because you know about Benedict Arnold. He calls it like that's still a phrase because he was a turncoat, right?
Yeah.
But I did not. The involvement of his wife was a fascinating wrinkle that, like, I just never. If I learned that in school, I did not.
Yeah.
Clock it
same.
in my head.
So I'm excited to get through the episode and see what happens.
So good. Anyways.
Yeah. I mean, I know what happens, but I don't know what happens.
Yeah.
It's like the story behind it.
Nitty gritty. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great podcast. The way he presents everything is really fun.
Yeah. It's called History That Doesn't Suck. Scooter in the chatty house asked what podcast. It's called History That Doesn't Suck. It's a free advertisement for it. It's Professor Greg Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
And he just takes the American Revolution is where he starts.
Yep.
And he takes these small events from throughout the revolution and does them in chronological order. He ties them all together. He'll reference back to certain things, introduces different I'm going to say characters, but introduces different characters kind of throughout and circles back on their importance. And it is just a really well-crafted telling of U.S. history.
Yeah, that and his comparisons, he uses modern day lingo to like throw in to like mix it up and make it fresher.
Yes,
yeah.
It is. Yeah, it's not some guy going, and then at the Battle of Lexington and Concord. Like, it's not that.
Yeah.
There's like music and sounds in the background. It's a really great pod. Check it out if you want to learn U.S. history. And I think he does so through a really he strives for accuracy
Yeah, accuracy and pace. Like it's got a good pace to it. The
Mhm.
music's good. The production is good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's smooth.
And he does not skirt around details for
Yeah.
the sake of painting a rosier picture of the time.
Yeah, what I
If that
always
makes
love
sense.
about history, and it plays into sports the same way. Um, like when you read something and some weird character from history catches your imagination. While
Yes.
so you're reading about, like, say, the French Revolution
Mhm.
or again, the US,
Mhm.
like as we're breaking off from England, right? Like there are characters that pop up and you're like, man, I just need to read more on Alexander Hamilton. He's such
Yes.
an incredible character.
Yes.
And then, who dies way too young and all this stuff. And you're sitting there like, oh, wow. Like the way that he's brought up, like he's like an orphan
Mhm.
and, find his way to be like best friends with George Washington and like just really, really
So crazy.
incredible, like little people. And you, especially Civil War, you see the same thing. Like there are
Yeah.
generals, you're like, okay, now I've got to drop everything and I'm going to go focus in.
Yeah.
So it's like when you're looking at 1978, Pittsburgh Pirates box score, and you're like, wow, that's a great team. And then you want to know more. So you
Mhm.
start zooming in on,
Yeah.
each player. I need to know Bill Madlock. I need to go like zoom in and,
Yeah.
and then back out.
Yeah.
That's what I love about history.
That's actually, so Hamilton guy, the play,
Yeah.
the musical, and so watch it, listen to it, become obsessed with it, and go, okay, I want to know how much of this is accurate,
Yeah.
because it's very, I mean, the musical is brilliant, but it's historically take some liberties with the history and the timelines and
Yeah.
the characters involved. And rightly so. So I went through and I literally did what you're talking about. I grabbed the Alexander Hamilton biography by Ron Chernow that the play is based off of.
Yep.
Read that, and then went, okay, I need to learn more about George Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Read the George Washington bio. Then went, hey, John Adams sucks in everything I'm reading about John Adams, because I'm viewing this through the Hamilton and George Washington lenses. So I wanted to go read the John Adams biography. And so I did that. And then that was how I got back into learning about history.
Yeah.
And it turns out, you know what? John Adams, not a bad guy.
No.
A little cranky.
Very influential.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not a bad guy.
Yeah.
Abigail Adams, gangster as well. Salute to Abigail Adams. And that's the history segment on the Insiders. James Ham there. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's Joe Brazil. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. What did we do? Oh, which NFL team would you compare the Kings to? Okay, so this question popped up for me today while I was sitting in here prepping for the show, because I saw on First Take, they posed the question, should Russell Wilson be a lock to start for the New York Giants? And I went, man, that is bleak. What a rough question to ask. Like, you're in a spot where, and Russell Wilson's not a bad player. Russell Wilson, probably a Hall of Famer. And is Russell Wilson a Hall of Famer?
I don't know.
Russell Wilson's going to the Hall of Fame.
Maybe.
I think he's a Hall of Famer.
He's okay. He's a good quarterback in an era of great quarterbacks. I mean, he was a winning quarterback for a few years.
Yeah.
He's probably in.
I don't, if he keeps tailing off for the next 3, 4, 5 years, though, he's borderline for me. Anyways,
Yeah, okay.
Potential Hall of Famer, Russell Wilson. I don't think he's a bad player, but
he's a 10-time Pro Bowler. He's a Hall of Famer.
Man, 10 Pro Bowls?
Yeah, I don't even know how that's possible.
Smokes. God, he's been around for a long time. But that question, should Russell Wilson be a lock to start for the New York Football Giants, hit me in a lot of the ways that our discussions about the Kings hit me.
Mm-hmm.
Where I go, man, Russell Wilson is your best option, and B is going to be a lock? Because they traded up for Jackson Dart. They have Jameis Winston in their quarterback room. Like, man, Russell Wilson should probably, man, that's rough. And it reminds me so much of the DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine pairing, where we're just going, all right, hey, this is your starting 2 and your starting 3.
Yeah, just get us through.
We know, yeah, just
get us through the next 2 years.
Can Russell Wilson start for the Giants and just make sure that they are not 4-13?
Yeah.
Like, that's what it feels like. And so I thought, man, are the Kings the New York Giants right now? And I don't want to get into I don't want to get into. I saw people in the chatty house doing this, and I think this is a different conversation because I don't want to turn back the clock and go, all right, so since 1985 they've done this. Like, no, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about right now. And I think the Kings might be the New York Giants, where the hope going into this year is that, hey, can you just not be terrible? Can Russell Wilson start? You got Malik Neighbors over there. Defensive line is good. But Brian Burns, you got Dexter Lawrence. Like, okay, yeah, I think
It's an interesting question because, like, my first instinct was to look at it at grander scale, like to back out.
Yeah.
What you're saying. So when someone says the Kings, Mark Rodriguez in the chat says Detroit Lions equals Sacramento Kings. I think that is a very, very good comparison.
Like historically, yes, but the Detroit Lions are going to be awesome this year.
Yeah, and the Sacramento Kings were awesome in 2002. So like every team has its time.
Yeah.
And that's where the comparison, like for me, instantly went to, well, no, I mean, the Giants have won 2 Super Bowls in the last 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not going to put them in, the Kings in that realm. But you're probably right. Like walking into this season, like it does kind of feel that way. I guess if we're just looking at like what it is today, who it is today. And like, again, I would compare the Kings to like, I don't know, the Cleveland Browns for sure. I definitely, the other one is like very, very clear is the Oakland Raiders / now Vegas Raiders. But like just the mentality of, oh yeah, we're going to be there. And then you're not.
The Raiders are an interesting comp because it's new coach. Now, granted, Pete Carroll has had a lot of success as both a college coach and an NFL coach. So, and Doug Christie is in his first full season as a head coach. But I think when you're trying to create optimism about the Kings, I think you can point to, man, Doug Christie has this mindset and for a lot of last year got the team kind of rowing in the right direction, and you kind of saw the play style they want to go with. Okay, can he have that kind of impact? I think that's for me, if I'm building optimism about the Raiders, I'm actually kind of high on the Raiders right now, at least more so than I have been in recent years. I think you can kind of take the same thing and go, okay, they've got a stopgap at quarterback, but at least he's good. Like Geno Smith can play. At least it's not Gardner Minshew where you're going, yeah, it's probably a backup. Like Geno Smith is a legit NFL starter. And right now you're just trying to, can you get out of the 4, 5, 6 win range? Can you get to 7, 8, 9 wins and just kind of stay afloat while you wait to build up a long-term window and a long-term core?
Yeah. Can you find, like, while you have Geno Smith there, can you find the quarterback of the future in the next 2 to 3 years and build that guy up so he can take over at a certain point?
Can Ashton Genty become a game-changing player for you? Can you develop Brock Bowers where he's a perennial all-pro tight end?
Yeah.
There's and that's how kind of I feel like, can you develop Keegan Murray? What are you going to get out of Nate Clifford? Can he become a starter? What are you going to get out of Keon Ellis? And meanwhile, like, all right, Domantas Sabonis, when you have Domantas Sabonis as your starting center, like your floor is higher than 30 wins.
Yes.
Like, you're not going to be terrible.
Nope.
Like you just have too many good That's a little bit how I feel about the Raiders.
No,
a little bit. Not apples to apples, but
yeah, I think it's a good comp. Like we're talking about, maybe 500, right?
Yeah.
At 500, type of team. I would caution, that there always is that chance that, like the Antonio Pierce thing of last year with the Raiders, where he came in and he did some good stuff and people are following him, and then you don't know what he looks like for a full season. And I hope that, Doug Christie has a much better, run than that.
I hope so.
That they surrounded him with the right pieces. That, again, Mike Woodson and Mike Miller, these are highly influential, former head coaches that can step in and really help you get through the tough patches in the season, but also that the Kings give him that opportunity to, take a step back and understand what your roster looks like. If you're going to keep saying 2027 quietly, then you should also look at your head coach and all of, that coaching staff and even the front office with that same light. Like, okay, if you're asking for patience, and be patient.
Yeah.
Don't ask for patience and then fire a guy 50 games into his first season or something, or 25 4 games into his second season. If you ask for patience, then show the same patience on the other side.
Yeah. I think a lot of people have thrown out the Browns too.
Yeah, I said the Browns. Yeah,
I kind of get it.
Perennial, like, you can't get out of your own way.
I don't think the Browns have the floor that the Kings do, though. There's a chance the Browns win like 3 games again.
Oh, yeah.
Which
Although their defense is still going to be pretty solid.
They went 3-14 last year.
Oof.
They had a minus 177 point differential. And they gave up 435 points, which is the second most in the AFC.
You know what's crazy about the Browns is when you watch Tampa Bay and you see, Baker Mayfield out there just like,
he's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, sure, he led the NFL with 16 picks this year, but the dude threw for 4,500 yards and 41 touchdowns.
Mhm.
I mean, he's a flat out baller. And you just dumped him for no reason and went out and got like a dude who was already in trouble.
Yeah.
And then paid him. And so, I mean, you just completely hamstrung your franchise forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just really, really bizarre.
The Deshaun Watson contract might be the worst contract in sports history. Just given the salary cap in the NFL, given the nature of every other contract that's ever been signed by an NFL player, it just unbelievable swing and miss from Cleveland. But Cleveland, like I said, their floor, they were 3-14 last year. I think that's probably about their floor again.
Yeah.
And Myles Garrett is awesome. Myles Garrett is one of the best, if not the best, pass rusher in the sport. But they don't have that. That's not enough to put their floor. Let me ask you this. What do you think the Kings' floor is right now? Wins wise.
33.
I was going to say 35.
Okay.
So in that mid 30s range.
Yeah.
That's so much better than the 3-win equivalent of an NFL team.
No, I get that.
They just don't have enough. The Browns
7-win.
The Browns for me don't have enough talent to be in comparison with the Kings.
I've told you this, like me and Dell, one of the scorekeepers, every year we get together right before the season, we give a number.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. And we don't put money on it or anything else. We just give a number. Yeah. And it's a plus minus
thought exercise.
3, right?
Mm-hmm.
This season specifically, I'm going to look at and say, okay, I need a little bit more grace on, there's one other season where I said this to him. I wanted plus or minus 8. And he's like, you can't have that.
That's too many.
And I said, no, there's a specific reason. It was, DeMarcus Cousins. And I said, if they avoid the drama, I think they can win like 40, 42, 43 games.
Mm-hmm.
If they can't avoid the drama, I think that they're going to blow this thing up and they're going to win like 27, 28 games.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, so like my number is more like 35, but I want it to be higher. I just think that there's a plus or minus here that's way bigger. I think this specific season, I look at the same way because I kind of feel like we're walking into the season with like 2 or 3 players are dead man walking. Like they're not going to be here long term. And that means that they could be here short term, like short term. Like they could find a spot for somebody in December, or they could find a spot for someone in January before the trade deadline. And I think by the trade deadline, like if they walk in with the same roster they have right now, I think 2 or 3 of these guys could be gone by the trade deadline. And that's just, you don't know that means that your season is set to be erratic no matter what. And this dark, gloomy cloud, you're going to walk into the season as Charlie Brown with his dark cloud just kind of following you, like raining on you here and there, but like there's always something negative waiting. And so I'm hoping that that's not the case, but like, you can't almost trade like 2 or 3 players, or everyone thinks certain players aren't coming back and then they are back. You can't do that and expect it to be natural going into the season. Like last 2 years ago, Harrison Barnes told media relations like in December, hey, I'm not talking to the media until after the trade deadline. They're like, they laugh. They're like, no, he's like, no, I'm being legitimate here. I'm not talking until after the trade deadline.
Yeah, that's tough.
Like you sign me, and the first thing you do is like when he signed the deal, he knew that was part of it, that he was a placeholder and that they were going to shop him. but he made it through the trade deadline, and so it's like,
Yeah.
oh, okay, but still, it doesn't feel good, and I have a feeling that that's what this season could be like too, where there's going to be a couple of guys who are just sitting there like, okay, like when is he axe dropping, and that's just an
That's going to be a
unfortunate,
tough spot.
uncomfortable way to go into a season.
That's a really, really difficult spot.
Yeah,
man. Because that goes beyond what are they doing offensively? Do they have this play style, this and that?
Yeah.
Like, nah, man, you're talking about mental hurdles.
Oh yeah,
that are
mental hurdles
really,
the entire
tough
season.
that are really, really tough on pro athletes.
No, I totally agree.
All right. Joel Embiid is a crazy person, but not for the reason you think. I'll tell you why Joel Embiid is a crazy person, and a very unlikely NBA comeback, plus a little bit of breaking NBA news. We'll have all that for you next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. He's Joe Brazil. We're the Insiders. Jiffy Lube sponsors this program on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Hey-o. Bingo. Maybe.
Hey, if they are good, that's fine.
It'd be kind of wild.
Well, I mean, stranger things have happened. Yeah.
A Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan led team being good would be kind of nuts.
No,
that would be a wild. That would be a wild swing for me.
We're gonna be really good this year.
If they were like a 50-win team with that duo,
we're gonna be really good this year.
That'd be fire. I would love that so much. Last season sucked.
Yeah,
last season was so not fun.
No, I was at my dad took me to the game for my birthday against, I think it was the Pistons, where Fox didn't. That was the game. Yeah. And I remember sitting there, and I remember thinking I was literally like, if they managed to lose this game, that would actually be hilarious. Like, there's no way they managed this. And then that was it. Yeah. I laughed.
Yeah, I was in SoCal. It was my cousin's husband's surprise party for his birthday. And we were at dinner and the game was on. And looking, and we were done. Like dinner was done. We were just kind of sitting there holding a table down. And the Kings were up, and it's like, all right, I can turn the game on my phone. I don't need to follow it that close. Like, we're not doing a show tomorrow or something. So I'll just kind of keep an eye on it. And I've got it on my phone on the way home, but I'm sitting there chatting with my folks. We're having a good time. And then I look down, and it's like, what happened? Like, oh my God.
Honestly, I'm not even kidding. I kind of saw it coming. Like, I just had this feeling. I was like, man, I just can't shake this feeling that something bad's about to happen. Oh man.
I just want to, because I've seen this a couple times now, and I was waiting, maybe as a typo. It is Brent Rooker. Brent.
Yes.
Brent Rooker.
Brent Rooker going to the San Francisco Giants, hopefully. That is what they're talking about.
Russ Dog asked, why is he on the trade block? Because it's the A's, brother. Bienvenidos.
The Giants are suitors, apparently.
Welcome.
Yeah. I'll take him. That'd be awesome. Same. I think it was Adolis Garcia as well as kind of being tied to the Giants. We're being really aggressive. I don't. It scares me how aggressive we're being, but hey, let's do it.
I would also say the problem that Rooker has is that he can't really play left field.
Yeah, no, he's not a defender.
Yeah, and Soderstrom also isn't very good in left field.
Mm-hmm.
And Nick Kurtz plays first base. And if you could move Soderstrom back to first and Kurtz to DH and put anyone else in the outfield, you'd probably be okay.
Yeah.
That's where he's going to run into problems.
Yeah, this is why I was a little bit surprised they extended him. Because he's what, 30?
31.
31. Like, yeah.
That's actually funny, Sydney. Yeah, walking into the building, I was like, this is it. This is the game.
He'll be 31 on November 1st.
This is age 30 season.
Yeah. 2-time All-Star. 30, 39, and then now 20 home runs, which is wild because he had hit 10 before that in Major League Baseball.
So crazy.
Yeah. It's one thing the A's are good at. The other thing is he can really hit. He's not just a home run hitter. Like last year, he batted 293. In Major League Baseball now, that's like a 320 hitter.
The thing I love about Brent Rooker is that he'll tie into one every once in a while, but it's that. It is gap to gap. It is line drives, and they just happen to carry over the fence.
Mm-hmm.
Was he playing the outfield yesterday?
I don't know. He can play left. I mean, he's not horrible.
Who was the dude that made the sliding catch at the very beginning of the game?
Kyle Tucker?
Was that Kyle Tucker?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. They kind of look similar.
Sure.
They do.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Two mentions.
There's
number one.
$2.
You can win 2 tickets to A1 Combat number 29 Maximov versus Indio at the Hard Rock Live on Friday, August 1st. Enter online at the ESPN1320.com contest page, courtesy of Uriah Faber's A1 Combat. Joe, have we confirmed that you're going to be there? Unconfirmed?
Sure. You know what? Yeah, most likely, yes.
I'm going to advertise that Joe Brazil is going to be there.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah. No, I'll be there.
So go to ESPN1320.com, win some free tickets, watch some awesome MMA, and chat with Joe.
Yeah. Normally we do. So they've actually, shout out the guys at Hard Rock. They're very nice to me whenever I'm there.
They're
so
awesome.
Shout out to my 2 buddies over there. They started setting me up in the merch booth, which is dope. I feel very professional.
Yeah, hell yeah.
They put the logo up. I got posters and
That's dynamite. Go see Joe at the merch booth.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Do you get to watch any of the fights?
Yeah. So once
great.
the fights actually start, normally that's when I head towards that area, get some social media and whatnot. But normally I stay for the whole thing. So this is going to be my 4th, I think now.
That's dope.
The first one I went to way before I started working here. And so once it was, once it was brought to my attention, I was like, yeah, I want to go do this. So yeah, I'll be out there.
Sweet.
Cool.
There it is.
Win some free tickets at ESPN1320.com. All right. Breaking NBA news.
Yes.
I mean, breaking, but not surprising. Bradley Beal, according to Shams Charania from ESPN, has agreed to a contract buyout with the Phoenix Suns. Plans to join the Los Angeles Clippers on a 2-year, $11 million deal with a player option after he clears waivers.
So he gave up, from what I'm reading, he gave up $13.8 million of his salary with the Suns.
So, and the reason he did that is because you can only stretch provision 15% of the salary cap. That's the amount of money you can go up to.
Yeah, exactly.
And they have already stretched a different player.
Yeah.
So Bradley Beal had to give up some money on his contract, so his stretch provision meets that 15% threshold, or doesn't clear the 15%.
Exactly. So the and like the 15% is 50% yearly.
Right.
So
yes.
So basically they took his contract, which was 2 years at over 50. So he probably dropped down to a little under 100 million. But then they're going to stretch that over 5 years. So it's 2 times the amount of the contract length plus 1 year. So we had a 2-year deal remaining. So 5 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shout out. That's the Clippers are going to be good, man. Clippers are going to be around. Bradley Beal's not a bad player. He's expensive.
He's expensive and
apparently kind of a jerk.
Yeah, and people don't really love him behind the scenes. So I think that's going to be an interesting mix of personalities. And I'm not sure who wins out in that battle of personalities. So it should be really interesting.
Kawhi Leonard, James Harden, Brad Beal, and Brook Lopez is there now.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about Brook Lopez. They did trade Norman Powell, though, right?
Yeah, Norm Powell no longer there.
Where did he go?
Miami.
Oh, that's right.
Clippers are going to be good.
Kind
of wild that the Suns got out of that contract.
Well, I mean, they didn't really get out of it. Like they have.
I figured out a way to not have him on the team anymore.
Well, yeah, and I'll also say like they saved like $30 million this year, which that $30 million is probably going to save them $100 in luxury tax dollar.
Yeah.
So that's crazy. Yeah, it's wild.
You talk about we sit here and we discuss the Kings' really tough spot, and they are in a tough spot. I'm not trying to say like, hey, actually everything's good. It's not. Scott Perry has a very, very tough job to do to get this ship moving back in the right direction. The Suns are in hell. You mentioned, so it's 20 plus ish million a year for the next 5 years. That's just going to be dead cap.
Dead cap. You can't do anything with it. You can't trade it. You can't accept a player into it. It's not an exception. There's nothing you can do.
You're taking your salary cap number and taking $22 million away from it. Just immediately.
Yeah.
That's just a brutal. And then they don't have a ton of picks.
Nope. It's absolutely brutal where they're at. I mean, they're so far above, so far over the second apron. So for this year alone, I have them at 247.4 million.
Clippers got John Collins too. I forgot about that. Go ahead.
Oh wow, they did. Yeah. Oh, look at that. They're putting a little power team.
Man.
Yeah, they are 25 million. The Suns were 25 million over the first apron, 13.5 over the second apron, and we're on the hook for so much money by taking that contract that they just cut up into pieces. They saved a lot of money. Hey,
I just want to make it really clear. I think the Clippers have a nice collection of players. You will not catch me buying into the Clippers. I'm out forever.
Are you sure?
I've said it. The Clippers could go 82-0 and be 15-0 in the playoffs, and going into Game 4 of the finals and still be like, I still got to see it.
You and Damian tend to fall back in love with this team.
Nope, you won't. You won't catch me doing it, bro.
Okay.
No. All right. Hold me to this. You can cut this.
I will.
You will not catch me buying into the Clippers as a championship contender.
Okay.
Oh, that's funny.
All right. You heard it here first.
Yeah, I am acknowledging they've added good players. The leap Ivica Zubac's made last year was outstanding. Yep. They went to 7 games with the Nuggets in the first round and fell apart in Game 7 because why wouldn't they? I'm out.
Now they've got a second.
It will not pull me back in.
Second big body to throw at Jokic if you get in that situation. Yeah, it's interesting because
they're still going to be relying on James Harden.
Yeah, but they are built like a team that's like trying to take down a team with a big man, and that's not who they're going to face.
Yeah,
like I mean, Denver has definitely fortified their team as well. But there's a lot of good teams at the top end of the West out of nowhere.
Yeah, there are.
Like there's like 4 teams at the top of the West now that you're like, oh man, like you gotta love, of course, OKC. You gotta love what the Rockets are doing.
Denver looks like a machine again.
Yeah, Denver does look like a machine. What they add, Cam Johnson, but they also added Tim Hardaway Jr.
Yep, love that.
Bruce Brown back.
Yep.
Yeah, like some really savvy veteran moves that might be able to put them back in contention.
Can you get a leap from Peyton Watson? Christian Brown's still going to be there.
Yeah.
Who's that point guard they like? Oh my gosh, this is going to really frustrate me. I'm so annoyed that I forgot. I had his name and then lost it. Not Peyton Pritchard is the only name that's coming to my head, and that's not right. It's something like that though.
Oh, okay.
It is Peyton Watson. I said that already. Jalen Pickett.
Oh, Pickett. Okay.
Jalen Pickett's a player they like.
Yeah.
Maybe he makes a little leap.
No, it's interesting.
Maybe Zeke Naji finds his way back in the rotation.
I'm going to guess he's not going to find his way back.
So.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like it. Aaron Gordon's still there.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good team, man.
Yeah. And then, I mean, when you look at that Clippers squad is crazy.
It's a good roster.
Yeah. And there's even talk, there's a possibility of maybe Russell Westbrook going back there, Russell Westbrook going back to Denver. If it doesn't work out somewhere else, like Sacramento.
Just if we're just picking a city.
Yeah. So no, it should be interesting.
Hey, are the kid? I want to ask you that question. Let's put a pin in the Russell Westbrook thing for a moment because I want to talk about why Joel Embiid's a crazy person.
Yeah.
There's a big profile on Joel Embiid on ESPN.com right now, front and center. Go read it. It's really interesting. Joel Embiid is very different privately than I would have expected. But here's why Joel Embiid's an insane person. It has nothing to do with his trolling. It has nothing to do with him playing basketball.
His affinity for Shirley Temples.
Loves the Shirley Temple, apparently, which who doesn't?
Yeah.
Shirley Temple.
It's still my youngest is still his drink of choice.
Salute, as it should be.
At work, they know.
Don't outgrow the Shirley Temple, young ham.
Oh, I'm still a big Shirley Temple guy as well. So
shout out to let's go. The young people like Shirley Temples. Are Shirley Temples back? Make that a Twitter poll. Are Shirley Temples back? Thanks, Joe. I learned in this piece on ESPN, that Joel Embiid at present on his phone has 875 missed calls. And we've done the thing about unread emails. You have a lot of unread emails.
I did.
A lot of people have a lot of unread emails, and that's the thing, okay? Joel Embiid, 875 missed calls, 9,500 missed text messages, unread text messages. 9,500 unread texts. Can you imagine every time you open your phone, the little phone icon down there has a bubble that says 875, and the little I have 7 unread texts right now. Not to brag, I got a lot of friends. I have 7 unread texts right now, and this is driving me crazy. I want to open my text right now to get rid of that 7. His probably says like 9K plus or some insane thing.
That's wild.
How do you exit? Like, just go through and open them to make the bubble go away. You don't have to respond. You don't have to read them. Just go open the freaking texts.
I just wonder if he's on like one really bad group thread.
Probably. He's probably in multiple, right? He's probably on like a Team USA group thread.
Yeah.
He's probably on a 76ers group thread. He's probably on like a process Sixers group thread with all the dudes who aren't in the league anymore.
Yeah.
He's probably got people like me who have ways of stumbling across numbers, reaching out like, hey, come on my podcast.
Yeah.
Probably got a bunch of texts like that in there.
Probably like one giant group thread about how much they all hate Ben Simmons.
there's the old 76ers group thread with Ben Simmons and then the one without him.
Yeah. He's also on a PT group thread. For all of his elements.
True. Yeah.
Him and Paul George together on the PT group
for
thread.
Sure.
When are you guys going to be here?
It's him and Tyrese Maxey complaining about Paul George.
That's right.
Got Nick Nurse in there.
Yeah.
9,500 unread texts. This is just how you know, like, Joel Embiid has made so much money in his life, and the piece talks about that. Like, he's not sitting here worried about money. Like, his parents are set, his family's set for generations. Like, they're good on money. The life he lived, like, I just can't wrap my head around that.
Yeah.
I can't wrap my head around having so much going on that I don't have time to just open a text message. And I'm going to sit there with a bubble that says 9,500 unread texts. This is I feel differently about Joel Embiid now. That's wild to me.
Okay.
Also, Victor Oladipo, speaking of players dealing with injuries, Victor Oladipo trying to make an NBA comeback. Salute.
He's played 138 games over 6 years.
I'm pulling for the guy, but man.
Come on.
Yes. Good luck, Vic.
Yeah.
Not setting my my expectations. I would love to see it be a phenomenal story. But alas. All right. That's James. I'm Kyle. That's Joe Brazil. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Second hour coming up. Kings Cavs also coming up. 12:30. We'll talk about that. Looking ahead to the Kings' fourth summer league game right here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Theater. I gotta tell you, man, so Pat McAfee's living the life. I said his show is not for me.
Nope.
It's not aimed at me, and that's fine. But that dude is winning.
Oh, Russell Wilson. I feel 25 again. Says New York City is the perfect place to reinvent himself.
All right, Russ.
Stevie B. The JV trade was kind of a cash dump, but seems kind of odd. Do you think there was a deal with Russ Original? There's so many moving pieces right now. The Kings
talk about this.
Okay.
Yes. The answer you're about to give, star it, and remember what you're going to say because
okay, we'll hide that. I haven't actually gone through and done the math yet on their current situation, which I probably could do right now.
Nah. Not that I've seen anyway. No, I'm literally going to listen to it on the way home. I meant to listen on the way in today, and then I fell into one of my political pods. So I will.
Is that the one with Haberstroh?
Yeah.
Okay.
The Pablo Torre podcast, not my political pod.
Yeah.
We'll listen to a Tom Haberstroh political podcast. Hell yeah. Yeah, I need to check it out for sure. I've heard nothing but good things about it. There's the new Bieber album dropped, new clips dropped, and then on the K-pop side, Twice dropped an album, and ATEEZ dropped the extended version of their In Your Fantasy album. So I've got a lot of music to catch up on right now. But I will check out the Bieber for sure. I heard it's really good. Prospects, I guess. No. Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's Joe Brazil over there. We're hanging out with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. Want to remind everybody, if you're listening on the radio right now, 1320 AM or 98.5 FM HD2, when you're not listening on the radio, you have a bunch of other different ways you can tap in live. You can hear the Insiders or D-Lo and KC on the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, and the TuneIn app. We are available on all of those apps, which are all free. Download them, search ESPN 1320, you can find us there. And of course, the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show and D-Lo and Casey are now available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your pods. Would appreciate everybody subscribing to the podcast. Joe would certainly appreciate it. He works very hard to make sure that podcast gets up each and every day, and we appreciate him for it. All right. I want to get into some Kings roster stuff for sure. But can we lay off John Elmore?
Yeah, I don't.
John Elmore, Stockton Kings legend, current member of the Sacramento Kings Summer League team, is just getting dragged for being bald.
I was legitimately. Did you see? I was just looking at that.
Yeah, the Sacramento Kings did a post.
Yeah,
like making fun of it.
The Kings did?
Yes.
Well, I mean, yeah, kind of.
The camera like zoomed in on him, and the Kings posted that camera zoom, and we're like, why are you zooming in or whatever?
Yeah, they didn't need to highlight it anymore.
Yeah.
Okay.
And John Elmore responded, I want to get his exact response because I don't want to mess with my fellow bald King. He said, so King said, why y'all zooming in on our mans like that? Crying face. And he said, geez, I'm balding. Can we move on? I had a new shampoo I thought was going to bring it back. It hasn't worked. Can we stop talking about it?
Shout out,
You don't need to be ashamed, bro.
Nope.
It's all right. It happens. Come on home. We're here.
He has come home. Like he needs to buzz aside.
Yeah. Now he needs to clean it up for sure. But like, That's what I.
He's in Vegas. He's probably been having a good time.
Dude, he's hopefully having a great time.
He's probably got like 2 days stubble.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we don't like. Why are the Kings posting on Twitter? Like, dude, you got Nick Clifford and Devin Carter and Maxime Reynaud's been good. Mason Jones been good, and you're making fun of the bald guy. Come on.
I feel like the side stubble, though, especially for a point guard, just screams playmaking. I can't explain it. So, you know, keep it.
Is that the new? All right.
Yeah.
Grow it out, actually?
Maybe. Maybe.
All right. Kind of here for it, yeah. But hey, look, this guy's bald. All right, man. Cool.
Yeah, he's bald. We get it.
So is Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Alex Caruso. Anyways, I'm sensitive to that. John Elmore Kings jersey in the cart, by the way. Shouts to the homie.
That's right.
Kings, speaking of their summer league team, they play at 12:30 today against the Cavs.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be bigger for the Kings if Devin Carter or Nick Clifford had a big game tonight? Like, which would be a bigger deal?
It's a really good question.
Tonight, this afternoon.
Okay, so like before the injury report came out, I had like one idea, and now I have a different idea.
Ooh, okay. So what was your idea?
Okay, well, before it was like, hey, I kind of want to see who takes control of the team. Like, I'm not really concerned about the offensive output. I want to see who looks like they're running the team, right? And now I think that's even magnified more because Mason Jones is out with a sore oblique, which he clearly like grabbed at the end of the last game. Maxime Reynaud is back. So I want to see who is running like the pick and roll with Reynaud, who is getting like the 2-man game, and who's the most successful at it, who understands the pick and roll game. And so I think that there's like a major opportunity to play like real world Kings basketball here, because you go into the season and you're going to have to figure out how to play with Domas.
Sure.
And Reynaud isn't Domas, but he certainly is a big man that has handles and can run pick and rolls and has soft hands around the rim. And, you know, so I think that there's a bunch of things here where you're like, hey, look, I think he can, if Neek steps up and is that guy, it just gives me more like sort of positive vibes from him going into the offseason. If again, Devin Carter shows that he can't do it, that again is a little more concerning. Like, hey man, you got to figure out how to do a basic pick and roll when you have one of the best pick and roll big men in the game, you know, in Domas.
I understand the importance of Devin Carter having a big game, but I think it would really stamp Nate Clifford if he comes out today and puts up 20 and 6 and 5.
The funny thing is
just has an awesome game.
He's done that in almost every game. That's a good thing. So when you're looking at like Devin, again, this isn't to bash Devin, but he had like 4 points the first game or whatever, 8. And then 8 and then 30. So now he's averaging over those 2 games 19 points per game. Neek has been super consistent with what he's doing. It's like 17, 18, 19 points to get to 18.3. That's a good thing. That's showing you that he's coming out and he's figuring out ways to be productive each and every time he steps on the floor. One of those ways is that he's shooting 70% from 3, Kyle.
7 of 10.
That's wild.
Keep lighting it up, dog. That's what I want to see. Like, just continue. I said this yesterday and I still believe it. If Nick Clifford has a bad game today, you're not going to get the like, oh my God, it was all fake. Like, no, if he has a bad game, he's just going to have a bad game. He's a rookie. That happens sometimes. But if he comes out today and has another big game, he's going to be 4 for 4 and having really good games. And if he's doing the things you're talking about where, oh, hey, you know what? He's running the offense, man. He's moving the basketball. He's just making the right plays. It just everything that Nick Clifford can do to further confirm for me that he's going to be able to hit the ground running once training camp and the preseason start. I want to see that. And I want to see that way more than I want to see Devin Carter have 20 points and a couple assists again. Like, okay, yeah, I know he can do that. I'm a little more sure of what I'm going to get from Devin Carter. I'm looking for more confirmation from Nick Clifford the more I can get.
Okay.
I just want all of that. So if I'm picking one of those guys to have a huge game and become the story of the game, it's Nick for me.
Absolutely.
And I don't know that it's close. Joe?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm genuinely excited to see him play today as well. Yeah. He's he's an exciting player to watch. So the kid clearly gets it.
Yeah.
I agree. I think it's Nick Clifford.
I want more sidestep threes.
Dude, come on.
I want to see Devin and Neek in the backcourt together.
Oh,
and I want to see how that works because
that's interesting.
Again, if Mason Jones isn't there, slide Neek to the 2, Isaiah Crawford to the 3, and go. That's what I'm kind of hoping. And then again, I think Reynaud and Isaac Jones. I want to see if they can learn how to play together. It's a nice pairing.
Like space the floor a little bit.
Yeah, like they both need to space the floor, but also can Isaac Jones prove that he can be someone in the dunker spot, that he can be like a pick and roll off ball, guy who can play above the rim.
Yeah,
I think that's a big deal too. So yeah, lots to take away from just a simple preseason game. I mean, a summer league game.
Yeah, I think when you're talking about Mason Jones not being in the lineup, I want to see more Isaiah Stevens. We talked about Jones as a potential third point guard on the roster, but can you have somebody in the G League or maybe on a two-way that you feel good about? Again, in emergency, they have to play 12 or 18 minutes. And just, hey, can this guy, I want to see more of his all-around game. And I know that Devin Carter and Nick Clifford are going to be more important. And I know that if they get opportunities, the Kings are going to give them all the opportunities to run the point and to handle the basketball and do all that. But in this spot, fourth summer league game, Mason Jones is out. He's kind of been the organizer. I would like to see Isaiah Stevens in that spot, just to kind of see, man, can this guy go? Can he not? Where's he at? Because I feel like I haven't gotten a good gauge on that yet.
No, I'm with you too, because he is a true point guard. I mean, he showed it at Colorado State. He showed it in the G League last year, where he was really, really good as an assist man. And you're hoping that he can take that step. And I'll say this again, like, you're gonna need a third point guard at some point during the season.
Yep.
And whether that again is signing a guy like Mason Jones, like I know everyone out there like, just sign Russell Westbrook. If you sign Russell Westbrook, he isn't going to play, or he is going to play, and now Malik Monk's not going to play, or someone else isn't going to, Keon Ellis isn't going to play. Someone is going to lose if that's what you're doing. If you bring in a third point guard and say, okay, Mason Jones, you average 8.4 assists per game like 2 years ago in the G League, 7 point something last year. Clearly, you've got an idea, and we can use you as a breaking case of emergency in case Monk goes down or in case Dennis Schroeder misses time, right? But having that other guy is also a good thing, because the one problem that you have with guys who are sitting on the bench is like, there is no true practice time in during the regular season. Some teams practice a little bit here and there, and I know Mike Brown was famous for practicing all the time, but there's not a lot of ways for someone like Mason Jones, if he is your third point guard and he's your 14th man or 15th man on the bench, there's no way for him to stay in game shape without just finding pickup games and doing pickup games with, the other guys who aren't playing after practice and stuff. So having a guy in the G League who's literally sitting there running a team the whole time, pop out, step in, he's already game shape ready and everything else. There's an advantage to having that. Not that he's going to be able to hold down 25 minutes a game or something, but he might be able to give you 8 to 10 minutes where he's just not totally incompetent, and you're not going to lose a game because you had to turn to a kid who didn't know what he's doing at all.
Right. So that's the Kings Cavs fourth summer league game. It's today at 12:30. I'm excited for a little watch along with D'Lo.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be fun.
There's nothing more fun than D'Lo and KC when there's a basketball game on. It's seriously, it's such a great time, and that program starts at noon. So certainly tune into that. Speaking of things to tune into, ESPN 8 The Ocho is back. They do this every summer, where they broadcast some weird sports. Here are some of the sports that they'll be broadcasting this year, and I want to know which ones you're interested to know more about.
Okay.
Because I purposely did not research what these are. We're just going off name. Okay. The first one, we have soap hockey.
Okay, that's weird.
I'm imagining it's hockey, but it's a bar of soap instead.
Yeah, but what, like blacktop?
Or is it hockey and there's soap on the ground and you're slipping and sliding like it's ice? Maybe that's what it is. That intrigues me way more than Hockey puck is
okay. I'm looking at it right
bar
now.
of soap. Yeah, please, Joe. You're going to be our official correspondent.
Yeah,
on
so
this.
it's a tarp on the ground
Okay.
with soap all over it.
Hell yeah.
And they play hockey on it.
So it's like mud wrestling, but soap hockey.
Cool.
Tight.
I'm in.
Fire.
Yeah, no, that actually sounds really fun.
Oh, it kind
That
of
sounds
looks
hilarious.
like a slip and slide.
Yeah, it's like a slip and slide. Yeah.
I'm so in. I will watch some soap hockey.
Okay.
Me too.
That's hilarious. That's like what was that? What was that game show where you had to run through the like American Ninja Warrior?
Oh,
but
yeah.
Funny.
Is it the one where you had to do the shapes? Like you had to be is that what we're talking about?
To maybe
Like Punch Out?
not knockout.
Knockout?
Oh, the obstacle course one.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it was knockout.
Knockout?
Yeah.
Does that sound right? Yeah, that sounds like something straight out of that. All right, the next one, Joe, be ready to surf it. Wipeout, thank you. To search what this is. It's called Coffin Wars.
I'm thinking this is
COFFIN Wars.
I'm thinking this is like Soapbox Derby, but you make a coffin.
That
and
was
roll
my
down
guess.
a hill.
What do you have a guess?
Okay. Fighting inside of a coffin.
Ding ding ding.
What? What?
That's it. That's it. Yeah.
I thought literal like coffin war.
Yeah, it's wrestling. It looks like submission style fighting in a coffin.
That's a good thing to have in case you're ever in a coffin with another person and you need to battle for supremacy. Good skill to have. Yeah, a lot of people sleep on that skill. The next one, T-Rex racing. I saw a picture of this. I know what it is.
I have no. I mean,
you know
is
those
it like
inflatable T-Rex costumes?
Oh, and you run?
Yes.
Oh, dude, I would be so good at that.
I will watch hours of videos of people doing stuff in T-Rex costumes. It's so funny to me. I can't tell you why that hits my funny bone.
You guys need to sign me up for that one.
But it really, I could see you running around. I need maybe for Halloween, I'll get you one of those.
I'll be a T-Rex
and you
for
can
Halloween.
produce
Come
the
on.
show as a
I'll
T-Rex.
do it. I will do that. I will.
Diving chess. This is another one very self-explanatory. I saw a photo. You dive underneath the pool or under the water, and there's a chessboard at the bottom of the pool, and you have to make your move while holding your breath.
Seems like that would take forever.
I agree.
Wow.
Joe, there's one last thing. I know we got to go. There's one last thing I need you to search here, because one of them is Swiss stone tossing. Literally a giant stone, you throw it. Bubblegum blowing, I think that's probably pretty self-explanatory. And the USA Mullet Championships, I think that's also self-explanatory. Can you Google extreme archery? Because I don't know if this is like I'm doing archery on a skateboard, like X Games, or am I doing archery with like obstacles while people are throwing stuff at me?
From what I'm gathering, it looks like they're in a bounce house and they're attacking each other with archery weapons
that are padded.
You're not, not getting impaled.
We're not committing murders on ESPN.
This looks like some sort of paintball-esque archer game.
Okay, I'm intrigued. I think I could be. I think it's one that I would have to have my attention caught pretty quick.
Yeah, I agree. If it's really cool, it could be really cool. But archery is hard, man. You get what I'm saying? If it's fun, it's good.
If it's really cool, it could be really cool. I think Socrates
said redundant,
that. Yeah,
no, you get what I'm saying. If it's interesting, if
it has
they're
a high ceiling,
battling,
high ceiling sport.
That's a much better way to put it.
I think soap hockey is number one on the list.
No doubt. I'm gonna actually watch that.
Yeah, I'm kind of tapped in. And then T-Rex racing, because I'm all in on T-Rex racing.
This is like dodgeball. Like you can catch
extreme archery.
You can catch the arrow. It's like dodgeball.
Oh, dude, wait, that I see. Okay.
I kind of want to do this now. This is one of those sports I want to participate in, not watch.
I'm confused how you score points because it looks like these guys get hit all the time.
That's probably how you score points.
Oh, I love a guy doesn't jump.
Legolas looking ass boy.
Except for they don't look like Legolas at all.
All right. That's James. I'm Kyle. He's Joe Brazil. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Let's talk Kings team building. You brought up Russell Westbrook. I know we've talked about Jonathan Kuminga. Are the Kings going to make more moves? What does the rest of this offseason look like? We'll talk about that next. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Matson. Joe Brazil. I've introduced us all already. Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320.
Are you not entertained?
Hey, did you hear the Buddy Hield story about Maximus?
No.
Buddy Hield volunteered this story during a sideline interview during Summer League.
Oh, buddy.
He went to the Colosseum in Rome
Okay.
And was walking around yelling Maximus. And then the tour guide was like, that's not a real guy. And Buddy was really disappointed to learn that.
He used
Buddy
to have
Hield is just
really
perfect.
funny live Instagram lives when he was on the Kings. He would have some really good ones. Yeah. He loved to just walk around Golden One Center and just be on Instagram Live, and it was some funny content.
Buddy's hilarious, dude. Not great at basketball, man. He's so funny.
Well, he can shoot it. That's about it.
Mm-hmm. Facts. Same. Okay, hang on. What time is it? 1, 2.
I do feel like soap hockey has a very high chance of injury. That sounds extremely dangerous.
I hesitated.
It does, like the soap hockey does. The U.S. Mullet Championship. I took a speech class one time in college. And we had these small groups, and we're all sitting there like talking about what we're going to do. And this one girl said, I'm going to do a speech about mullets. And I'm like, what in the world? So she explained to us that her and her friends have this thing where they would go around to like Walmart and other places and take pictures of people's mullets while they weren't looking. Like act like they're like looking at their phone and actually like take a picture of people's mullets and stuff.
Yeah.
She put on the best presentation. She's super quiet, like very quiet girl, got up for her speech and it rocked.
That's awesome.
She literally had like a slide projection of different styles of mullets.
That is hilarious.
And the secret pictures that her and her friends would take. It was one of the best speeches we were all laughing the entire time.
That's
it was
good
amazing.
Stuff.
Yeah.
Shout out to her, man.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. Walmart is where you're going to find the mullets. No doubt.
Yeah.
If they managed to have an injury in the mullet championship, that would be crazy. What if like the mullets like
just a little too unruly?
Yeah, I don't know. It'd be crazy.
We've got 13 votes. Oh no, we're up to 41 votes on your
are Shirley Temple's back?
Are Shirley Temple's back?
Let me guess. Is it still a no? I'm starting to notice that whenever polls are made, normally I am on the back foot and I'm going to be the wrong one here. I think Shirley Temples are back, though.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James Ham there, Joe Brazil there. I'm Kyle Madsen, hanging out with you till noon. Are the Kings done making moves? Do we think, because we've talked about, okay, another point guard. Like, oh, maybe it's Mason Jones, and maybe it'll be Malik Monk and Dennis Schroeder. Okay, but what about Russell Westbrook? What about Ben Simmons? The Jonathan Kuminga thing dead?
I don't think they're...
I think the Kuminga thing might be dead.
I don't think they're 100% done, but I think they're at a point where like something has to move pretty dramatically for them to change like the look of the roster. Like I could see them doing like one more like small signing or something.
Yeah.
But again, cap space wise, they're kind of up against it.
Mm-hmm.
So there's this, when you're calculating things like luxury tax, right?
Mm-hmm.
The weird thing about it is that you have to include like some of the bonus money. So I think Domas has like $2.6 million in bonus money that you have to count towards the luxury tax. And the luxury tax isn't done until the end of the year.
Mm.
And that's when it's actually calculated. But for using things like your mid-level exception.
You budget as though everybody's going to hit their maximum amount of incentives.
Exactly. Okay. So as of right now, they're only a couple of million under the luxury tax. And that's why you do a move like the Dario Saric move. So someone asked earlier about, what is it the Kings? Let's see. We had this here. JV Denver Kings trade was a cash dump, but seems kind of odd to do that where there was a deal with Russ original. So yeah, the Kings would have liked to have signed Russell Westbrook, but again, it would have taken more than clearing up a little bit of space there to sign Russell Westbrook.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no reason to sign Russell Westbrook when you have Dennis Schroeder and Malik Monk on the roster. There's just no room for those two. And then when you look at Zach LaVine and Keon Ellis at the shooting guard position, you're already looking like, where are we going to play Devin Carter at all? Right? So if you were to add Russ, it just complicates matters even more. Now, if you were to change the equation and somehow you're able to trade Malik Monk and bring back a forward, now it looks totally different and you would go right out. But you still have to clear the luxury tax space in order to do any of these deals. And so some people are like, well, why did you do all this maneuvering and you still have your mid-level exception? It's like, well, hold tight, people, because the mid-level can be used all the way up until, the day of the trade deadline. You can use it the whole time. So like, you might as well hold on to it and
flexibility, baby.
Well,
optionality.
I know that doesn't sound great to people.
It doesn't. I get it. I understand it. Like, I totally get why you do that.
Yeah.
But man, it's frustrating.
No, I totally understand that. But again, when you're talking about like 3-team trades and stuff, it gets really complicated. And sometimes you need to be able to send out, like, if you can send out, you accept a player into your mid-level exception in a trade, a 14-point-something million player, but then that player gets rerouted to another team for a player that's more expensive. Now you can see how that thing can work, right? And the Kings are going to have to clear space if they're going to make any sizable move anyways. Whether that means that you trade, a player like DeMar or a player like Malik Monk straight up for another player. But even in those scenarios, you have this ability to take in more salary in a trade. So if you're under a certain amount of dollars, you can take back up to $7.5 million more.
Okay.
Right. So that means that if you trade, let's say Malik Monk at $18 million, you can go all the way up to like a $25.5 million player. Right. But that money that you're taking back is still going to push you above the luxury tax. So that's why you do a preemptive move with the JV for Saric move. It does a couple of things. Number one, it saves you $5 million, so you have more cap flexibility. But number two, it also opens a door where you can again sign a player like Drew Eubanks, and then it could open a door where Maxime Reynaud could get to play down the road because you freed up the spot, as opposed to, again, Jonas Valanciunas playing 82 games as a backup center and Reynaud never getting on the floor once his entire rookie season.
Right.
So yeah, you took a step back as far as like quality at the position, but you opened the door to have better quality and flexibility down the road.
Sure. All of that to say, there's not some big signing happening.
No, there's nothing like on the burner right now.
Yeah.
But like certainly the Kings are still fully interested in a Kuminga deal. They just
there would have to be an additional move with that. So right. So let's just to go back and rehash this.
Yeah.
If the Kings want to take on Kuminga, they have to sign him to agree to a contract with him that he is amenable to.
Yes.
Let's call it, for ease of math, I'm going to call it $26 million a year.
Okay, that's a little high, but go ahead.
But I think it's probably what he's looking for.
Yeah. I mean, he wants between 25 and 30. That was the early word.
So we'll say 26. So the Kings would be taking on 26, but because of base year compensation, the Warriors can only take back 13.
Well, I believe the way it works out is they can take back half, but it's half plus the buffer. So they can take back more.
Okay.
Right. So
but not like a lot more.
No, but like this 7 million more. So yeah, that's why we hear like that a trade would work for Monk straight up, right?
Mm-hmm.
They could work out a deal where again you pay him X amount of money and then his money gets cut in half, but then as long as that half money is within the parameters of the salary matching for a trade,
Lord,
then you're okay.
Huh.
Got me?
Sure.
But the Kings again would be taking on a certain amount of money, and the Warriors, the money going out for them is 26 million. The money coming in has to be half plus, some variable there.
Sure.
But it just like complicates matters greatly. So like, look, the Kings could probably. It's not just. It's Kuminga's money for the starter.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what does Kuminga want, and what is realistic?
Mm-hmm.
Like, if it's a 4-year 80, I think the Kings are like, okay, we're in.
Yeah,
right? Because
sure.
you can get to 4-year 80 like very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we heard like the Dario Saric and Devin Carter
right.
trade, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's like 11 million bucks in salary. Now, if you start bumping up into some of these other players, it gets more and more expensive. But even if you did that trade and you give up Saric and you gave up Devin Carter, you're still taking back like $9 million in additional salary that's going to push you into the luxury tax. So then the Kings have to go back and find a new way to alleviate some of that stress. And so, yeah, it's going to be complicated no matter what. But I mean, that's why the league has had 7 different champions in 7 years, because the salary cap is restrictive and it really does hit teams in weird ways. And that's why you have to be super cautious when you're looking at what you want to pay Keon Ellis down the road, what you want to pay Keegan Murray down the road. Not only is it about what you're paying them right now, but like, what does your team look like? Are they going to be good enough to do this, or this? Can you move that player down the road? There's all of these variables that are in place. And so any deal to go get Kuminga, it's not just, that you got to work it out with Kuminga's people to get his price down. Then you got to work with the Warriors to get them something that they want in order to make the deal. And like, look, I know the Kings it's something like 2 second-round picks of what they're offering. At one point I had heard it was a protected first-round pick that they had offered. So like, maybe that's something that they come back to. And would the Warriors potentially look at like getting, a guy who was a 13 pick in the draft last year and sort of a contract that's kind of a throwaway in Dario Saric, but on top of that, getting a first-round pick down the road? Yeah, they would probably do that. Because there isn't a market for them. And that's the problem. So there's all of these forces sort of fighting against this deal happening. What the Warriors want, what the Kings want to give up, what the Kings can take back in a contract, what they have to give up in order to clear space to do that deal. Then on top of that, what Kuminga wants. And so there's all of these things that are kind of fighting against you. And the fact that there isn't a natural team out there with a bunch of cap space that you can involve as like a third team to dump a bunch of salary, that becomes another issue of this. So would the Kings still consider it? Yeah, they'd consider it. But again, they're not pinning all of their hopes for this season or the next 5 seasons on whether they can get Jonathan Kuminga or not.
Right.
It would just be a young player that you have that you like and has potential to be better than what he is today.
And it's the opposite. We talked about this with Brandon Ayuk last year with the 49ers and loop some football in there. The whole Brandon Ayuk trade thing, and the reason I never thought a trade was going to happen is because the Steelers are trying to get Brandon Ayuk because they thought they could get him for next to nothing. Like they were going to have to pay him, but they weren't going to have to give up any major asset to acquire him. And so they went, yeah, we'll pay him if we can get him without giving up Alex Highsmith or a first round pick or whatever it is. Like, cool. Yeah. If we can get him for that, we love him. That's how I think the Kings are viewing Kuminga. Like, we love him at 4-80 for Devin Carter, Dario Saric in a couple of seconds.
Yeah.
We like him less at 4-100 and we're giving up Malik Monk. Like that's I think what we're kind of running into here is everything is about the value of that player. And because there are so many question marks about his value, it's not easy to just go, oh yeah, here's an easy contract comp. He's going to get this. because he hasn't figured out a consistent role in Golden State. And a team acquiring him like the Kings go, yeah, we'd love to bet on him, but we're not going to bet our entire future on him.
Yeah.
We'll bet a little bit. So that's going to be, I don't think it's going away. All of the reporting coming out of Golden State is that this is not going away anytime soon. There's not going to be a resolution anytime soon.
Yeah, because they realistically have designed their team for him not to be there. Like they aren't really all that. From everything I've heard, they're not interested in bringing him back.
From anybody, they've been telling anyone with ears for 2 years.
Yeah,
they're not interested in having it.
Yeah, and that should be a bit of a concern. But again, we talked about this before. I think, a player in one system versus a player in a different system, they can look totally different. And and again, if you're looking at like, what is it that you want this player to be? Who do you want him to be? And the Warriors are so specific in what they want him to be. And if and he's so animate that is not who he wants to be. So you have this dynamic that it doesn't matter. Like we hear this, he wants a new opportunity. Like realistically, that's what he wants. He it's not that he hates the Warriors or anything. He just looks at them and says, okay, they don't see who I am. Like
everything here revolves around Steph.
Yep.
And I don't want to do that. I want it to revolve around me. That's how I think he's viewing this.
I don't even know if I want it to revolve around me, but I want to be a bigger piece of the pie. I want to be a guy who's averaging 20 a game. I want to be a guy who's potentially up for an all-star bid. And you're not going to get that there, at least not for the next couple of years. And you could say, hey man, 3 years from now, 2 years from now, Steph already said he's going to take it, one contract at a time. He's got 2 years left on his deal. Maybe in year 3, you're going to get that opportunity if you just stick with us. But I don't think that that's what they're excited about. And he would only be 24 at that point. And that's where the Kings are like, okay, like we don't have someone who does what he does. And we don't have someone who's 22 who does what he does. Like that's a gamble that we could take because there's always going to be someone who will trade for Kyle Kuzma or Cam Johnson or John Collins. There's always going to be someone who will take on those contracts. So if you were to get Kuminga in that on a contract that's reasonable, like again, a 4-year 80, then it would make a lot of sense for the Kings because you're gambling on someone who actually has a track record, who's been in the league for 4 years, who has way more potential than what he's been allowed to do. But you don't know if it's going to be efficient and winning basketball.
If it doesn't work out in that case, you're not hamstrung by the contract.
No, you're exactly.
You're not loving it, but it's not, hey, we give this guy $30 million a year and it's tying up a bunch of cap space. And
what I want people to know out there is two things. Number one, the Kings can't just sign him to an offer sheet. They have no cap space.
They don't have it. And that is no team does.
Except for the Brooklyn Nets, and they have not moved on Kuminga at all.
No.
Okay. So that's they
haven't even moved on Cam Thomas, who's their own restricted free agent.
No, they haven't. So the Kings also have this thing where they could offer him the mid-level exception. And I know a lot of people out there are like, okay, well, first of all, he's not accepting that. He's not accepting that deal. And then this idea
not signing that offer sheet.
Yeah, that the Warriors will match that. They might match that deal because that puts him in the market as like a really undervalued, like you might be able to move him for some good stuff down the road. A 4-year 80, you don't have that same thing. The Warriors are going to balk at that. They don't want to pay him 4-year 80. So there isn't this thing where the Warriors are going to match any deal for him or anything like that. Like either he's going to play for the 7.9 million or they're going to come up with some really short-term deal here that might make sense for him. But like this is going to get even more awkward because you have two sides that realistically are looking for something different and would like to move on. They're just kind of stuck.
It is, I'm going to say funny because I don't have a better word for it. It is funny how badly Golden State has botched all this. They have been trying to keep from what they don't want is Steph Curry retires and they have nothing in the cupboard.
Yeah.
But what they also don't want is to just mail in Steph Curry's last couple of years here. But because of the first thing, they won't fully commit to the second thing. And so what they wind up doing is they're not quite mailing in Steph Curry's final years, but also they're not really committing to winning. They're not a championship contender. They're barely a playoff team.
Mm-hmm.
And they've done literally nothing to improve this offseason. So all they've done is got older. So they have these assets for the post-Steph era that in theory they could be giving up, but they won't because they want. And now they've landed in the middle.
Yeah, it's not a great place to be.
That's tough. I have a question about Summer League, and we'll hit this with the handoff with Damian Barling, which is coming up next. D'Lo and KC at noon. No KC, but D'Lo is still going to join us for the handoff. I have a question about Summer League. Is this as good as it's going to get for the Kings this year? We'll explore that next. He's James. I'm Kyle. That's Joe. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Leader. Oh, it's got the chills.
It just got cold in here.
Can we get that computer up? Let me get a second. Yeah, I don't think that's happening. Because for this to happen, they'd probably have to trade Jimmy Butler to the Lakers, and I don't think anyone wants that.
Oh, the LeBron guy.
Mm-hmm.
Actually,
if LeBron really wanted out, he would have opted out. He's not dumb. Like, he knows he would be nigh impossible to trade. Yeah, man.
I don't think they're going to move him.
No.
That's where you could also see like a Kuminga, 4-year 100,
Mm-hmm.
25 million there, and then you throw in Moody at 13 million, that's 38,
Mm-hmm.
and all of a sudden you're getting closer and closer to being able to make that move. And that's why you hear some people say, oh, well, they kind of want to hold on to, they might want to hold on to Kuminga for that trade, but the problem that you have is that they don't want to tie all that money up.
Right.
They don't want a 4-year deal for him, for Kuminga.
They brought in DeAndre Ayton.
Who did?
The Lakers.
Oh, the Lakers?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Their summer league situation hasn't been good.
Oof. I agree. I think he's playing for the Lakers.
Yeah.
Talked about this a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, Ben Simmons is still available. I think Ben Simmons is going to take. It's something that I've talked about a bunch of times with Ben Simmons. He's going to make the wrong career move because that's what he does, unfortunately. And he's more into, like, he wants to be somewhere where he can still be rich and famous, as opposed to somewhere where he might be able to rebuild his value as a player and actually, recover as a human and be a better version of himself. So, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with him. Like, the right spot for him to go a couple of years ago was Sacramento. He could have rebuilt his career, got through a lot of his personal issues, got himself in good shape, and been a very, very, very good player in Sacramento, and rebuilt his career and his value and what people think of him. But then that's not kind of the path he took.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James over there. I'm Kyle. I forgot to just turn my headphones down.
Oh,
I sounded very weird in my own ears, but there we go.
There it is.
Very good. Well, you sound weird in my ears too. Second mention, everybody. Here we go. Thank you. Wow, thank you. The studio audience is going crazy. You can win 2 tickets to A1 Combat number 29. Maximov versus Indio at the Hard Rock Live on Friday, August 1st. Enter online at the ESPN1320.com contest page, courtesy of Uriah Faber's A1 Combat. go watch MMA, have a great time, hang out with Joe. He's going to be there, allegedly. Yeah, he's already shadow boxing right now.
Oh.
Yeah, Joe's fired up for A1 Combat. You should be too. ESPN1320.com. Contest page right there. Go enter to win tickets. A1 Combat number 29. That is our second mention. We have fulfilled our duty as written by Charlie.
Excellent.
Thank you, Charlie. Also, you're welcome for doing that read. We'll ask this again when Damien gets in here for the handoff, but is this as good? It feels to me like the vibes are as high as they're going to be for the Kings this year right now. Nick Clifford is good. Maxime Reynaud looks like a player. Devin Carter's figuring it out. And I saw this sentiment online, and I disagreed with it at first. But then watching that third preseason game a couple nights ago, I changed my mind. It's going to be really tough to go from, at least I think for some people, it's certainly going to be for me, to go from, man, we're looking forward to watching what Devin Carter is going to do, and if he can continue his growth, and we're watching what Nick Clifford can do, and Isaiah Crawford, a player we haven't even talked about. Isaiah Crawford, is he a player that tonight with no Mason Jones, does Isaiah Crawford step into a little bit bigger role where he's doing a little bit more? We're going to go from all that to, all right, now we're here. And a bunch of those guys we're excited about are down in the G League, or they're on the roster, but they're not really playing a lot. And we're wondering why they're not playing. And, the Kings have won 5 in a row. But then they lost 3 in a row. And, it's Zach LaVine. He, had a bad game in this huge game here, and DeMar DeRozan and this and that. It feels like we already know what the conversation's going to be after Summer League or once the regular season starts. And I'm having so much fun right now. And it doesn't feel like that's going to transition over once the regular season begins.
That's harsh. I get it, though. I mean, like, realistically, a lot of times when you are going through Summer League, when you're seeing players for the first time, you're seeing all this stuff happening for the first time, that it actually does, this can be the height of it.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I covered so many seasons that you knew going into the year, it's like, okay, like, this team could, in a perfect scenario, win 32. I mean, again, I went for years. Like, I think the first 10 years I covered the team, where the George Karl 33 win season was the highest win total. And then when Dave Yeager got him up to 39.
That was monumental.
That was like, that's 20% better than any other season. That's how bad it was.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I mean, you get to a point where you're like, oh, okay, I know what's going to happen this year. This is one year where you're like, I think I know what's going to happen, but I'll at least stick around.
The question, welcome to the handoff, Damian Barling, D'Lo and KC, no KC this week coming up at noon. I asked the question, is this is kind of as good as it's going to get for the Kings this year in Summer League? Like, is this it? Like, yeah, young guys running around, they're making plays, and we're seeing Nick Clifford, and we're seeing Maxime Reynaud. Wow, this is so fun. And then we're going to get to the regular season, and those guys are going to be pushed to the back burner because we've got veterans to play.
I think I understand the question. You mean for the basketball team? Is this as good as it gets? No, I don't think so. Like, I mean,
would it? Let me.
Okay, they're 3-0. Like they're 3-0. They're fun to watch, but part of it is everyone knows this doesn't matter. Like, if they lose, when the game starts with about 45 minutes, if they lose, like, no one cares. Like, no one's hurt. Like, no one's frustrated. Is it fun? Sure, but it doesn't matter. So in the end, I think people's investment into like their happiness is just based off the investment. The investment is minimal into this. So yeah, like, oh, Nick is cool. Max is playing today. Man, I'm thrilled. I'm going to enjoy it, but I'm also not completely down on the Kings either. Like, I've been talking about that all week. And I completely understand why. This team is talented.
No doubt.
Like, it's
without question
a kind of awkward makeup of guys, but you have talent. Doug's got a lot to figure out, but this group is talented. Charlotte is void of talent. Like, they admittedly got a little bit better this offseason, but that's just a team that doesn't have a lot of good basketball players on it, right? The Kings have good basketball players in their jerseys, on their roster. They've just got to figure out, is it the perfect makeup? Absolutely not. There are things that they have to figure out. And I think there's going to be moments this year that Kings fans really enjoy.
I don't disagree necessarily, but I think a lot of it is going to come down to the question of, there's going to be people who watch game by game and they take it game by game and, hey, they've won 5 in a row. Can they compete for a championship? Oh, they've lost 4 in a row. Everybody needs to be fired. Like, I think you're going to see those ups and downs as the season goes on.
Yeah, but that's just like ups and downs in terms of 5-game winning streaks and 4-game losing streaks. Yeah, that'll probably happen.
Here's where I think, let me articulate this way. Maybe I'm an insane person.
Well,
you did a beautiful job matching the Valkyries hat to that shirt that you're wearing, though.
Thank you.
That is spectacular.
Yeah, shout out Demon Hunters.
Stack. That's well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Is that part of the K-pop show or is that something else?
Demon Hunters?
Yeah.
No, it's a movie.
Oh, I apologize. I don't know what you're referring to.
You've responded to my Instagram stories about it. We've talked about this.
Have we really?
This is outrageous. Yeah.
Oh, well, this is bad. I have no idea
what
the
album, the soundtrack has bangers, and you're like, yeah, it does. Blah blah blah. Just lying to me. This is crazy.
I must have. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Man. Okay. No, this is fine. I don't even care what we were talking about.
Pull
anymore.
yourself together here, pal.
This is crazy. Man.
You started this with the match.
I just was saying. You said I'm an insane person.
I walked in today.
You look great with the hat and the.
I walked in today with a fire ass K-pop Demon Hunters t-shirt on, and I was like, man, Damien's gonna.
Whoa,
he's gonna think this is dope.
Wait a second. You just said it was K-pop.
K-pop Demon Hunters.
Yeah, that's the show, right?
I mean,
that's your show.
Yeah,
it's K-pop.
Yes.
I was making a reference to K-pop.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but the K-pop Demon Hunters is a show on Netflix.
It's a movie on Netflix. Jesus, James.
Oh gosh, holy moly,
Joe.
It's a movie on Netflix that I have referenced on Instagram, and you have responded as though you've seen the movie.
Oh,
so I thought you were going to get the reference.
There's no way that could possibly be accurate.
You live a different life now. You live a different life now.
Well, that's true. That's very true.
Anyways. I think circling this back, reset, insiders, Jiffy Lube, handoff, D-Lo and KC. They're coming up next on ESPN 1320. So I believe this. It would be more fun if the Kings had committed to, hey, young dudes, go. We have a bunch of young guys we're excited about. You guys go play. And maybe they win 30, but it's in service of, man, hey, Neek got better throughout the year. He was first team all rookie. And wow, look, they got something with Isaiah Stevens. I'm just picking names. Isaiah Crawford's a rotation guy, it turns out. He's not a starter, but man, he's going to play rotation minutes. I would love to learn those things this year.
That's great.
And have them win 28 or 30 games.
That's very sweet, but you have Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan on your team.
I know. I understand that. I understand that. And I get why they might have had a hard time trading them or didn't want to, whatever it is. I get all of it. I think that it would be more fun in the scenario I laid out than whatever's going to happen this year.
If those guys weren't here.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sure. There could be some truth to that.
And that's why it feels like when those guys aren't involved in summer league, it's like, man, this might be as fun as it is.
But it also, like, expectation becomes a part of that. Like, if you go into the season with the idea of, I'm watching, the Isaiah, I'm watching Neek, I'm watching Max, I'm watching those guys get Keegan. It's like, I don't expect them to do anything. So pretty much anything they do will be a cute little surprise. It'll be nice.
Mm-hmm.
Like that. Like that's perfectly fine. Like that's it's part of your enjoyment will be based off of your expectation.
Mm-hmm.
Now there's a, expectation often has to do with dollar figure too. We talk about this with players all the time. When you get a raise, you're looked at a little bit differently. That's not just true in the NBA. That's true in business. You get moved up to a higher position that pays you more money. You're first on the chopping block if something goes wrong and it's like, hey, we got to cut budget. Well, what can we get? Well, this guy makes $100,000. We can get rid of him. So like expectations change with salary. You have salary committed on this team. You signed Domantas Sabonis to be a cornerstone for this team's future for a long time. You might not like Zach LaVine, and that's perfectly fine. Zach LaVine is a really good basketball player.
Sure.
He's got things to figure out with this squad. He's got things to figure out alongside DeMar DeRozan, who is another really good basketball player. So that world in which you created just can't possibly exist. And so maybe because of the financial investment in those players, people's expectations are going to be a little bit different, which is going to create more frustration when you lose 3 in a row. It might create a greater level of excitement because maybe you see a higher ceiling when you win 7 in a row, or when you win 7 of 8 or 8 of 9 or something along those lines. But it's all going to be based on there's not a lot we could do. We have all of these finances committed to these guys. Well, man, let's hope for the best. And I'm kind of at the stage of the offseason, I guess, where I'm just hoping for the best. And I think this team is better than a lot of people are giving it credit for.
How many wins do you have them for right now, as constructed?
You'll have to tune in from 12 to 4 to figure that out, because I might have. Okay. Listen. I'm by myself this week.
Yeah.
I can't afford to give stuff away on the inside.
No, totally. No, that's fine. That's fine.
I may have written a 28-minute block on this very subject.
Okay,
not
great.
necessarily predicting wins, but Jesse asked the question, like, would you be surprised if this team finished above 500? And the answer for me is definitively no.
Don't say, well,
we're
going to do a tease.
Well, I appreciate that, but there's a conversation. Well, the good news is it's probably a couple of hours away. I got your partner, Chris Biderman, joining me in about 50 minutes or so.
Oh, nice.
And then, are you coming back? I can't remember. I know you've
We'll discuss in a minute.
Yes, we will discuss. We will not show plan here live on the air. Yes. Will James appear on today's show? You've got to stick around for all 4 hours to find out.
How many wins does Damian think the Kings will get? Will James Ham come back? Find out today on D'Lo and KC. D'Lo and KC, no KC. Maybe James.
Maybe. Chris Biderman for sure.
Chris Biderman's definitely in.
I'm excited to talk, as weird as it. I really like Bradley Beal. And I like this move to Los Angeles too. So I'm gonna.
He already bought in. It happened.
You're in on Brad with the Clippers?
No, I'm out on the Clippers forever.
That is too funny.
You will not be able to talk me into the Clippers. I'm done with them. Done with them.
They were a 50-win team last year.
No, understood.
Like what? Like done with them in what regard?
They're not. I will never believe in them
again.
See,
this is why this segment needs to go an extra 20, 30 minutes now, because now I'm frustrated.
I'll never believe in the Clippers again. I will sit right.
Believe in them to what?
I will sit where we can do the thing where we go to break here, because we got to pay bills on the radio side, and Joe's going to get mad at me if we're late. So we can do that. We can do that, and then you can come back. I'll sit right there, and we can talk about this.
Well, at least Joe gets mad at you. Jesse just goes, "This idiot," and punches to commercial.
Don't do that.
And then just tells me like, "Hey, stupid, we're in break. Like I can't do this. I can't do this with you every day."
All right. So we'll just do that.
Okay, great.
Okay,
fine.
Great. Damon and I are going to argue next. D'Lo and KC. That's Joe Brazil. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. No KC, just Damian and friends today, right here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. Until tomorrow at 10. Drink water. Be nice, people.
I actually don't have a lot of friends. That's why I've spent so much time by myself.
Damn. Jeez.
I'm all alone, all by myself.
Damn. Chatty house, appreciate you guys. We'll see you mañana. Actually, I'll see you in a little bit. James might see you later. Tune in to find out.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Good, baby. Hey! One more time, because Kyle's hanging out with me for a few minutes. Hey. Man, we welcome you in here to the Wednesday, July 16th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
Kenny Caraway is out today.
Yes, sir.
And we are live. Alongside.
What are you doing with him?
Well, Kyle Madsen's here. We've been talking about extending that handoff at the end of the Insider Show over the last couple of days, and what happened a few minutes ago was a prime example of why we need to do that. I had mentioned I'm excited to talk about. This is not how I intended to start the show whatsoever.
Sorry.
I actually would be curious to know. I don't have a strong opinion. I think I caught the tail end of your discussion.
Yeah.
I felt like people loved or were outraged by what happened last night at the end of the Major League Baseball All-Star game.
I loved it.
I thought it was fantastic. I thought it was the perfect way to end a game that absolutely doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was fun. And then I just start looking at which something I rarely do. I was like, this is different. Like, it hasn't happened before.
Mm-hmm.
What's social media saying? Oh, baseball purists lost their damn mind last night.
And dude, I couldn't believe it. What a fun thing that I think you are the perfect gauge for something for baseball.
I'm a big baseball guy. I don't know if you heard.
Big baseball guy now.
Yep.
Salute to your Mariners.
My Mariners. My my guy won the home run derby.
Cal Raleigh.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
I know you're really fired up about that.
Very.
But no, you're a sports fan, and you're not anti-baseball, but baseball's down the list for you.
Sure.
In terms of what you're tapping into during the summer.
Yeah.
And the fact that you went, that was awesome, is exactly why baseball does it.
Yeah.
Because they want to capture the attention of somebody who, hey, you know what? Maybe they've got it on in the background. Maybe they're not tapped in, but they see on social media that there's a home run derby to end the All-Star game. Like, oh my God, yeah, I got to go watch. It's an easy viral moment. Like there are so many things that baseball did right with that. And it's the freaking All-Star game.
Mm-hmm.
The hand wringing and the pearl clutching about the sanctity of the Major League Baseball All-Star game. Miss me with it, man. So, I'm sorry.
So I
thought it was awesome.
It was terrific. I always thought baseball was a game that was really slow to evolve.
Mm-hmm.
The evolution of professional baseball has been brutally slow until recently.
Mm-hmm.
Again, big baseball guy, T-Mobile Park. The one of the things that stood out to me when we left was, damn, that was quick.
Mm-hmm.
And like when I looked at I was like, oh, we were here like in out in like 2 hours and 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And it almost went by too quick. It was like,
some games
we
do
were,
it for sure.
We were like really, we was hanging out, amazing seats, amazing, like everything.
Mm-hmm.
It was literally a perfect day at the park.
Yeah.
God, that went by really, really quick. But I've been all about the pitch clock and some of these changes and the again, up until recently, it's been slow to evolve. The only evolution process that is slower is the baseball fans' process of evolving.
Yeah.
And they are so, against the extra innings started, man. They want a game to go 36 innings because it's deemed a classic.
Sure.
They want someone to run over someone in the All-Star game. It's the same people who bitch and complain about the NBA All-Star game every year. And it's just not something I understand. It's like, you have got to grow this sport. This sport can no longer be catered to you. The WNBA was terribly slow to evolve.
Mm-hmm.
My frustration being around that league for so many years is they constantly catered to the fans that they had.
Yes.
And would not work to acquire new fans.
Yep.
And we would have conversations with the people in Connecticut about the volume of music at the Mohegan Sun Arena. And it'd be like, nah, it's our audience gets really upset. Now, granted, the Connecticut Sun audience is a little bit older. That's a casino. The demographic is a little bit different than perhaps some of the other teams out there. But it's like, yo, there's no real hype to them. And they come out and they're like, hey, can you turn the volume up? Oh, no, we can't.
Yeah, it'll
really upset Carol in the front row. Like, she'll get really upset. And Carol's a real person, by the way. Lovely woman. I
and she
highly
just got astray on
I loved her. I very highly doubt she's still with us, because like she was really old 10 years ago. But God bless her. Like, she was like, we don't want to disturb them. And it's like, oh, all right. So we're not like, okay, like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
And I feel like that was baseball for so many years. And they're finally like, F it. Let's start to make changes. We're not going to make grand sweeping changes and change everything all at once, but we're going to make a change here and you're going to get used to it. Then we're going to make a change here and you're going to get used to it. And then we're just going to slowly start to evolve this game a little bit.
It's already unrecognizable if you're looking for pure baseball.
Sure.
Like, that ship sailed, man.
Yeah.
It's gone. They didn't decide with the World Series. If they ended Game 7 of the World Series with a home run derby, I'd be a little like, Like,
oh, sure. Yeah.
Like, man, that feels kind of weird. I don't like that. This feels it's the All-Star game.
The game does not
matter.
What are we
They've ended it in a tie. They tried making it home field advantage for the World Series. Everybody thought that was stupid.
Who will ever forget the tie was so bad because it wasn't like the plan.
Yes.
It wasn't like, hey guys, if we're tied after 9, we're just calling it. Like, we don't need to do this. We got pitchers. We can't do this. They didn't know what to do. Like, what was it? Selig is out there and he's looking around and they're like, it's over.
A mess.
And everyone's like,
that was a
what?
Mess, dude.
What?
And so they just ensured by putting in this home run derby thing that it wouldn't happen again. Again, they did this 3 years ago. This isn't something they decided to do last night. So they put this in to make sure that, hey, we don't want to end in a tie again. We don't want the All-Star game going 15 innings and then settling it with a home run derby where everybody's bored because no runs have been scored. Like, that's the thing, is people will go, I miss 18 inning games. No, you don't.
No, like,
you miss seeing the 18 in the box score. Let me tell you, I sat through the A's and Angels played like a 16 inning game one night when I was in college. It was so boring. You sit there and you go, wow, okay, 3 up, 3 down, on to the 13th. Like, I'm sorry. I get the people who are like, I miss it at baseball appearance, but do you miss the pitcher hitting? No, you don't.
There's a moment, like, and it's normally around the 12th or 13th inning where it's like, this is really exciting. Then you get to like the 15th and it's like, Jesus.
It's like, yes.
And you don't want to leave because you don't want to miss the end. Where 18, 19 inning games are really exciting is when you're looking at ESPN.com and you see that the game is still going on at the 17th, and then you flip over to it and you catch the last 2 innings and you've invested 15 minutes into this 19-inning game, you can say you saw it.
That's it. That's so I get why they didn't want to be like, hey, okay, we'll do 1 extra inning, but then home run. Like, no, because at any point, the baseball purist is going to be mad that they did the home run derby thing.
Right.
But yo, man, if the NBA did anything half this creative with their All-Star game to make it this interesting, it would be all we talk about today. Brilliant move to make the All-Star game more interesting for people. What sucks and what the league needs to fix, what MLB needs to fix, is make sure that Shohei Ohtani is not in a different zip code by the time you get to that home run derby.
Yeah.
Make sure Aaron Judge, can you imagine Aaron Judge v. Shohei Ohtani for the All-Star game?
Oh, man.
That is where, because I saw some people last night, like, this is Bonte Hill specifically said, guys need to have some pride.
Yeah.
Like, you know what? I don't totally disagree with that. Like, hang out for the rest of the game. And in the event that, hey, you know what? Hey, it looks like we might go to extras. Let's go get warm. You have Aaron Judge versus Shohei Ohtani. They got 3 swings each for the All-Star game. You're telling me that you're not locking into that and that's not an all-time baseball moment?
Oh, for sure.
Kyle Schwarber, look, whether you liked the home run derby or
Caitlin
not.
Clark versus Sabrina Ionescu for the.
Come on.
Yeah.
Like, yes, I'm so there. I'm
3-point contest, top of the key.
So here for that. You got 5 shots. Go. Oh, both made 5. All right. shot for shot, go.
Mhm.
Like, yes, give me that. And whether you liked it or not last night, Kyle Schwarber hitting 3 home runs in the extra innings home run derby in the All-Star game to win it ostensibly is going to be an all-time baseball moment, whether you liked it or not. They created that out of thin air last night.
Yeah.
In a way that wouldn't have if, it was a spectacular baseball game and they ended it this way. Like, yeah, man, they ended it in a fun way. What would have sucked is, 5 more innings of nothing. And then like, oh, the NL pushed a run across on a sac fly.
Yeah, because
that's anticlimactic.
Yeah, and sorry to the guys who just happened to be in the game in the 9th inning. You had to play the next 5 innings because we didn't have any players left.
Exactly.
Like we're starting to pull spectators out of the crowd because we just have nothing left.
That's it. So make
sure. Here comes Cal Raleigh to relief pitch. Great.
Oof. And then they would have been an up.
But he's also the catcher, so it creates a whole weird thing that happens.
Grab a glove ump.
Yeah.
So yeah, man. Well, I thought it was an awesome All-Star. That was the most fun I've had watching an All-Star game in any league.
I thought it was great.
I can't remember when.
I thought it was great, and I thought the outrage was both funny and predictable.
Yeah, totally.
Like, you guys have to move on.
Understand
the game is changing.
Yes.
You have to move on.
Yes. And understand that there are fans coming in because of moments like that.
Sure. And that's so desperately what you need. Now, once Major League Baseball gets over the hang-up of media companies cutting their highlights and airing them on social media, they'll be in an even better spot.
Yes.
Instead, you have to bootleg the highlights and get it on social
media.
Crazy,
dude.
But once they find their house of highlights, man, that is so good for your game.
Yep.
So good for your game. But baby steps. They're doing a great job. This is not why I asked you to stay. We'll just keep rolling because I don't want to throw Kyle's schedule off too much. Your partner at Candlestick Chronicles, Chris Biderman, is going to join me in about 30 minutes.
Okay.
I said to you right at the end of your show, The Insiders, great show, 10 to 12. I'm a Bradley Beal fan, and I love the move to Los Angeles.
Yep.
The buyout with the Phoenix Suns is complete. He gave back $13.9 million of the $110 million that he was owed. He signed a 2-year, $11 million deal with the Clippers. That second year is a player option. So if he has a nice year this year, if the Clippers do well this year, either way, Brad could be in for a really, really solid payday after this upcoming season. I thought this was a great addition to the Clippers. I always have a little reservation when you add a potential scorer next to James Harden. But I feel like there's one more move that the Clippers could make to really tie this together, and we'll get to that in a second. And you immediately, I fell for James Ham. I thought you were in on this. I thought you were about this move by the Clippers, and it turns out it's the exact opposite.
So I like this move for the Clippers. This is where what I feel about the Clippers is not rational. The John Collins edition, love it. Brooke Lopez, love it. Brad Beal, love it. Brad Beal's issue was the contract. Brad Beal is not bad at basketball anymore. Brad Beal's contract was prohibitive.
Not even remotely bad at basketball.
Brad Beal, good player. So on paper, yes, I love it all. I'm not disagreeing with you. I decided while watching Game 7 this year, against the Denver Nuggets, and watching starters get pulled in the middle of the beginning of the fourth quarter because they were punting on the game, that I'll never believe in the Clippers again. I bought into them the last 2 years. I bought into them before Lob City. I was like, yeah, it's a good team. I'm out. I'm out on the Clippers. I said this on my show. The Clippers could go 82-0 and be 15-0 in the playoffs, 97-0 going into Game 4 of the NBA Finals, and be like, gotta see it. You dropped 4 in a row. I'm out. I'm so done believing in the Clippers. Yep, they've made a bunch of moves. They've added a lot of talent. The Clippers are better today than they were at the end of last year.
When you say believing in the Clippers, you mean believing in them to win the championship?
Yeah, believing in them to do anything, to do anything substantial. Maybe they win around in the playoffs. Cool.
Okay.
They're not going to the conference finals.
Huh. I don't know that I'm penciling the Clippers in for anything. I just like the move, and I'm willing to hey, let's see what this looks like. When I look at the West, I mean, it's still Oklahoma City. That's not changing. I think the assessment that Durant really elevates the Houston Rockets is perfectly fair.
Yep.
I don't think the Rockets would have been a 2 seed, a 50-plus win 2 seed again this year, running that same team back without Kevin Durant. I think now, though, Kevin is exactly what they needed. KD is exactly what they needed. Yep. And it will go a long way for them to getting them back into that conversation. I don't know if they'll be in the conversation for 1, but they could be solidly there at 2. And I wouldn't be shocked. I love what Denver did. And I don't know about the 82 game part of the season, but when we get to the playoffs, I'll probably, have my eyes wide open when it comes to Denver. But I could see the Clippers sitting in the 3 spot right now. Which for context, the Lakers were at the 3 spot last year, and that didn't ultimately get them anywhere when they got to the playoffs. But I think that this Clippers team is better constructed than the Lakers team was last year.
You could tell me the Clippers were a 65 win 1 seed. I'd be like, all right. I am so far beyond buying that I'm going to get good Kawhi Leonard for a full postseason. I'm so beyond believing that James Harden's ever going to do anything in May.
Oh yeah, no, and nor should
it's so cool. Like, yeah, I've just been suckered into the Clippers thing way too many times, and I'm not falling for it again. Like, nah, you're not getting me. Okay, yeah, good team, nice little regular season, but you're irrelevant come playoff time to me.
Understood. I guess.
What
I like the move. I like Brad a lot.
No, they are a better team today.
I don't trust James Harden, and I never will, especially in the playoffs. Sometimes I have trouble. You know what I think they could do, though? And I think it would matter to wins and losses as much as I think it would be the right way to do this. Sign Chris Paul. If this is really Chris Paul's last year, and I don't have any reason not to believe him, Chris Paul's 40 years old. Sign Chris Paul. Let him be that veteran floor general for that group. I think it works. I think he works incredible with young talent, but I think he still has a voice amongst his peers.
Sure.
And again, I'm not saying this elevates them to anything. I'm saying you could tie a lot of things together if you throw Chris Paul in there and you take away some point guard responsibilities from James Harden at different times during the games and allow Chris Paul to facilitate with a guy like Bradley Beal, Kawhi Leonard, and all that. Plus, I think it's a great story for Chris Paul.
Yeah, I hate that idea. Yeah, finish out his career with the Clippers.
Again, it's not that's the move right there. It's like, it's a nice little part of the story right there. Go back, finish things out with what should be a really good Clippers team. You're in Los Angeles, you're with your family, you're happy.
That'd be cool.
And if you decide, and he said it during, I might have been Fanatics. It might have been like a podcast or something at Fanatics. I can't really remember where he said it. And maybe he didn't give it a lot of thought, but like once he really thinks this through, if he decides this is in fact his last year, I think he said he wanted to play at least one more season. I don't know that he said he wanted to play only one more season. Those are certainly two different things. But if he decides, this is it, I think that's the perfect wrap up spot for him. And I think he could be valuable for the squad.
Yeah. I don't hate that. Anything to get the ball out of James Harden's hands in big moments is a thumbs up from me.
Yeah. Every Rockets fan agrees with you.
Come on. Every Clippers fan should agree with me.
Well,
you don't get to be the system and then in game 7 go, my guys just didn't make shots. Like, what? That's crazy, man.
Can't do that.
Nah.
Can't do that. That's a tough look. Did you see the Pelicans? They committed themselves to Zion Williamson this year. Zion has one of the most interesting contracts I've ever seen in the NBA.
Really?
The percentage in which, like, because he wasn't, so they had the ability to cut him before yesterday. It had to be prior to the end of yesterday.
Oh, it's like an NFL contract. Your guarantee doesn't kick in until July 14th.
Well, so if they had cut him, only a percentage of his contract for this year would have been guaranteed. The remaining 3 years would have been wiped out completely with with absolutely no consequences for for the Pelicans. So I think you're looking at his contract. Am I right? So Zion's contract will become fully guaranteed in 2026, 2027 if he remains on the roster beyond July 15, 2026. The exact thing we just went through. The same applies to the year after.
It is fully non-guaranteed.
Yes, correct. So 20% of Zion's salary for each season becomes guaranteed if he passes all 6 of his weigh-in checkpoints during the prior season. Another 40% if he plays in at least 41 games in the previous season. An additional 20% if he plays in at least 51 games. And the final 20% becomes guaranteed if he plays in at least 61 games. Zion, who, believe it or not, is still only 25 years old, played in 30 games last year.
Oh,
They could have. Now, this gives you
this is an NFL ass contract.
This gives you a little window into Joe Dumars right here.
Mm-hmm.
They could have washed their hands of this whole thing and chose not to. And that is the constant fear with Zion is he was 24-7-5 last year. And the fear of getting the right trainer, the right staff, the right program, the right regiment, the right whatever, and him playing 70 games in a season, not in your uniform, has to be terrifying.
Especially when this isn't random role player.
Right.
It's like if Zion gets it right, if some team gets it right with Zion, you're like first or second team All NBA perennially every year. He's that good.
Yep.
So it's not, this isn't, he might be good. He might, everybody knows when Zion plays, he's also, and I go back to that, the play-in game a couple of years ago against the Lakers in 23-24. Is that right?
Yeah.
And he was dominating that game.
Yeah.
He was dragging them along in that game, and then he gets hurt.
Yep.
But it's that I can imagine if you were in the building or if you're around the Pelicans, you see that and you go, hey,
yeah,
if we can get that guy, it's so enticing.
Right.
It's brutal, difficult spot.
This is, I've never seen an NBA contract like this.
It's really weird.
Never seen an NBA contract like this. And I saw the Athletic article that the Pelicans will fully guarantee Zion salary. I was like, well, why is that a thing? And I knew that there were parameters. I knew that there were weigh-in parameters and game parameters and all of that stuff, but I didn't realize it had such a drastic effect on what he could earn that year. And I didn't realize that they could go the full NFL route, pay part of his salary this year, and just be off the books the next 2 years. That's incredible.
Why would he agree to that?
He might not have had many options.
Huh.
Because they signed this extent. I mean, he's hurt year after year after year after year. So what are you going to do? Go into restricted free agency, play out that last year and see what happens when you become an unrestricted free agent. And now it's not your team that you're on that can manipulate money by going over the cap and tiptoeing around aprons and doing all that stuff. It's another team that would need, in your mind, what you want, that same dollar figure completely free on their books.
Man,
I don't want to say it's impossible. It's certainly not. It is extremely difficult, though.
Yeah.
And I'm sure his agent did their due diligence and checked the landscape and was like, hey, better watch how much you eat out. We better find a way to keep you healthy. And then I'm sure they felt like, hey, maybe we weren't as healthy as we were hoping last year, but you killed it during the time that you were out there. I have to assume he hit most of, if not all of his weigh-in points.
Yeah.
Or Joe Dumars is crazy.
Well, which is more likely?
Well, after draft day, that certainly left people wondering.
The stories that have come out about that, where the Hawks are like,
crazy.
You're sure?
You're
okay. We're gonna call Joe directly. We're just gonna.
That's the best part. They didn't believe the guy that they were talking to, and someone was like, I'm just gonna call Joe. Hey, Joe, this jackass over here is trying to give away your first round pick next year.
Yeah, bet.
What? Oh, unprotected. Oh yeah, no. We're in. Yeah, go ahead.
They're like unprotected 2026. Zion in that game, by the way, that playing game, he played 36 and a half minutes, 40 points, 11 boards, 5 assists, a steal, a block. He was 17 of 27 from the field.
Man.
It's like, see why
Yeah,
you're
man.
betting on him against the Laker team that went to the conference finals.
Tremendous.
Whew.
I appreciate you hanging out a few extra minutes to talk NBA stuff, talk a little bit about the All-Star game. Actually going to talk to your partner over on the Candlestick Chronicles, Chris Biderman, coming up in about 20 minutes. We've got much more ahead. We're thrilled that you're here with us. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Oh, ESPN 2.
Can we get the remote to work?
Oh, it literally says on the bottom. Damien asked his Apple AI person that I don't want to say their name, what channel the Kings game was on, and they told him that they don't have the TV info for Kings versus Ducks. Yeah. AI is so smart. Okay. I'm going to go, everybody. Appreciate you guys.
My man. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you. Yeah, for sure. Thank you again. What'd you think? Oh, that Nikki Scissor stuff is wild. Third and fourth bottles. What you mean? Switch. What move? Was that? What you mean? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's wrong. Oh man. Was that it, Scooter? Okay, I got you, brother. I got you. Yeah, Nikki need to shut the fuck up, man. She talks too much. And she sounds stupid every time she does. Like, just stop talking. Like, stuff she did with Hov. Like, I get your feelings are hurt because Wayne didn't get the Super Bowl and you're taking it out on everybody, but Nikki, shut the fuck up. Aren't you married to a sex offender? Like, get out of here. Don't talk. Don't talk until you get a divorce. And put out another banging record, because I know you're going to do that. Oh, you know what? Yes, I'm glad you said that, Charlie. I meant to put the game because I don't want to keep looking up at the screen. I brought my iPad. All right, we got Kings basketball jumping off here in just a few minutes, and I'm trying to figure out the best way to keep my eye on it here. Is we'll keep you updated on everything that's going on. Game about to start here in a little bit.
This is like the Team USA game part 2 right here.
Yeah, but not really, because
it was a bit of sarcasm right there.
Yeah, I don't imagine I'm going to have the emotional.
There's Maxime right now. Oh my gosh.
Hey, I'm just happy Max is playing. But I haven't been bringing my iPad in lately, so like if I can get. Oh, I did. Okay, perfect.
The iPad's a game changer.
Oh yeah, it's a good look, but I can have it like right in front of me. Versus having to keep it look up at the screen to see what they're doing. So I could just keep it right in front of me. Got the box score right here. You don't have to flip over if you're at home and you're watching, from the house or whatever. You just two screen this joint. You don't want to listen to these commentators anyway. With all due respect to these two guys right here, it's not Mark Jones. You ain't family. We don't need to hear from you. So we'll keep you updated on everything that's going on when the Sacramento Kings take on the Cleveland Cavaliers coming up here in the next handful of minutes. For those that missed that availability tweet, Maxime Reynaud is, in fact, available for the Sacramento Kings. He will, in fact, be playing for the Sacramento Kings today. So that'll be an exciting component. To the best of my knowledge, everybody going.
As they should.
Devin Carter's going. Are you of the belief they need to
no
play this thing through, go
here.
win a title or whatever?
Devin Carter, we're trying to figure out if he can play backup point guard, go and take the whole summer league. Maxime, you're the hype man of the year, but second round pick as well. Need all the work you can get. And Nick looks great, but I don't know. I figure more playing time helps everyone.
Can I hit you with some feelings on that? I don't think with Nick and Max, like I think everything they do is like, all right, that's cool. Like, good. I don't think it matters what Devin Carter does this. Like, and I'm not trying to change my tone here. Like I said, I wanted to see him play well. I wanted him to be effective. I didn't think he had to be, 30 points every night, but I wanted to see him be something like he was, a couple of days ago, 17 points, 8 rebounds, whatever that was, and comfortable with the ball in his hands. And he did it, and salute. He's running the point right now. I don't think it matters.
Like, what do you mean really it doesn't matter in the sense like he's probably just not going to get much playing time? Or?
I don't know how you work him into the lineup.
I get that, but also I think if you're going to try and work him into this role and I guess have him ready, he should play, I think, all the summer league. Just like, I think he just needs the reps. But like, I don't even disagree with you. Like, I don't see how you really get him onto the court.
First play of the game, though, is a Max alley-oop. Man, like it's going to be so difficult to temper the excitement of Maxime Reynaud, the way that he has played. And the fact that he's playing this way, he's not a guard. He's not, he's not at that in that clogged backcourt. Like, he's at a position that the Sacramento Kings could absolutely utilize him as.
Shout out Drew Eubanks, because if he gets minutes before Max on game 1 and he commits a turnover, it is over with. It is over with.
You might be the quickest,
any little mistake, it's over with.
You might be the quickest king in history to get booed.
Drew Eubanks is the equivalent of a stopgap quarterback in the NFL with the rookie waiting behind that everyone wants to see play.
Yeah, that's it. And that's where Max's summer league might be really valuable. Of course, what Doug Christie and that coaching staff sees during training camp and so on, that's going to be equally important as to like what his starting position is. But, when Kyle talks about, Kyle was talking at the end of the Insiders about, is this kind of the peak fun that, the Sacramento Kings and almost certainly their fans are going to have, watching these young guys, watching Nick, watching Max play. I don't believe that that's the case. I don't believe this is the peak of Sacramento Kings basketball. I don't think this is the peak of excitement or happiness. But there is a caveat to that because there's DeMar, there's Zach LaVine, there are those guys that they Domantas Sabonis, they need to get out there, they need to get run. Drew Eubanks doesn't, with all due respect. Drew Eubanks doesn't need run. Dario Saric doesn't need run. And those guys getting more playing time or any playing time perhaps ahead of Maxime Reynaud might be that moment where it's like, yeah, I'm not really enjoying this. This isn't what I want. There's no player on this Summer League roster. There's no young player, and that includes Nick Crawford, that's better than DeMar or Zach or Domas.
I hear what you're saying. Like moving to Nick Clifford real quick, is there any chance that he kind of moves his way above Devin too?
Yeah, absolutely. Because Nick is at the 3.
Yeah.
I don't think you can put Devin at the 3.
When I think we've seen from Nick, he's got all this versatility where it's like, I don't know.
Nick in the tough thing, and again, trying to be sympathetic, the tough thing for Devin is the way his career started on injured reserve, being forced into a position where he's got to come back, he's got to be effective, and now he's playing for a coach that wasn't the coach when he was drafted. And that probably factors into the way that Devin looked through some of the early stretch of his career. He looked a lot better when he got back from his first stint at the G League. But Nick right now today, again, this isn't the truest form of NBA basketball, but Nick looks really comfortable. And I think part of playing with veterans, the likes of DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine, Domantas Sabonis, even Keegan Murray headed into his 4th year, Malik Monk, those types of guys, you've got to be comfortable. You've got to just find a way. Like, even if you're not great the second you step on the floor, you got to find a way to kind of seamlessly fit in. And I think Nick will have a significantly easier go of that than Devin Carter did. And if you can seamlessly fit in, Doug, a coach, will always find minutes for you. And this first quarter, this is another one of those Maxime Reynaud first quarters. He just missed a 3. But, this is another one of those, we're seeing him do everything on the floor, and I'm all for it. I can someone check let me see if I can pull the box. Does Max have all 7 points? Let me see if I look real quick. It's 9-7. It's 11-7 right now. Max has 4. I'm sorry. But he's a fun player to watch, and he fits on the Sacramento Kings right now today. He's going to bring Jesse, you're right. The Drew Eubanks thing, the Dario Saric, that's going to be tough. Doug, if Doug goes to the bench and Drew Eubanks gets up and the crowd starts to boo, Doug might have to be like, no, my bad, not you.
Yeah, he's in a tough spot. He's in a real tough spot.
Like, I don't know with again, with all due respect to those guys, I don't know how much they can offer this version of the Sacramento Kings, especially when you have scores and if that's ultimately what we're talking about, because I don't think, Dario Saric isn't like Jonas Valanciunas where you could count on him to be, tough and really physical on the defensive end. I don't think Drew Eubanks is that either. Like, both of them are perfectly fine basketball players, but are either one of them that? No, probably not. Those might be the things that Maxime Reynaud is missing. That's not enough to not have Maxime Reynaud out on the floor. And that's why we go back to these, the so-called big 3 here for the Sacramento Kings in the Summer League. Max, Nick, and Devin. Devin is the one that I'm just really struggling with to, like, where am I going to put him? Max is looking to score every time he touches the ball. Every single time he touches the ball, he's looking to score. He just drew a foul in the post right there. We've seen him take 3s already. He's headed to the foul line now. But Max is looking to be really aggressive on the offensive end. here in game number 4 of Summer League. The Sacramento Kings, of course, 3-0 so far. 3-time Summer League champions has never happened. Some Kings fans are like, hey, man, go for it. Go win it. Why not? And I'm of the belief, yeah, why not? And I'm really interested. I mean, here we are on what day is it? It's Wednesday. And you've got these guys running. Like, there's no indication that the Kings won't put forth their best effort to win as many of these Summer League games as they can and perhaps bring home a Summer League championship. I wouldn't be shocked if Nick or Max went the full Summer League. I think I would be a little surprised if Devin wound up going the entire Summer League. But he is technically, he is in fact a second-year player. But we looked it up. What did he play? 36 games last year? That's in the NBA. That's not including the stuff he did in the G League. I think he got cleared to play. It was shortly after Mike got fired, so it was either late December or early January.
Yeah, he played 36 games, 11 minutes on average per game.
Yeah, I mean, so I don't know if that's something you constitute where it's like, yeah, like he needs the run. But the thing for Devin is Devin probably needs run against NBA guys, not guys fighting to be in the NBA. But he's playing today, as is Maxime Reynaud, as is Nick Clifford. So we're going to keep our eye on this game for the next couple of hours. The Sacramento Kings down 11-9 right now against the Cleveland Cavaliers. You don't have to go anywhere. We're going to keep you updated. As a matter of fact, we're going to talk Kings basketball. We're going to talk a little 49ers football as well with my man Chris Biderman from the Sacramento Bee and the Candlestick Chronicles podcast. He joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Chris, what's up, man?
What's up, man? How are you?
I'm good, my friend. How are you?
Oh, fantastic. Just enjoying this beautiful weather we've been having this July.
Man, it never really got crazy. At least not for a lengthy stretch.
No. It was, I remember because I was doing that 4th of July A's Giants game. And I was like, I remember it being hot last year. How hot was it? Go back and look it up. It was 109.
Yeah, last year. I'll never forget that.
And I think we were at what, like 91 or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, man, we'll take it. We will take it.
Yes, indeed. I don't know if it's married life or that window you got open, but that natural light has you glowing on the screen right now.
Is it bright?
No, what I mean is you look great. No, don't adjust anything.
You.
I mean, you look great.
Oh, appreciate it. We got a big window to my right side, so I can, but I got a shade. I can close it if we need to.
Yeah, I have a fluorescent light or whatever it is pointed directly at my eyes, so it's nice when someone joins us. It's like, oh, that's what outside looks like. You look great. No, it looks perfect.
Okay, cool. Got to admit, not a huge summer league guy, but I can tell you why when we go on.
Oh yeah, definitely. Let's do that. It's this is about the stage where it's like, all right, man, I don't really want to do this.
Yeah.
But one, the game is on while the show is on, and two, the big three that we're watching, they're all playing still. Like Devin's playing, Nick's playing, and Max is playing. So it's like, all right, I guess we're locked into a Wednesday summer league game number 4.
Yep.
How have you enjoyed covering baseball so far?
It's been cool. It was a little bit rough in the beginning when they were still trying to figure things out, just from like a logistics standpoint, but it's gotten better. And I don't envy the job that the PR staff with the A's had to do to make that all work, but I think they've done a really nice job with it. And obviously the big decisions are out of their hands, but man, it's cool. It's fun. It's fun for me just to have baseball in town, and it makes summer a little bit more fun from a work perspective because there's something to do when the A's are home, as opposed to, like this time of year is typically way, way slower when there isn't baseball going on. So
yeah,
it's nice to have. It's cool to see. I don't know, it's the A's, so I don't know if how successful it is. But it's fun to go to games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You been out there yet?
I have not. I've had a couple of games I've meant to go to, and funny enough, I'm going to like a River Cats game in a couple of days.
Okay.
But yeah, no, I haven't been out there to see the A's play yet. I did feel like I wasn't here the 4th of July when the Giants were here, but when the Yankees were here, it did feel like there was something happening in Sacramento, and if you weren't there, you missed it.
Yeah,
like that was palpable. That was like, hey, something is going on here, and the Yankees being in town for the first time ever was pretty.
Yeah, I would say it was pretty similar for the Giants too.
Yeah, that's what it felt like. Oh, we're coming back. All right, hang on, coming back. I said, hang on, Chris, we're coming back. We actually are back. We welcome in our man, Chris Biderman of the Sacramento Bee, talking with Chris about covering baseball a little bit here for the first time in Sacramento. And obviously it hasn't been perfect, but I'm sure it's added a nice little dynamic to your job over there at the Sacramento Bee.
Yeah, it's been fun. Like I was saying, like it's just cool to have Major League Baseball in town. And, whenever being in Sacramento, you're looking at 2-hour drive each way, hour and a half drive, depending on traffic, to catch a Major League game. And now it's, 10, 15 minutes down the street for me. So it's definitely fun. I think it's been, whether or not you want to call it successful, is probably a mixed bag. I think the fact that, the most high profile series, you find way more visiting team fans and A's fans, is sort of emblematic of how people feel about the A's overall. But in terms of the baseball experience, like fans who haven't invested a ton of money seem happier with it than the fans who have, from like a ticket resale perspective. But I think we probably could have seen that coming. But no, for me, selfishly, it's cool to have baseball in town. It's tough to beat having to work a baseball game in the summer when it's, nice and warm out, maybe a light jacket. But other than that, like, it's been a beautiful summer, so no complaints here.
Yeah, and it's tough for me to feel bad for anyone who did invest a lot of money into this. Like, if you invested a lot of money into the A's, my brother, that's your fault. Like, I get maybe you got excited, and like I promise you, I understand, but man, that the blame sits squarely on your own shoulders.
Yeah, and I will say, though, in defense of those people, like, there are some very interesting young players that the A's have. The problem is outside of Mason Miller, none of them pitch. So they got a potentially elite closer, but the pitching staff is kind of a mess. It's not going to be a great place to pitch as the summer goes on and it gets warmer. So we'll see how that shakes out. But yeah, it's definitely an interesting wrinkle to have in Sacramento for sure.
It's 16-16 right now in Las Vegas, the Sacramento Kings and the Cleveland Cavaliers. We're going to talk Summer League basketball and why Chris hates it in just a second. But I want to talk about the Jauan Jennings situation, because we're, 6 days away from everyone reporting at San Francisco 49ers training camp. The Brock Purdy deal got done, and it was like, hey, man, we did it. We got through the offseason with nothing silly happening. And then a couple of days ago, Jauan Jennings is like, hey, man, pay me or trade me. One or the other. I'm entering the final year of my deal. And I have some thoughts on this, but you're the expert. You cover this team very, very closely. How big of a deal is this Jauan Jennings situation with the San Francisco 49ers?
I think it's a pretty big deal from a few different perspectives. I think objectively you can look at it and say, yeah, Jennings is worth probably double what he's getting paid. And particularly given the state of the 49ers receiving core right now, Brandon Ayuk coming off an injury, you don't fully know what you have from Ricky Pearsall, who dealt with an injury during the offseason program. And, it's Jauan Jennings was basically your most productive receiver last year on a team that has, designs to make a run to the playoffs again. So you look at contracts around the league, I think anywhere from that $13 to $15 million a year range absolutely makes sense based on the production that Jauan Jennings has had throughout his career. But he's making 7.5 this year. And so you look at it like his agent's Drew Rosenhaus. He's done a lot of contracts with the 49ers front office in the past. There have been good times with Drew Rosenhaus. There have been some shaky times. You remember like Navarro Bowman and Anthony Davis going way back. Those were Drew Rosenhaus clients. So it's not, Rosenhaus, obviously one of the most respected agents in the game. It was not totally a surprise to see the Monday, 8 days before training camp starts, that Adam Schefter has this report. It seemed pretty strategic. So yeah, I think
pretty agent influenced. If you read the entire article, it was like, oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. But I think this is why the 49ers have been so hardline with their contracts in the past, because they don't want to set this precedent. Like, anybody who wants a new deal or who wants to push us around can. And that's why some of these, Nick Bosa, Brandon Ayuk, George Kittle to a certain extent, Fred Warner, like that's why some of these deals have been hard for the 49ers, excuse me, to agree to, because they don't want to set the precedent of like, hey, if you don't like your deal, you'll just hold out and want a new one. But they ended up caving to the players because that's kind of what you have to do in the long run. And you find yourself in a situation where a guy with a year left on his deal wants a new contract. And I think something can get done here. Like, the 49ers have a lot of cap space. They obviously need Juwan Jennings. And I think it makes sense for them to get, I don't know, a 2 or 3 year deal done in the range of $13 to $15 million a year.
Yeah. One of the funny things about Casey not being here is sometimes when I present something, like I talk so much about Juwan Jennings that day, at first it was kind of like, Juwan, all right, Juwan, man, whatever, bro. Like, trade him. I even told Kyle at like 11:45, like, who cares? Like, whatever, man, just trade him. Like, is that really what we're doing at this point? But by the time I got to a full-on discussion with myself about it 2 hours later, I completely changed my own mind. I was like, okay, wait a second. Let's talk through this for a minute. Debo entered the year as the 49ers' number 1 wide receiver. He got paid. Brandon Ayuk entered the year as the 49ers' number 1 wide receiver. He got paid.
Yeah.
Debo's gone. Ayuk is hurt. Juwan Jennings is entering this season as the 49ers' number 1 wide receiver. And I'm sure he's looking around that wide receivers room. He's looking at that depth chart, and he's like, hey, pay me.
Yeah.
And it's not unusual for a football player to ask for some sort of extension or raise or whatever the final year of their deal. That's not unusual at all.
Yeah. And for the, like, I understand the idea. Oh, you don't want to pay this guy, just trade him, or you don't want to deal with the headache, trade him. If you trade him, more likely than not, you're doing it for a future draft pick. And that draft pick is not helping you at all in 2025. Unless you can swing, you'd have to get real creative. And maybe there's a player that out there that's available via trade at another position. And you could do a player for player swap, like, the Dolphins and the Steelers just did with Jalen Ramsey and what's his name? The former safety from Alabama, Minkah Fitzpatrick. Maybe there's a deal like that out there for Jennings, but I think that's hard to do at this point in the offseason. So to me, if you were to really seriously consider seriously entertain trading Juwan Jennings, you'd probably do it before the draft, because at least then, okay, we got a 3rd or 4th round pick or whatever, and that rookie can come in and at least help us in 2025. If you trade Jennings now, I would say it's 70-80% chance it's for a future draft pick. And then you're looking at it like, man, what do you say to George Kittle, Nick Bosa, and Fred Warner, these guys who are busting their tail all offseason to get ready to compete for a playoff spot, and you're just trading a key player on offense for a draft pick that's not going to help the team in 2025? It's a tough place to be, which is why I think they just have to pay him.
Also, you just paid your quarterback a lot of money.
Yeah.
And I love George Kittle, but I think part of the reason that they paid him was he's probably a great little, to use the old Tony Romo, Jason Witten term, he's probably a really good security blanket. I think a lot of tight ends are that to their quarterbacks. We see it with Travis Kelce, and obviously Travis Kelce just immensely talented, but like, he's a good little, 3rd and 1, 2nd and short, they're gonna find their tight end. And signing George Kittle to a new deal, I think had as much to do with Brock Purdy as it did George Kittle. And I don't think you want to head into this very critical season for the San Francisco 49ers by subtracting one of Brock's weapons.
Yeah, and this probably goes to a larger discussion about Purdy, but like, to me, there's a certain level that Purdy hasn't hasn't reached yet, which is like, is he the rising tide that lifts all boats, or is he a product of the situation around him? And that's not a knock on him. I think he's played really, really well, and he obviously deserved to get paid. But we don't know if Brock Purdy can pass that threshold to where he can be the reason why the offense is successful, maybe more than the situation around him. And I know that's a constant like push and pull when it comes to discussion around quarterbacks, but like the Niners have been the most successful when they have an array of weapons. Like when Kyle Shanahan can dial things up and you can have multiple guys, Christian McCaffrey, Brandon Ayuk, going back to Emmanuel Sanders, Debo, like the Niners have always had 3 or 4 really good offensive weapons when they've been contending, and we haven't seen them really be the team that can get by with like, George Kittle and a bunch of also ran receivers. Like we haven't seen the 49ers get to where they want to go in that situation. And also you're banking on George Kittle's health. You're banking on Christian McCaffrey's health. Like not having Jawan Jennings could be pretty detrimental considering the question marks you have on the offense. So yeah, I'm in the camp that like there's probably a sweet spot in that $13 to $15 million a year range that gets this thing done.
All of these wide receivers around the league getting paid at this exact moment probably aren't helping either.
Yeah.
They're at least helping the 49ers. Do you have, again, camp 6 days away? Are you entering this season with high expectations for this football team?
Kind of. I mean, look at their schedule. Like this is kind of the perfect storm for a bounce back, right? Like you have, I mean, I don't think the Super Bowl hangover is a thing from the sense of like, oh, they lost a Super Bowl, so that means they're not going to contend next year. But I think it's a thing in that like it's a thing to have an offseason that's 6 weeks shorter, particularly when you have a veteran team. And the Niners have a veteran team. They have one of the oldest rosters in the league, and they get those 6 weeks added to their offseason where they're not, putting the physical toll on their body to get ready for a playoff game or even playing playoff games or the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. And I think they're going to benefit from that rest, that extra rest that they needed. And also like they're playing the AFC South, the NFC South. They got a last place schedule. Like I know there's been a lot of turnover at the roster. I've been arguing all offseason not with Kyle, but Kyle and I think are in agreement that like the Niners haven't lost anyone super important. Like Debo, the 2021 Debo Samuel is a 2021 he's not going to be the same player in 2025. Like you can argue like, okay, if Dre Greenlaw bounces back from injury and he's really good, maybe that's a substantial loss. I think Talanoa Hufanga was pretty replaceable. I think the guys they lost on the defensive line are basically replacement level starters. I don't view this as like, oh, they lost all of their good players and now they don't have a chance. Like the NFC West, I think is very even, and it's going to be a tough division, but I could see the 49ers winning it. But just the fact that they have the AFC South and the NFC South on their schedule makes me think like expectations should be pretty high given how much equity the Niners have built up. And it wouldn't surprise me at all if they have, 10 or 11 wins when it's all said and done.
Yeah, I'm with you. This is still a really good football team. And as you pointed out, and this is important, that is a really bad schedule. That schedule stinks. It's almost so bad that when it came out, it was like, I don't even know what I'm looking forward to in this schedule. Like, that's just, and I guess you mentioned it's a last place schedule, man. It's a place the 49ers aren't used to being in, at least over the last few years or so. It is 23-23 right now as the second quarter gets underway in Las Vegas, the fourth Summer League game of the Sacramento Kings. And Chris mentioned before we went live on the radio, as we were just talking to each other during the commercial break, you are not a fan of Summer League basketball.
Yeah, like the last time I went to Summer League, 2009, I was working for a radio station in the Bay Area to cover a draft pick. The Warriors made 7th overall. And there were questions about whether or not Steph Curry could play point guard. So I went to Summer League to write about Steph Curry, and Anthony Randolph and Anthony Morrow each had games that when I was there. I think Anthony Morrow scored 47 and Anthony Randolph had a 42-point game. I was like, okay, like after the fact, it's like in the moment, you're like, oh, this is exciting. Maybe these guys can, and Anthony Morrow had a nice career. Anthony Randolph obviously didn't, but like, it's kind of like preseason football to me. Like when you see a third string or, practice squad quarterback come in a second half and light it up, it's like, all right, cool. Like this makes for interesting conversation, but how translatable is it to, what we see in the regular season and definitely the playoffs. But when it comes to Neek Clifford and the Kings, the first thing I thought of when they drafted Neek Clifford, and maybe this was colored by the fact that it was so soon after the finals, but to me, he's like an Andrew Nembhard, Aaron Nesmith type, right? Those are the types of players you need. And there's so much talk throughout the NBA about depth. I think what goes maybe a little bit under discussed is versatility. If you can be deep and versatile, and I'm talking about having players who can pass, dribble, shoot, and defend, right? The Kings these last few years have had kind of one note guys. It's all right, you have guys who can score, you have guys who can rebound, you have maybe a couple guys who can defend, but you don't have enough guys who can do all of it. And I don't know if Neek Clifford is going to be any good. And I'm not going to draw any crazy conclusions from Summer League other than the fact that standing out on a Summer League floor probably means you deserve to be on an NBA roster, right? But what his skill set represents is where the NBA is going. And so that I think is important. That's the takeaway for me when it comes to Neek Clifford is can he be somebody who's in your rotation potentially in a playoff game because he can pass, he can attack closeouts, you can run pick and roll, he can move off the ball, he can defend multiple positions. And that versatility, I think, is what the Kings have been lacking for so long. So getting a player who could potentially do that right after watching, Aaron Nesmith and Andrew Nembhard do it for the Pacers in the playoffs, that's encouraging to me. But again, I'm not going to come away from Summer League and be oh yeah, Neek Clifford's it. I know for sure because Summer League can lie to you.
It definitely can, and it has lied to Kings fans time and time again. It's lied to fan bases for years. I'm confident that's part of the reason Summer League exists is to lie to fans of their teams. But one thing I'll say about Neek, and the assessment of tempering expectation is perfectly fair. He looks really comfortable on the floor. Yeah. The game doesn't look difficult for him. He doesn't look clunky. There were moments, a lot of them last year. There were even moments this Summer League. There were moments today where Devin Carter sometimes looks clunky. And I'm not suggesting that Devin Carter isn't an NBA player or Devin Carter belongs in the G League or anything like that. I'm just pointing out how unique that characteristic is for a first-year player like Neek, for a player who's been a pro for less than a month. He looks comfortable every time he steps on the floor. And if I were to point at something for Sacramento Kings fans to be excited about, that's probably what I would start with.
Yeah, and if we want to sort of tie in this 49ers conversation we were having earlier too, that was probably Brock Purdy's superpower, is the fact that he played so much football in college that he came into the pros and he wasn't completely overwhelmed. And Neek Clifford, the 23-year-old rookie coming in, was in school for 5 years, played a ton of basketball, is not going to be overwhelmed. And yeah, he might not have the same sort of upside that, that you look for in a bunch of the 18 and 19-year-olds who got drafted in the top 10, but the fact he's just more comfortable playing basketball than those guys and has been playing at a high level for longer than those guys could serve him well in the same way it served Brock Purdy. There's a certain value to having experience that I think often goes undervalued, and that's kind of why I think you see some really good draft picks late in the first round where it's all right, this dude might not jump out the gym, or he might not be the tallest, longest guy, or he might not be somebody who put up 40 points a night in college or whatever, but played a lot of basketball and really got comfortable and is not going to be overwhelmed. And so that's what I think you're probably seeing from Neek Clifford, is that played a lot of basketball, 2 different schools, 23 years old coming in. He's got to be older than a lot of those dudes he's playing against, right? So that's got to be helpful, and we'll see if it can translate. But yeah, I think there's, I would bet on a dude who's played at a high level for multiple seasons in college, particularly if you're picking at the back end of the first round, as somebody who, could potentially help you right away.
It seems most people, fans at least, aren't exactly thrilled about this upcoming season. They're not excited. They're certainly not excited about the offseason that the Sacramento Kings have had, with the exceptions perhaps of Neek Clifford and Maxime Reynaud. What do you think about this team now that free agency is, we're 2 weeks into free agency? Kings still have an MLE. restricted free agency is at a complete standstill, unlike anything we've ever seen in the league. There have been rumors out there about trades and players and all of this. Like, what do you think of the Kings offseason so far and what's ahead for them?
Yeah, I think I don't know if I would guess if you were to poll general managers across the league, I think they would raise their eyebrows at $15 million a year for Dennis Schroeder. And I understand the Kings' need for a point guard. I just don't know that it was so dire that you have to overpay for somebody like him. But at the same time, if your goal, and this is just me reading between the lines, like if your goal is to put Zach LaVine in a position to be like what he was with the Bulls last year, because going into last season, it was, man, Zach LaVine completely untradeable, worst contract in the league. Then Zach LaVine gets off to the start that he got off to during the season. And he's like, man, Zach LaVine's shooting 44% from three. Like all of a sudden this contract looks way more palatable. And like, maybe this guy can really help a contending team at the deadline. Some team would be smart to trade for him. And now we're kind of right back where we were with Zach LaVine, right? It's like, yeah, this contract is really tough. I say all that to say, if you can get him to a place where he's being really productive and really efficient, maybe that's how you rebuild his trade value. And maybe the key to doing that is getting a point guard who can facilitate an offense and put him in positions to where, Zach LaVine played a lot of point guard for the Kings last year after the trade. And he's not that dude. Like he's a great scorer and a great offensive player, but he is not a facilitator. He's not somebody to initiate offense. And so if you can get him in position to be like what he was for the Bulls, maybe the value or maybe the discussion around him and his value around the league changes a little bit. And to me, that's kind of where I think the Kings are going. They're not going to come out and say we're punting on the season, but they're not going to trade. It's very clear. They're not going to trade Zach LaVine when they're in a spot where they have to attach draft picks to move off the contract. They'll try to resuscitate his value and trade him when they can actually get something in return, which they're probably doing with DeMar DeRozan. And I'm sure they're kicking around doing with Domantas Sabonis. But that's kind of the corner they painted themselves in when they acquired Zach LaVine. It's like, yeah, he looks great right now, and he's shooting 44% from three and being this really efficient player, but you're still stuck with that contract. And so I think as time goes on, like the big contracts the Kings have become more movable. And I get it as a fan, that's not really where you want to be. But it's just going to take some patience because they've painted themselves into this corner with all these contracts.
I think with Dennis, I like Dennis Schroeder a lot. And I think with him it's kind of if you feel like you're in a bad situation, make the best of it. And I think you said it perfectly. Like Zach LaVine is at his best when he has a facilitator with him, the likes of, everyone points to Lonzo Ball in his time in Chicago. When Lonzo was healthy, that Chicago Bulls team was pretty good. And if you're able to get that out of Dennis Schroeder, he's not quite the floor general that Lonzo Ball is, but he is a really good point guard who can also score, and he could do some really good things on the defensive end. He might be the perfect guy. He might be the perfect type of point guard to work with LaVine and DeMar in a starting lineup. And again, it's not hey, we're off to win a championship. Hey, this is our team for the next 6 years. It's like, hey, maybe we're not in the best spot financially. Maybe we don't have some of the best contracts on this team, but we've got them. They're talented players. Let's make the best of what we got. And that's what I think Dennis is.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I just think 15 is a big number. But, like if it's me, like when I'm looking at contracts, particularly one like Dennis, is like, okay, say things go poorly this season and you decide, all right, we need to move off Schroeder next. Like, are people going to be trading for that contract next summer?
Well, like that's trading anything this year. The whole league stopped.
Well, right. But like next summer, like is Dennis Schroeder have any appeal on the trade market at $15 million a year? Like, obviously it's an impossible question to answer right now, but that's sort of the lens I look at these contracts, particularly for, given where the Kings are at, because they're in a place where they're trying to clear the books. I'm like, all right, is overpaying for a point guard, but I get it. If Dennis Schroeder plays really well and facilitates Zach LaVine, and some team at the trade deadline is like, yeah, we'll take Zach LaVine and here's a first round pick, and the Kings don't have to attach, that 31 pick they got from Minnesota. to get off Zach LaVine, then Dennis Schroeder is worth all that money, right? Like Dennis Schroeder will be worth it to the Kings if he can put LaVine and DeMar in a position to where their value changes in the eyes of other teams around the league. So if that happens, I think the contract will end up being a good one. If it doesn't, $15 million a year, it's not the most money in the world, but it might be a bitter pill to swallow if you're trying to move him next summer.
And again, as much as I like Dennis, I think in that scenario that you just laid out, if Zach LaVine winds up in that position, there's going to be a lot of teams looking at Dennis Schroeder as the reason why. And suddenly that $15 million starts to look a little different for a team out there. Like, it's hard to think about the point guard position, when acquiring a $15 million point guard when Russell Westbrook hasn't signed, Chris Paul hasn't signed, Malcolm Brogdon hasn't signed. And you kind of look and see like he's, maybe he's a slight level above, those guys who are a little further along in their career. Well, Brogdon, not necessarily, but the other two a little further along in their career. Like Dennis is probably in that same category, tier of point guards right there.
Yeah. What do you think about I understand the bet on Jonathan Kuminga as a talent that the Kings might be interested in making. What do you think about the fit with the current roster? Like,
I never understood it.
Yeah. Can he come here and develop in the way that you would want him to with Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan on the roster? That's a question that I would ask. It's like, all right, maybe you're doing this thinking that he would, be your guy in a year or two. But in the meantime, like, can he develop into that with this current roster construction? That's where this Kuminga thing I'm not really sure about.
All the way until that, I think it was Wednesday or Thursday, whatever night it was, where all of those rumors just like hit all at once. I had just maintained I don't see a path. I don't see a pathway to Kuminga. I don't see a way that a sign and trade makes sense for the Golden State Warriors. I don't see. This was before I knew that the whole league had gone to hell and they weren't doing anything with restricted free agents. But it was just like, I just don't see a pathway. Like it doesn't make sense. And then when it happened, or at least when those rumors popped up, it was like, oh, okay. All right. So how does this work in terms of fit? So he's at the 4 and we're moving Keegan to the 3. Like, how exactly are we doing this? And LaVine is still here, huh? Yeah, I've never, the Kuminga thing, while I like Jonathan Kuminga and I'm as tantalized as anyone else with his talent, upside, whatever, I couldn't put those pieces of the puzzle together.
Yeah, me neither. And I don't know if enough people are talking about like Keegan Murray's position in all this either. Like if you're Keegan Murray and you see the Kings swing a trade for Jonathan Kuminga, who is due for a new contract, Keegan Murray's also due for a new contract. If you're Keegan or his representation, are you being like, all right, so you're going to pay Jonathan Kuminga? Like, what am I to you guys? Are you guys going to pay me too? Like, so, like that, I just don't, if I'm Keegan, I don't know if I'm looking at the scenario like, yeah, you guys are really putting me in a position to thrive. And Keegan, obviously kind of a controversial subject, but like, I think objectively we could say with the addition of DeMar and focusing on LaVine and the Fox trade, like they haven't exactly been prioritizing Keegan's development and getting more shots for him. And, I know there was a summer league a couple of years ago where it's point Keegan and he's creating a bunch of offense off the dribble and all that. It's like, that's another reason why summer league lies to you. Like, like Keegan can do a little bit more off the dribble now than he could as a rookie. But in terms of Kuminga, like, I just don't know. If I'm Keegan and they trade for Kuminga and then pay Kuminga, I'm like, hey man, what am I to you guys? And do I still want to be here long-term? So if I'm the Kings, I'm kind of steering clear unless Kuminga just falls in their lap for basically nothing. I don't really know the appeal.
Did you say that Keegan was a controversial topic?
Yeah. Some people love Keegan. Some people are like, he's not lived up to expectations.
I love that the idea of Keegan Murray just induces so much controversy in the city of Sacramento. But I get your point. He's a very it's very split on how people feel about him.
Like, where do you think Keegan is a product of his environment, or Keegan hasn't done enough to impact the environment?
Yes. I actually put a lot of the responsibility on Keegan.
Okay.
I like there are a lot of people who blame they blame Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, all of these different people for why Keegan wasn't extraordinary last year.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, nah, it's Keegan. Like Keegan is the reason he wasn't. And maybe and I'm giving a lot of guys on the Kings passes for last year. Last year was chaotic with Mike Brown, De'Aaron Fox, introducing a guy who's pretty ball dominant like Zach LaVine, having DeMar DeRozan there to start the season. Like it is completely different than what you went through the year prior and even the year prior to that. But like I'll wipe all of that out and say this year I'm expecting a lot from Keegan. I'm not expecting him to be a 20-point per game guy. I'm expecting him to be a little bit better than he was last year. I'm expecting him to shoot a little bit more consistently than he did last year. And I'm expecting him to be good.
Yeah.
Really good.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I think some of it too falls on the coaching staff because it was very clear his rookie season what that role was. Like the way that the first beam team was constructed, like it was Keegan's like catch and shoot guy. Like that is you're a spot up shooter and you're going to get a ton of easy shots because you have De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis and you have like the primary action is going to be Kevin Huerter running off DHOs and Fox is going to penetrate and you're going to get a lot of open looks. And then the offense has changed a lot. And even when they first incorporated DeMar, like when I was talking to coaching staffs, like the members of the coaching staff, it was difficult for them to figure out the offense in terms of what was going to be, how it was going to work because DeMar was so different than what they had previously. And I think one of the difficulties was figuring out how to maximize Keegan. And so, yeah, I think it's like when you say yes, that's funny. Like, I think it's a combination of everything. Like, Keegan's kind of a passive personality. Like we all know that, like he's not going to yell at anybody for not getting him the ball when maybe he'd have a case to. But if Keegan also needs to take advantage of the opportunities that he gets. Like he still gets a number of open shots and I forget what his percentage was this last year, but he should be like a 38 to 40% 3-point shooter, just like full stop. Like that's just what he should be, regardless of what the offense is and how much the offense is struggling around him. And so, yeah, I'm with you. I think Keegan bears some of the responsibility too. Like he's got to hit his open shots, but I would also argue like the developmental curve was a little bit stunted in the way the Kings built the roster around him.
Yeah. Sure. I mean, I guess I understand that. There's a lot of ball, the DeMar DeRozan will have the ball in his hand. Zach LaVine will have the ball in his hand. So I guess to a certain degree, I understand that. But now I'm at the point where you've got to kick out. You've got to move on past that. And you've got to be an integral part as to why this Sacramento Kings team is good.
Yeah. Which goes back
You're
to
right. Controversy surrounding Keegan Murray. Who knew?
Yeah. So I don't know. We'll see. I mean, Keegan's definitely an intriguing figure going into the season, but if I'm Keegan and they get Kuminga, I'm just kind of throwing my hands up like, all right, how's this going to look?
Yeah. The Kuminga thing that creates a whole different, like acquiring anyone at this point, whether it's Kuminga or whether it's another point guard, you probably have to take someone out. And obviously we have heard and obviously Kuminga would be a trade. So there would guys that would be moving, but who would that wind up being? Like the idea of Saric and Carter, like, it's like, all right, I don't know that that's going to accomplish what you think it will. Even if the Warriors were like, great, yeah, that's perfect. I don't know what that does to this Kings roster in terms of making it whole again. And it feels like one of those steps Scott Perry might be taking to where, yeah, it's not the most ideal move this year, but a year from now or even a year after that, we're going to be in a pretty good spot. But
yeah,
that's a dangerous way to live.
If I'm Perry, like this whole season is about vibes. I'm trying to make it like I'm trying to make sure the players all have as much fun as possible playing.
Yeah.
Because it gets ugly where I think like the players are realistic. Like they understand sort of where the Kings are at in terms of, they're obviously they're not rebuilding right now because they haven't made any of those moves, but they're trying to get to a place where they can rebuild. And I think the players are probably understanding of that. So at least play a fun brand of basketball and like make sure your locker room is happy, because it can get toxic much more quickly when it's in a scenario of like, yeah, we know we're not contending for anything. So like, let's like shit, like don't have too many cooks. And I think Kuminga would be another cook in that scenario.
Just a whole bunch of cooks, man. Why not? Great stuff, Chris, man. Great to catch up with you, talking a variety of topics here, man. We appreciate you so much, my friend. Thank you.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
You got it, man. That's our man, Chris Biderman from the Sacramento Bee right there, discussing controversial topics like Keegan Murray.
Keegan Murray's provocative. He gets the people going.
Well, one thing's for sure, everybody's got an opinion on him.
Yeah.
No one really goes, nah, when it comes to Keegan Murray. Like, people are like, hey, man, he's not very good, or man, he was the fourth overall pick. He's a miss. He's a this, he's a that. Or it's Zach LaVine's fault. It's DeMar DeRozan's fault. It always brings about some sort of response. Keegan Murray not playing today in Las Vegas. Neither is Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, or any of those guys. But Maxime Reynaud had a strong start to the game. 6 points for Max right now. I know it looked like he did an interview on the bench that got a lot of people in the chatty house excited. I'll see if we can find that on Twitter and run it back for you. Isaac Jones, 13 points so far in this game. Neek, 1 of 5 so far, 3 points. Devin Carter has 7 as well.
Let's stick with Keegan Murray real quick. Lizzie brought up something in the chat out. Says, I bought a lot of Keegan stock. It's taking a big dip. If you were to say buy stock in Keegan Murray when they drafted him, has it kind of gone down in value or depreciated, do you think?
Yes. Yeah, it's depreciated because of that rookie year that he had. Like, if you bought it, wait.
Because also he was drafted to be a pillar here, right?
Yeah.
He was supposed to be next to Fox and Sabonis, I feel, too. And he's turned out to be a good NBA player so far, but I don't know if disappointing is the right word, but maybe he just hasn't hit the ceiling he was supposed to, or he's expected to, I guess, for the Kings.
Yeah. I would say it's, if we go to the day of the draft, it obviously takes off his rookie year, maybe decreases a little. I think it takes off his rookie year, maybe levels out in year number 2, falls back down in year number 3. I think at worst with Keegan Murray right now, you've broken even. If we're riding the stock analogy, I think we broke even at worst, because I don't think he's depreciated past. I don't think the Keegan Murray stock would have depreciated past what it was on draft day. If you got cute and bought Keegan Murray stock as it was ascending his rookie year, yeah, you lost money.
Yeah, and if you bought stock in Beam Team 1, you lost your house.
Yep. You lost quite a bit. Keegan is I wonder if we asked the question, like, who would you put the blame on for Keegan? Like, if Keegan Murray wasn't exactly what you wanted him to be, who would you put that on? Would you put that on Keegan Murray? Would you say, like, hey, Keegan needs to be more aggressive. Keegan he just needs to knock down the open shot. He needs to not disappear for first half, second halves, entire games. Like, he has to be more aggressive and more take charge.
It's a little bit of both, I feel, because Keegan Murray needed to be aggressive before DeMar DeRozan got there. It wasn't just like, oh, DeMar's here, now Keegan took a step back. It's like Keegan being aggressive was something we talked about early on. So I feel like it's a both, where, like, yeah, you can also say, look at the front office the last couple of years and say they haven't really put him in a position where he's been able to maybe hit the heights you put out for him or anything like that, or what you expected from him in the draft. Like he's a good player. And I
even
also wonder
remember-
too, like if you just put him in a position where it's like, all right, Keegan, you literally have to get these shots up, or else we won't be successful. He's like the third or second option. If that would benefit him and also the Kings, where like maybe he is that 20-point per game score or anything like that, but it's not that simple.
I don't even remember like what was the conversation on draft day. Like when you're the 4th overall pick, like there's going to be expectations. Like there's no that when you're drafted number 4, like it's not like Nick Clifford when you're drafted 24. When you're drafted 4, we're expected you to be good.
The Kings were super high on him. Like clearly, like he was supposed to be like one of the pillars here or whatever. But I think around just media and stuff like that, nationally, it was more like, okay, they drafted a guy with a really high floor, but not much of a high ceiling.
Well,
kind of seems like that might be right.
Yeah, I mean,
because coming into the league, I mean, he was what 13 around there points per game, just in that little general range.
Is that the worst thing in the world, though?
Well, no, it's not. But I think you probably wanted a little bit more for what you were where you were drafting him.
Yeah,
I think the Kings expected more. Like he's not a bad player. Like I said, he's got a very high floor. Like he's probably going to be around 15 to 17 points per game his whole career. But
yeah, he's like Keegan is good. And again, this it's that expectation conversation again, like the expectations for, the expectations being based on where you were drafted, expectations being based on how much you make, and Keegan being drafted in Nick Clifford's spot. Oh, he's the darling of the city. But Keegan Murray being drafted at 4 is entirely different. Like if Nick goes out and does what Keegan does for his first 3 years, the fan base is elated.
It's an A+ draft pick.
Yeah, absolutely elated over that. But it's because he was taken 20 picks later than Keegan Murray was. Sacramento Kings, I think we are at halftime right now. They are up 50-40 in their 4th Summer League game. This one here against the Cleveland Cavaliers. We'll keep you updated on everything that is going on in Las Vegas. 14 minutes for Devin Carter. 14 minutes for Nick Clifford, and 12 minutes so far for Maxime Reno, the so-called big three. It's actually Isaac Jones who's playing really well in this one. 6 of 8 from the field, 13 points. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll look around at a couple of other things around the league. Did we jump the gun on the expansion conversation? We'll talk about that as well, as Adam Silver spoke on it sort of yesterday here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yes. Yeah. Shout out to our man. We were talking what I thought was a terrific ending to the All-Star game last night. An absolutely terrific ending on the home run derby. And given that everyone was rocking number 44 during the home run derby the night before, seems like a perfect time to talk about Baker Family Wines. Our man Dusty Baker has put as much passion into his wine creation as he has anything he's ever done on the baseball field. And of course, we know what a legend Dusty Baker is on the baseball field. He is a legend here in West Sacramento, or a legend here in Sacramento. And now Baker Family Wines will become legendary in West Sacramento. You can go hang out there, do some of their tastings. Matter of fact, join Dusty's Clubhouse for exclusive releases and tasting room specials. Of course, D'Lo and KC, we're going to do one out there. We're going to have you be a part of it. We're probably a month or two maybe away from that. So head over to bakerfamilywines.com right now and join Dusty's tasting room. Head over to the winery in West Sacramento and grab you a bottle. This $7.55 right here. They served it to us when Casey and I went to taste their wines before partnering with Dusty Baker and Baker Family Wines, and this was by far my favorite. I love cabs. I love bold reds, and man, this one was absolutely perfect. Hank Aaron and his estate were behind the launch of this. Hammer and Hank was still alive when this 755 launched, so it's a great tribute to one of the greatest baseball players of all time. And it is tremendous to have something like this from someone like Dusty here in West Sacramento. And for those that are watching, all of these bottles lined up behind me, these are 5 different reds, a rosé, and 4 whites. Those are all completely different wines. So whatever your taste is, Baker Family Wines has got you covered. Head over to bakerfamilywines.com right now and join Dusty's Clubhouse for exclusive releases and tasting room specials. Big thanks to Baker Family Wines and Dusty Baker for joining the D'Lo and KC family over here over at ESPN 1320. Provocative conversation centering around Keegan Murray. Didn't expect that today. We got Summer League on in front of us. It is 54-43 right now as the Kings have an 11-point lead. It's 54-45 right now as the Kings have a 9-point lead here at the beginning of the third quarter. But we were talking to our guy, Chris Biderman with the Sacramento Bee a couple of minutes ago, and he just casually mentioned, I know Keegan Murray is a controversial topic, and I thought that was incredible. And it turns out, maybe he is, because he's going to get a reaction for sure, one way or another, good or bad. And it feels like so many people will hang the potential success or failure of this upcoming season on how well Keegan Murray does. Now, of course, it's a little bit different than it has been in years past, because I know 2 years ago it was like, man, how good can Keegan be? Man, if Keegan really steps his game up, this team could be really good. Now it's a little different because you have Zach LaVine here and DeMar DeRozan, and I think DeMar DeRozan, who I think is at this Summer League game here, and Zach LaVine, it's going to become, okay, how much will those guys be able to pull back a little bit from what they naturally do on the basketball floor and allow other guys, whether it's the likes of, Keegan Murray, Domantas Sabonis, who had no trouble getting his points last year. See, that's the other thing that kind of frustrates me with this narrative about Keegan Murray is Domas had no trouble. Now, I know, and I will be the first to point out, Domas isn't aggressive enough on the offensive end. I desperately need Keegan Murray to be more aggressive on the offensive end. And I think he could do it. He's not going to be as efficient as Domas, but still be aggressive. Maybe you're not going to be as aggressive as Zach LaVine, but still be aggressive. Malik Monk has no trouble finding his shots. Regardless of the position he is playing, he has no trouble finding his shots. Starting point guard, Malik going to find a shot. Backup point guard, Malik's going to find his shot. Shooting guard, Malik's going to find a shot. Never any talk about what Zach LaVine does to hinder Malik Monk. Never any talk about what DeMar DeRozan does to hinder Malik Monk. Malik going to get his. He's going to find a way. Keegan's got to do the same thing, and I don't know if that's a mindset adjustment. I don't know if that's a philosophical adjustment by Del Christie in the Sacramento Kings approach to offense. But it's one of the things that probably has to change this upcoming season. Maybe this is where Dennis Schroeder gets more involved. Or I said that like Dennis Schroeder. Maybe this is where the point guard involvement becomes bigger. Maybe this is where Keegan Murray can become stronger. I mean, Dennis can do a lot. Like I know a lot of Kings fans aren't high on the Dennis Schroeder signing, but he can do a variety of different things from that point guard position, whether it's score, whether it's drive the lane, whether it's kicking, shoot, whether it's finding the open guy, whether it's facilitating, being a floor general. Like, again, the thing with Dennis is he doesn't do those things. He doesn't do all of those things at like this super like elite level, but he does those things well. And sometimes you just need a good basketball player. Dennis is a good basketball player. And all of those little things that you're looking for him to do, or that you're looking for a point guard to do, I should say, he can do all of them. And maybe that's a benefit to Keegan Murray. Maybe that's a benefit to DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine. Chris was talking about a second ago that, the amount that of point guard that Zach had to run towards the end of the year. Now, there's a lot of circumstances behind that, which brings us back to the point that I'm just going to keep saying over and over and over again. Sacramento Kings need to sign another point guard. Now, whether that they just have to. I don't want to see Devin Carter run the point. I'm watching the Summer League game right now. Devin didn't. We talk about
pick yourself up over the after that turnover.
But that's what I'm talking about. Like if Devin, if it's a game to game situation in Summer League where he looks clunky versus uncomfortable, man, that's not. I can tell you right now on July 16th, that's not what you want to do.
We know what it is, man. Like, you're trying Devin out at the backup point guard spot because you literally don't have any other spot for him right now. And it's like, if you're gonna find minutes or if this is gonna work at all, it's this way. But it's not something. I don't know. It's not something that can be successful.
I don't think it is.
Like, they tried it all last year with everyone, it just didn't work. And now you're gonna throw in a second-year player who's basically a rookie because he barely played last season into a new position this year. It's like, that's not a recipe for success at all.
And if you really like Neek, then let Neek play where he's supposed to.
Can you just bury Devin on the bench, though? Like, I mean,
Devin,
you won't even be able to trade him at that point. Not
Devin,
that you can now, I guess, but
Devin was unavailable for half the season last year. You cannot play him. I mean, I know it sucks. And it's not ideal.
Different circumstances the last year, this year. Last year it's because the dude's got a hurt shoulder. This year it's because he's just not good enough to play on our team right now.
So tell me the downside in that. Like, what's the downside in
the downside is you probably just won't ever be able to move him.
Yeah, okay. So the downside is essentially you've burned an asset, right? I don't know that Devin Carter's an asset right now. I'm not going to sit up here and say definitively the Sacramento Kings have tried to trade Devin Carter. But if I said the Sacramento Kings tried to trade Devin Carter, I'd be saying it with a whole lot of confidence. A whole lot. So if they've tried to trade Devin Carter and can't trade Devin Carter, how big of an asset is Devin Carter?
Well, that's the thing. He's not. And then, like you said, you're just stuck with a burned asset, which sucks. Like, you're stuck with the lottery pick that you made, that was made last year for the team, which is, it won't work now.
It sucks, but have you put together a more functional basketball team? That's the question. Yeah, we talk about burned assets. We could talk about, burning a freaking lottery pick, but this is Sacramento. How many lottery picks have we burned? Marvin just re-signed with Washington, what, a week or two ago for an undisclosed amount, which almost certainly means league minimum. They didn't even include the amount in the tweet. We have burned plenty of picks in our day. Burning Devin Carter doesn't seem like that big of a deal to me if you do it in a way that makes your team better immediately. Let's see what TC talking about here. 916-909-1320. TC, what's good, baby?
Yes, sir. Hey, what's up with my two brothers? Jesse, what's up, bro?
What's up, TC?
I know you listen, Kenny. Hey, what I got going on, D-Lo, as far as with Scott Perry. First of all, Chetty House, I'm fired up too. That interview with Maxine, right? Talking about, man, we playing because we want to win a championship, whether it's summer league or not. And the way he talking, his mature level, bro, him studying the game, we got one, man. We got a steal at 42, bro. Hey, it's our time now, Kings fans. We always miss it on draft picks. We never get one. We finally hit now, y'all. And we got two of them. We got Neek and we got Max, bro. I'm fired up. We finally hit, D-Lo. As far as Scott Perry, I'm fired up. I watched that interview when he sat down with my boy Sean, and I seen a little bit of Deuce and Mo. Scott was drilling with Sean, man. The questions that they was asking, he was answering. He was just being brutally honest, y'all. Scott Perry is a good talker, bro, but what he's talking about is real. He ain't just talking with a gift of gab and trying to fool everybody. No, bro, he means every word he talking about. He's finna put this team together. I'm excited, D-Lo, bro.
Yeah, I see that. I appreciate you.
How in the world is TC more optimistic for the Sacramento Kings and not the San Francisco 49ers?
It's wild, right?
How is he doom and gloom with the Niners, who damn near going to the Super Bowl every other year, it feels. But
So
with the Kings, like, we got it.
I have some thoughts on that. Shout out Securing the Bagley. It looks like he posted the Maxime Renault conversation that he had on the bench. We'll run that for you. And we got to talk about something TC just said right there. And the phone lines are open for you, 916-909-1320. Steeler 1 KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Right on, Securing the Bagley. Good luck getting this posted. Good luck getting this posted.
Tyler, I know he doesn't like Shanahan either, but also a top 5 coach in the NFL. Like, It's not that bad. Compared to the Kings, who knows where you put Doug after the season, but I'm sure everyone else they rank Doug as probably bottom 5 coach because he's new and all that. Like, I don't know. Oh, I got you, Ty. I'm just trying to talk through the confusion, I guess.
All right, yeah, we'll run that.
Send you guys back Mike McDaniel for Kyle Shanahan right now.
Kings decided they weren't going to score anymore. I've seen him fall down 4 times. There's DC right there. Securing the clips. There you go. Let's see. I got that ready. Okay, good. Right on, Jack. It takes one. It doesn't look perfect today. It takes a while to get it this crisp, but it always pays off. You know what the funny thing is? Well, I have to tell you a different time, but I appreciate you, Jack. Salute. Hey, shout out to my girl. No, absolutely no chance whatsoever she hears this, but shout out to my girl Lenny at Genesis Window Tinting. I dropped my car off to get some work done, and for some reason, the fob that I keep in my bag wasn't there, and I'm a little concerned because I don't know exactly where it's at, but it wasn't in my bag, but I have the app, and it kind of runs off my app, but it was like, how am I gonna leave the car here for them to work on? And I remembered I have what's called the valet key. I've never used the key before. It's like the little card. And so I was like, hey, I have this. Like, can you use this? And like, I've never used it before. And she was like, yes, just stay here. Don't get too close to the car and I'll go see if it works. And she unlocks the car. She was like, yeah, it works. It turns out you have to have a pin to be able to drive it. I've never set a pin on it. So for the last like 15 minutes, she's been texting me like, hey, it needs a pin. Do you know the pin? And I'm like, I'm so sorry. I've never done this before. And she figured out how to reset the password or reset the pin from my car so the work can get done today. So, Lenny, I know you're not hearing this, but I appreciate you. Thank you for getting that done because it would have been a disaster. I would have felt terrible if I had to call Katie and say, hey, you know that place you just dropped me off of? I'm going to need you to go back and leave the key fob there that's in your purse, and I need to get these windows tinted because I need to be riding. We are going to do a full discussion about this Summer League game and some thoughts on it. Sacramento Kings had a 10-point lead at halftime, but a 20-11 third quarter is changing things a little bit right now. The Sacramento Kings are still up 61-60. It's Isaac Jones' day to shine for the Sacramento Kings as he's 8 of 11 from the field and 17 points. Devin Carter's got 7 in 19 minutes. Nick Clifford, 3 of 8 with 8 points so far. Maxime Reynaud, 4 of 6 from the free throw line, 2 of 4 from the field. He has 8 points, only 3 rebounds in 17 minutes for Max right now. I mentioned Max did an interview just on the bench as part of the broadcast, and shout out to our man Securing the Bagley, who posted this 2-minute and 20-second clip of Max over on Twitter.
Saw you at the combine. You played the first day, shut it down, didn't play the second day. What has been the developmental focus for you since you got drafted?
Defensive end mostly, right? Like you just want to get some talk. Hopefully I can be the loudest guy out there. Being able to be present on ball screen defense, maybe shot blocking a little bit. And then other than that, just being efficient, right? Like NBA players, you got to adjust to the level real fast. So that's what I've been working on.
Your coach said that even though you didn't play last game, your communication was elite from the bench. How is that? Why is that important? If you're a young basketball player and you're watching, why is that it's such an important aspect?
Well, first of all, control what you can control, right? Like energy and talks, like the very base level. And then on top of that, on defense, especially as a big, you see everything. You're the quarterback of the defense. And if you want to anchor it, you got to let everybody know. Screen left, screen right, pin down, go rebound, here, switch, red, everything. That's just the basics, man.
Max, do you find yourself ever speaking French? If you're not thinking about it, do you just bark out a command in French and no one knows what you're saying?
All I'm gonna say is when there are terrible calls, the ref don't speak French. That's all I'm gonna say.
You could get away with a little bit more.
Yes, sir.
We noticed you wear number 42. That was your pick in the draft. Is that why you wear it?
Absolutely not. I mean, when I came into Stanford, I wanted number 12. It was taken. Wanted number 21. It was taken. 23 was taken. 41 was taken. I just asked my coach. I said, "Look, what do you have?" He said 42. I'm like, all right. Worked for 4 years in college. Won a European championship with it. Got drafted 42. It was a full circle moment.
What would it mean? You mentioned at the very top the availability to potentially win a championship here. What would that mean for this team, especially when you look at guys like Nick and Devin Carter, guys that you know you're going to be with in Sacramento?
Yeah, I mean, set the tone for next year, right? We have a lot of young guys here, a lot of Gilly guys also trying to make their way to the NBA. So if you want to be able to set the tone, show that you have winning quality, have a winner mentality, and get ready for the season, right? You want to be able to compete. Like, that's what the NBA is about. You're here to win games. So showing that you can compete, showing that you can win, that's all that matters.
In your early NBA experience here, what's the biggest difference between this and the college game?
Way faster, way more physical. Guys don't miss as much. I mean, look at that. Look at that. Oh, okay, never mind. But no, like, honestly, it's like you leave a guy wide open, he's going to make it. Everybody is like in super good shape. Like, you need to be able to adjust to that level. 24.
There's the end of the clip that Securing the Bagley posted right there. I hear I get why the chat went crazy after that conversation. That brother said all the right things. He talking about being the quarterback of the defense. Okay. All right, Max. I hear you. See Brooks Pearl out there in Las Vegas watching these guys play. That was quite a 2-minute that was quite a 2-minute conversation right there with Maxime Renaud. Really, really good stuff. And again, obviously I can't hear it. We have it on in front of us, but I see why the chatty house went crazy when Max started talking like a leader. Already able to acknowledge too what about the game is different. Able to spot different things, differences between the college game and the NBA game. And remember, he didn't play. As was outlined at the beginning of that conversation, he didn't play in the second game. He didn't play in the third game, because of the sore wrist. So I'm glad he was able to get back out there today. I'm glad he did get back out there today. I really did want to see more of him here in the summer league, as the Sacramento Kings are up 68-64 with about 2 minutes left in the third quarter. So we're headed into the fourth quarter. We'll have a bigger sweeping discussion. I think James is going to join us, by the way. For those who caught the insiders, James has an appointment at about 3:30, and I wasn't really sure. I didn't really plan for the show as if James was going to be with us. And he was like, no, I could do it. I just can't do it at 3 o'clock. So James is going to be with us. I think he said at 2. And we'll talk some of what we've seen here today. And of course, just overall Kings basketball coming up in about 5 minutes or so. James Ham will be with us. Maxime Renaud, maybe even more so than Nick Clifford, has just been a talking point amongst Kings fans, where they're like, "Hey, man, this feels like it's kind of like TC said. I'm going to settle down, because TC, if jumping out the window was a profession, my man would be on the board of directors. Like, he is elite when it comes to getting excited over an extremely small sample size. But I do think Max is good. I do think Max is a good basketball player. I think he's a unique basketball player. And most importantly, I think he has a place on this roster where he might be able to develop. I think he has a place on this roster where he has naturally built-in minutes. There's nothing forced. There's nothing playing out of position. There's nothing like that. That's like, hey, there's a place here for him to play and potentially contribute immediately, whether that's at the backup 5 for Domantas Sabonis, whether that's at the backup 4 for Keegan Murray, if it's being out there on the floor with Domas. I mean, I think there's a lot of, if you're able to get into training camp and Max is able to show on a day-to-day basis that he can compete with the main roster NBA players, because I might not think super highly of Drew Eubanks or Dario Saric and their fit on the Sacramento Kings, but I do think it was like a practice player for Maxime Renaud to go against. Yeah, that's play against the pro. Going against professional basketball players right there. Work. It's the old line, iron sharpens iron. Yeah, do that. And that's where Doug and this coaching staff can determine, hey, man, this he's an NBA player. Like he's a guy that we can march out there against the Denver Nuggets, against the Oklahoma City Thunder, against the Houston Rockets, the Lakers, whoever. Like he's a guy we can put out there and not be worried about. Doesn't mean he's going to have a flawless rookie season. I think when you try to evaluate, especially a second round pick, when you try to evaluate those guys, it becomes is there more bad than good? I mean, Keegan Murray really did have a terrific rookie season. It wasn't flawless, but it was really, really good. I'd expect a little more ups and downs because Keegan out the gate, even though he technically didn't start right out the gate, he very quickly did. And he had an undeniable position with the Sacramento Kings team immediately. As highly as I think of Max and Nick and what they've done so far, neither one of those guys are going to be in that position. So a lot of their ability to develop, find a rhythm, find a groove, find their place on the team throughout the season is going to rely on Doug Christie finding a rhythm, finding a groove, and finding a place to get those guys out there on the floor. With those types of guys also, it's going to be like, who do they play best with? Is it Max at the 4? Is it Max at the backup 4 spot playing out there with Domantas Sabonis? Is it Max at the backup 5 spot playing in place of Domantas Sabonis? Talks about Neek getting point guard minutes, Neek playing behind Zach LaVine. Like all of these things, are things that not only Neek and Max have to figure out, but they're things that Doug has to figure out. And as much as I'd love to believe those guys are gonna figure those things out during, training camp over the course of a month or whatever, we all know that's not going to be the case. There's things Doug is going to figure out and that coaching staff is going to figure out as the year goes along. As the year goes along, as combinations are tried, as players go in and out of the lineup because of injuries or because of whatever reason, Doug can learn, hey, man, this works here. This works there. That's why the development of them is so difficult, and that's why their seasons are so much more likely to be of the up and down variety rather than again, he wasn't perfect, but he was very steady rookie season of Keegan Murray. Hell, think back to Davion. Davion was all over the place, man, for the better part of his time with Sacramento. And a lot of that is changing coaches and Luke trying to figure it out, Mike trying to figure it out, Davion trying to figure out. Davion talking like, I got to knock down my shots. Like Davion was one of the most aware basketball players I remember ever hearing talk. Remember him talking to Chris Haynes like, hey, man, what do you need to do this offseason? I need to knock down my shots. That's how I stay on the floor. Like if I knock down my shots, I'm staying on the floor. If I'm knocked down my shots, I'm making life really, really difficult for Mike. Mike has to make the decision, is he going to take me out of this game? Mike didn't always have a difficult time deciding that. And I think that made for, and I know Kings fans get frustrated when they look at Davion over in Miami. You watched Davion last year, man. He was super, super steady. Picture like Davion had a role last year. He had a role, and he had a coach that was consistent in his beliefs and his players. It's one of the things Eric Spoelstra is notorious for. Like he will put players in a position to succeed and let them ride it out. And I don't think there was ever any question whether, like, the question was like, how good is Davion? Like, is he a backup player? Is he a starter? Like, is he a role player? Is he what was Mike Brown's line? For situational role player. Is he that? Davion's a good basketball player. He's solid. He could be on any roster in the league. But he found his place in Miami. Having a role is so important. It's so important for the development of young players like Nick Clifford, like Maxime Reynaud. Now, this all could be for nothing. We go back to the Chris Biderman conversation. This could all be for nothing. We could all be getting too excited over nothing. Getting excited over Summer League is a direct path to heartache. But every once in a while, you might be able to find love. And what we have to do from now until the start of training camp in September or whatever it winds up being, we've got to believe that love is out there for us. Because our hearts are palpitating right now. Our palms are a little bit sweaty. We got the R&B music playing in the background. We got the candles lit. We're planning the dinner. Oh, we think we found love in Nick and Max. And what are the chances? Seriously. What are the chances? Oh, that we can fall in love with both of them. Because history says they're both going to break our heart. What if neither of them do? What if this is, in fact, true love? Oh, we're going to have to ride this new love feeling all the way to the start of training camp. Because Kings back up 7, by the way, 78-71 with 7 minutes left in this game, left in this fourth Summer League game. But we are going to have to believe in love. Let's bring in our man, James Ham here, kind enough to join us here an hour early because of some appointments he's got going on today. Hammer, I just posed the question, like, we've allowed ourselves to fall in love during Summer League, and that can be dangerous. Falling in love can hurt. We have fallen in love so many times, and we have had our heart broken so many times. But right now, it feels like people have fallen in love with Maxime Reynaud, with Nick Clifford, and we are just holding on to the start of training camp to see where this new relationship might take us.
No, I'm with you. I mean, for me, watching Nick Clifford play, like, you just keep upping the player comp. Like, every time you watch him, you're like, oh, he's got that in his bag. In this game, he's got 12 points or something like that, but 8 assists, 5 rebounds. Like, everything he's doing is something that is repeatable at the next level. And when the spacing is better and when he's a 4th or 5th option on the court, you can just see how much better he's going to look when he's not the focal point of the other team. So I think everybody has, watching him play, everybody should be pretty excited just because the confidence, everything that he does, again, just looks like an NBA player. And that's a good sign. Reynaud, he's going to have ups and downs. He needs to get way stronger. You can see that. He needs to be better at rebounding, better finding a body as a rebounder. But overall, I think, we're watching like the early stages of two guys who should be in the Kings rotation, at least by mid-season. And with Nick, I would say on day one.
You're a little more, maybe skeptical is the wrong term, but are you a little more, it sounds like you're a little more reserved with Maxime Reynaud?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just being realistic. I mean, he's going to have some good moments, but he's also going to have some moments where it's like, look, you either have to be bigger, stronger than everybody around you, or as a big man, you got to be real quick. And he's caught in between those two things right now. And I think, the next, 8 to 10 weeks is going to be super important for him to grow and learn and just get better. And the Kings, they'll have a plan for him coming out of Summer League. But I do think that, again, bringing in a guy like Drew Eubanks to compete for minutes with him, that's a good thing. Bringing in a guy like Dario Saric, if he makes a team, whatever, if he's going to be there, like having these guys there to compete with him for minutes, it opens a door where it might not be the first week of the season or the first month of the season, but there could very well come a point where you see some of those back. Looks like a player who, first is really, really smart. I mean, they were talking to him on the broadcast a few minutes ago while you were on the air, and he's a computer science and math major at Stanford. So that tells you he's a really brilliant dude. But he's yelling, he's screaming, he's on top of his teammates early on, and I think that's great too. You just want him to be able to maintain that when he's with the parent club and he's getting minutes. He's got to be able to be a leader from the back line.
We talked a few minutes ago. Keegan Murray came up in a conversation with Chris Biderman earlier, Hammer, and one of the things I think when you look back at Keegan Murray's rookie season, which was really good, there were a lot more ups than downs. He was as steady of a rookie as I think maybe we've ever seen in Sacramento. And I attribute part of that to being he had a very clearly defined role from the moment he stepped on the floor. Like, I know he didn't start the very first game, maybe he started the second one that he played or whatever it was, but like he had a very, very clearly defined role. And I think that played a part in the way that rookie season went. I'm fearful that neither Neek or I'm positive James is frozen, right? Like, I just continue to talk like I think James is going for moments of
I hear you
right now.
Okay, as long as James hears me, that's fine. One of my concerns, Hammer, with Neek and Max both is, while I think both of those guys have roles with this Sacramento Kings team, I don't know how clearly defined that they are. I think that's something both of those guys have to work through. That's something that Doug Christie and his coaching staff have to work through. And that, to me, creates a situation where you probably have a little bit more ups and downs here in this rookie season for those guys.
No, I mean, it's a really good point, but I would actually look at the role that Keegan had in his rookie season, and why can't that be a role that we see starting lineup most likely? But I still see that as that can be his role. Keep it simple, and then slowly build from there. I actually think because of his age, because of his years of college, Keegan came in as an older rookie as well, but like a 21-year-old rookie, but with only 2 years of college experience. Neek comes in with 5 years of college experience. Like, it's not just that he's 23. I said he's 23 with 160 games or something under his belt. It's something crazy. So you're expecting him to be taking it to be able to take on more at a younger age, as far as like whether it's defensive questions or whether it's hey, we need you to be a little bit more of a distributor. I think just naturally he's a great rebounder for his position. He'll be able to do that. I think he'll be able to hold his own defensively at the small forward or at the shooting guard. And to be honest, I think he could average 10 points a game as a rookie. Getting above that as a rookie coming off the bench where he's likely going to be won't be the easiest thing to do. But I do think that there's plenty of room for him to grow and to know what his role is, but to slowly be able to take on more and more. And the one thing I'll say is that a lot of times when you see rookies who try to do too much, you see it right away. But when I'm watching Neek Clifford play, it doesn't feel like anything he does is too much. It feels like he's playing within the confines of in the flow of the offense, the flow of the defense. Like, he's just playing basketball. And that's a good sign for the Kings, because when a player, again, looks like they're doing too much and you can see it right away and, forcing the issues, which a lot of, again, not to single out Devin, but I just watched him throw up an air ball on a step back three. Like, man, you're doing too much. Let the game come to you. And Clifford, even though it's like his fourth summer league game, you see this like calmness and ease to his game that, again, I think we've seen from certain rookies throughout the years with the Kings. Keegan certainly had that calmness, that maturity as a rookie, but also, look at Tyreek Evans. He was phenomenal as a rookie. He clearly, but again, he was doing too much a lot of the time. But you still understood how good he was, like, right away. I think we're going to, like, the legend of Neek Clifford is going to grow here. And I think he's going to be a really, really solid rotational player, maybe even a starter down the road.
Yeah, Nick is doing that thing again. He's having a big quarter, and he's up to 19 points to go along with those 8 assists that you referenced when we started this conversation. He's at 19, 5 rebounds, 8 assists, 1 turnover for Nick on 8 of 14 shooting, man, in his 28 minutes. And the Sacramento Kings are up 6 with 2 minutes and 53 seconds left. One thing you talked about the conversation with Max earlier, Hammer. One thing Kings fans got really excited about was he's talking about, no, let's go win Summer League. Like, we're here. He's just, you guys shutting down. That's fine. Let's go win Summer League. And I think Kings fans will always love and appreciate that level of competitiveness and fire above virtually anything else.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, Doug is going to appreciate it. Like,
oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Doug is over the moon excited about the way his team is playing right now. And it's not whether they're hitting shots or not. Everybody loves the fact that the Kings came in shooting like 42% from 3, and Nick Clifford came in shooting 70% from 3 in the first 3 games. That's not sustainable, I don't think. But
who knows?
But it's the style of play and the grit that they're playing on defense, where everyone is just talking about how well they're playing defensively. And that's something that Doug is hoping that will carry over. You know, these guys aren't going to get to play this type of minutes ever in this season. You know, there might be a couple of games where Devin Carter or Isaac Jones or Nick Clifford play, you know, heavy minutes, but as a group, you're not going to expect them to play this type of, you know, like time on the court together. But that doesn't change the fact that they're going to be in Sacramento. They're going to be playing against each other. They're going to be battling all through the next 10 weeks, building up to training camp. And in that time, when the veterans do come in, they're gonna see the level of play from these guys and the intensity that they're playing with. And if guys aren't playing to that intensity, they're not going to play. They're going to get pushed to the side. If you don't want to play what Doug is, you know, trying to build, this culture of strong physicality, you know, defense, talking, hoisting up threes, but also, you know, the beautiful game that Doug always talks about, sharing is caring. All of that stuff. If you're not willing to do that, you're going to find yourself out of the rotation really quickly. And I think that's, you know, they're trying to establish a culture that's unique to Sacramento, unique to Doug Christie, but, you know, that mirrors some of the cultures you see around the league, whether it's, you know, the Houston Rockets who play extremely hard, the Memphis Grizzlies who play extremely hard, like those teams that don't give in and make you play a full 48. And that's something that you can establish in the summer league, that you can carry over in the build up to training camp and then into training camp. I'd also say they're pushing the ball a lot, and they're grabbing rebounds and shooting out long outlet passes. That's not something we've seen from this Kings team since, you know, the Dave Yeager second year, where they had the fastest team in the league for about 85% of the season until they slowed down at the end. I expect this team to run. And so maybe Doug is a coach that is willing to go, you know, 9 or 10 deep and not limit his rotation like Mike was always like wary of doing.
And that's kind of another component to this upcoming Kings season that a lot of us are asking questions about, is we don't know exactly what type of coach Doug Christie is. I don't know if Doug knows exactly what type of coach he is. Last year, you know, he did a fantastic job, but last year was surviving. It wasn't about finding your style. It wasn't about doing, like, Doug was surviving thing after thing after thing. First, it's taking over from Mike Brown, trying to figure out how to get that team on track after losing 6 straight. He loses his first. It's 7 straight, and then they're able to get going. Actually, I think his loss was the 6th straight. Then they won, you know, 7 in a row. I think it was 10 of 11 or 11 of 12 or something like that. Then you have the whole De'Aaron Fox situation. Then you try to integrate Zach LaVine, and he's dealing with so much. I don't know that he ever had the opportunity to find out who exactly he is as a head coach, just as much as these players have an opportunity, you know, this offseason to kind of grow together, gel together, work out together, you know, refine their games. Doug has the opportunity to find out exactly what he wants to do as a head coach. And you mentioned seeing things that we haven't seen, you know, in terms of ball movement, in terms of pace, since Dave Yeager was here. It'll be interesting to see how much of that hammer DC takes with him into the start of the season.
Yeah, I will tell you this. Doug never understood why they slowed it down. Never understood why you have a Ferrari as a point guard and you got him in third gear the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
It was frustrating. As Doug was a commentator, an analyst while he was watching the games and stuff. Again, I spent a lot of time with Doug sitting, watching games together, and his prevailing thought was always why are they not pushing the tempo? I'm intrigued too to see what kind of, because what we're talking about is, again, Doug said it so many times last year, he was trying to fix an airplane while it's in the air, trying to keep the airplane, in the air while flying to the next destination and not having the thing crash and burn. And I think that there is something, to being a leader of men and sort of what he did to keep the thing on the right path. But I totally agree with you when we don't know what Doug's offensive identity is going to be, what his full-fledged defensive identity is going to be. It's one thing to say they're going to play hard, they're going to play physical, they're going to give second and third efforts and all that stuff. But are they going to be are they going to have a horns offense that, super heavy on the pick and roll? Or are they going to have a flow offense? I will tell you, Doug, he was really, really close with Pete Carrill, and for years, but they kept in touch for until Pete Carrill passed away a few years ago. They were always super close, and they talked all the time about the ideas of basketball. And so a lot of what you get from Doug, when you do talk to him about it, it's almost like basketball abstract. It's thinking about the game and how the flow of the game should be, how how you should be with your teammates, the type of screen that you should set, how to roll to the basket the right way, all of these little finer nuances of the game, which he's really, really that's something that he pushes on players so much. The idea, Pete Carrill told him, they worked on behind the back passes, and people are like, why are we doing all these behind the back passes? Well, because sometimes the behind the back pass is the right pass. You're able to shield your body, shield the defender away from the ball, go behind your back and open up a running lane to a player that you can't do while you're facing the other way. And so there's all of these nuances to the game, but how does that work within the structure of an offense, the structure of a defense? And what is Doug going to be known as? What type of, sort of, again, offense are they going to run? Will it look like what we saw from Mike Brown's offense, which was realistically Jay Triano's offense? Or will it look like something more from, his time with Rick Adelman and sort of the Princeton style with the high posts? We don't know yet. And we're going to have to wait and see what that looks like.
And Doug may not know either, but I think the true hallmark of a great coach is Doug may have an idea of what he wants to do as a head coach and how he wants his team to play. But you've got to cater that to your roster. You talked about Doug, the analyst, referencing those teams. I don't understand why, you've got a Ferrari and you got him in third gear this whole time. Why did you stop moving? Why did you stop moving? You don't have the Ferrari anymore. You have a different type of team. You have DeMar DeRozan, you have Zach LaVine. Everyone talked last year about, Doug would talk openly about how many threes he wanted the Sacramento Kings to shoot. And Kings fans would be like, well, you're never going to hit that number because you got DeMar DeRozan there. You're only going to get, 2, maybe 3 from Domantas Sabonis on a game-to-game basis. So the hallmark of a great coach is having an idea of what you want to do, then recognizing I might not have the roster that can execute that, and then adjusting. And Doug might have to build his first-year coaching style off of what exactly he could do with this roster.
Yeah, it's kind of a bummer though, because you would hope that they would be able to adjust the roster accordingly to get the players that might fit some sort of flow offense. So then that way, when they do make changes, it doesn't feel so dramatic, because I think that's the one thing, like everyone knows, like there's nothing wrong with what DeMar DeRozan does as a player. I mean, he's efficient. He's incredible. He's going in the Hall of Fame, 6-time All-Star, top 25 all-time scoring list. Like what he does is really spectacular. And there are games where, the Kings would have lost by 20 without DeMar DeRozan. But at the same time, you have to, see what his impact is on the rest of the players. And how do you build a team around that? And how do you limit sort of the DeMar DeRozan effect? Because again, you have DeMar for one season, and maybe if you want him for a second season, but at that point he's going to be 37 years old and might not want to play basketball anymore. And so how do you design a team around players that may or may not be there? How do you design a team around one of the best passing big men in the NBA with the understanding that there may come a point where Domantas Sabonis isn't on this team? And so it's a constant battle to develop your own identity as a coach, play to the strengths of your players, like what you're talking about, but also find the players that fit the system so you can succeed in the style of play that you want to play. And I think it's going to be a constant battle until they sort of get this roster, not just right, but on the right path. And I think that's what most of us have been asking for. It's not that you go out there and have, again, the Clippers roster where you have, 5 All-Stars or 6 All-Stars in your rotation. It's about getting a player that makes sense for what you're trying to do as a team. And that's all. It's like, again, I think all of us, we weren't sitting here pining for them to go get, the best player, even Mikal Bridges, right? Everyone would have loved Mikal Bridges, but it was with the understanding that going out and getting Mikal Bridges costs you 5 first-round picks. It's more like, hey, this Cam Johnson kid fits the bill. Like he knows how to play the position. He might not be as good as a Mikal Bridges or an OG Anunoby, but he's still the type of player that this team needs. And I think that's where, it's tough for Scott because he's got a lot of cleanup to do, and he's got to figure out how to bring in these pieces that were never quite brought in to finish off the original roster. And now the roster is going to be completely different because you traded away the best player. And so now you're rebalancing the entire time, trying to figure out a way through like a very, very dicey situation.
Shout out to the Kings and Cavs who stretched that final 2 minutes to last as long as humanly possible. The game has finally gone final. The Sacramento Kings win their 4th straight Summer League game. They are 4-0, beating the Cleveland Cavaliers 94-86. Nick Clifford winds up finishing with 19 points, 7 rebounds, and 9 assists. Maxime Reynaud finished with 10 points in his 23 minutes of play. Isaac Jones finished with 17 points. And Devin Carter, 11 points, 6 assists. Devin and Max led the team with 4 turnovers. I don't want to be overly negative. I thought Devin stunk today, man. And maybe it doesn't matter. I don't know. Devin Carter is not this team's backup point guard. He's not this team's emergency point guard. He's not this team's point guard in any way, shape, or form. I don't know what he is here to do for the Sacramento Kings team, but I know it is not that.
Yeah, I mean, it's so tough watching him. Kyle and I were discussing this earlier. The question was, like, who were we hoping would have a better game or that would, sort of come out of this looking like, the better player type deal. And between Devin and Neek. And I want to see which one of them takes over as the point guard, which one of them gets in the pick and roll, which one of them finds their teammates in the corner or sets up the big man for the dunk, which one like has that it factor as a potential, like not primary distributor, but a distributor. And what did Devin finish assist wise for the game?
He finished with 6 assists in this one. 6 assists, 4 turnovers.
Yeah, I'm going to guess that 4 of those assists came on lead passes to a guy who was cherry picking. And that's okay, because you need that as well. But that doesn't say primary ball handler. That says, like, grab a rebound, which he's a great rebounder for his size. Grab the rebound, hit a lead pass, and go from there. That's really a good attribute to have. But when you saw Nick Clifford finish with 9, and they're all kinds of different assists, it's finding guys under the basket, it's finding guys in the corner, it's finding guys in the pick and roll, the lob to Renault, like all of those things, they show you that he can be a primary ball handler in a pinch. And that was the step we were hoping that Devin Carter would take somewhere along the way in this summer league. But it's also where you see that his natural instincts have nothing to do with being a point guard. And again, he can throw a bomb outlet pass that, drops from the ceiling like his 3-point shot and looks really good. But where are you at in a basic offensive set? And when you get to the key, do you have any idea what you're doing, or are you just getting to the key and then pivoting on 1 foot the whole time? And I know he did have a nice find. He found Isaac Jones for a dunk at one point. But it's just the consistency of it. His head isn't up as a player. His head is down because he wants to score for himself. And I told Kyle this the other day, like I think he's a lot more Cam Thomas than he is, any kind of point guard. And, again, those types of players like that, they end up getting assists, but they end up getting assists because, 2 guys shift over to him because they keep chucking and they know that they're not going to pass. And then all of a sudden they hit a pass that, finds a guy that's wide open. So it should be interesting to see what happens. But, I definitely think we've seen Nick Clifford consistently put up 18. He finished like he's averaging 18.3 points per game. He's got like between 17 and like 21 points every game. There is no fluctuation. His rebound numbers are solid. His assist numbers spiked in this game, but it came in averaging 3.7 assists per game. And all of them are like between 3 and 4 assists per game. So I like the consistency of action, and what we're watching on the floor, it matches the stat line perfectly. You see a competent rebound, you see a competent ball handler, a competent distributor of the basketball, and a very confident scorer. And that's all good.
We got more time with James Ham. He joined us an hour early to talk Summer League basketball, to talk Kings basketball. We'll continue to talk Sacramento Kings 4-0 so far in Summer League. We'll talk more about this game against Cleveland, more about Nick, more about Devin, more about Maxime Renault and D'Lo and Casey with James Ham. Continue here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I'll run to the restroom, James. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm going to switch Wi-Fi, everybody. I'll be
that's a
2
good
seconds. Yeah, I'll switch. Boom, 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 boom. Hello. Is this thing on? All right, I'm back, everybody. I'm on my other Wi-Fi, but it doesn't look any better. I don't know what the deal is today. Maybe it's because I'm watching the game. Maybe if I shut the game off. Drew Timmy is second in scoring in Summer League. There we go. Maybe this helps. Fingers crossed. I'm at 1 bar. I was at 1 bar with my other Wi-Fi as well. I don't know what the deal is. The serial connection. Does Devin even get 8? He's gonna have a tough time getting minutes no matter what. The easiest pathway for him to get minutes is if the Kings pull off a trade and move on from Malik. But man, Dennis Schroeder and Malik Monk are going to play major minutes at the 1, and their minutes are going to bleed over into the 2, where you have Zach LaVine and Keon Ellis, those minutes are going to bleed over into the 3. This is like a never-ending cycle of moving players around. I'm really hoping that Isaac Jones gets an opportunity because I've really enjoyed watching him play. And the dude just has great balance and hangs in the air. Yeah. I would blame the kids, but maybe they are streaming something upstairs. I don't know. I don't think they're playing video games, though. Sure, for the right player. Okay. Like if the Kings traded Monk and Carter and a trade package for a small forward, I could easily see them going out and trying to sign Russell Westbrook if he's still available at that point, and having him as the backup. If you guys don't mind, hit the thumbs up for us. Yay. Jalen, we lost the pug. He's not eating our bandwidth. That was about, 2 months ago now.
We're back here, James.
All right.
Man, I step out real quick, come back. James is in 4K. Goodness gracious. James is crystal clear now on the screen. Your internet was having a Devin Carter-like day. First few minutes of that conversation. But now you look like the Sacramento Kings, who are 4-0 here in this summer league, and hell, appear to be attempting to win their 3rd summer league title, man. And why not? What a boost that would be for, one thing that we haven't talked about, Hammer, in our excessive praise of guys like Nick Clifford and Maxime Reynaud, is that those guys are the first draft picks of, this new front office with Scott Perry, BJ Armstrong. This new front office, that took over following the season, didn't have a pick leading into the draft, didn't have a 1st-round pick leading into the draft, and by very, very early appearances seem to have landed not one but 2 guys who could potentially make an impact on their team. Man, what a feather in the cap that would be for this new front office.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you find 2 rotational players when you had no 1st-round pick and you were able to trade in, that would be huge. I mean, this team needs it, right? The Kings, they lost Jake LaRavia. They lost, at this point, Trey Lyles does not appear to be coming back. Yeah. They moved on from Jonas Valanciunas in what amounts to a salary dump. They've lost some depth here, right? And so adding depth pieces, sure, you can try to go out and sign players in free agency. But even like a real basic signing like Drew Eubanks, that's fine and all, but that's not going to be the difference between you winning 2 more games. Somebody else has to be able to step up. And, again, if Nick Clifford becomes a player who gets 16 to 18 minutes a game as a rookie and starts showing some major promise, it allows you to do something crazy. Maybe at the trade deadline, you do move on from a guy like DeMar. Maybe you cash in whatever value that you can get out of him, or you get a player who's under contract longer that makes sense for your roster build. If you feel like he's ascended to a point where you can install him into a lineup. I'd also point out, we mentioned this before, but Scott Perry has done some really good work in the history of his drafting in the 20s. Mm-hmm. Has he made some mistakes? Sure. Like Kevin Knox, not a great draft pick, but he also drafted Aaron Gordon when he was with Orlando. These are players that he's hit high end of the draft, but also he found Emmanuel Quickley at number 25, and that's what you're kind of hoping that he won't turn into Emmanuel Quickley, but that level of player if you can find that level of player in the 20s, then you did a great job, and your scouting department did a great job. And not only that, but you made a decision that made sense, because I think a lot of times that's been one of the knocks on the Monty and Wes, sort of like their era, was like, why do you keep drafting point guards? Why do you keep drafting undersized players? Why do you not address like the elephant in the room? And, just the fact is there was always an elephant in the room. Like, why do you not have a 6'8", 6'9"? Why do you have to go out and get a Mo Harkless or a KZ Okpala or a Chimo Monecki? Yeah. Why are you going out and getting these players, but not the better versions of those players, And that's tough. I mean, you want to grow your players, and you want to be able to, maybe develop an Isaiah Crawford, Isaac Jones. But at the same time, like, there is a way in which you go get higher end versions of those players, whether it's in the draft or free agency. And they didn't address those situations like time and time again.
Do you think the Kings tried to? Because it felt like I don't know, 6 weeks ago, we actually would regularly through the offseason kind of have fun with this question. Like, is it a foregone conclusion that the Sacramento Kings are trading DeMar DeRozan? Is it a foregone conclusion that DeMar DeRozan is playing somewhere else other than Sacramento? And the answer for months and months and months and months and months was, yeah, like he's not. Like, yeah, it doesn't fit. Yeah, for a multitude of reasons, he's not going to be here. And it wasn't even, at least not for me, it wasn't even like a slow, gradual change into, hey, I think DeMar is going to be here. It just suddenly hit me that, yeah, maybe they're not trading him. Maybe he is going to be here. Now, this was all before we saw the current climate that's happening in the NBA, this really weird offseason that we're having. But do you think that the Sacramento Kings tried to trade DeMar or weren't interested in trading DeMar?
Like, look, I think, like, I heard stuff early in the offseason about the Miami Heat. But then, it feels like Scott came in the door. We've all heard about this. Like, he went around and interviewed everyone in the building. Like, everyone from, locker room attendants to, like security people and everything else. He like wanted to get a lay of the land. And I think as part of that, I think that there were conversations with DeMar, and, for whatever reason, they've decided that their path forward is together, at least for right now. And maybe that's because there wasn't a big, robust market for DeMar DeRozan, at least at this point. But I certainly could see there being a robust market for DeMar like mid-season. The problem is you're always going to need to, like, the Kings can't just trade DeMar just to trade him. He averaged 22 points per game last season.
Right.
Like, he's a ball player.
Yeah.
So, like, if you're going to trade him, you better go get an asset for him. You better get something for him. Or, is there more value in having your salary drop by $26 million next season? Or $16 million next season and completely clear the year after? Because I think that can be the advantage too here, where you can sit here and continuously switch out players and hope that for the best, or you can leave players in place and, if you're not going to get actual value for them on the trade market, or you're going to hurt yourself further with additional years of bad contracts from some other player on a different team, you might just want to hold tight and let this thing play out and try to be as competitive as possible in the meantime, which is kind of where we're at. But you're right. Like, the switch was weird. Like, all of a sudden it's just like DeMar's not part of any trade conversation, and Scott Perry likes him a lot. And it sounds like DeMar's sticking around.
Yeah, for me, it was thinking about Scott Perry and the types of players it appears that he likes. I started to think, I feel like that's DeMar. Like, I feel like DeMar fits the mold of what Scott Perry would like in a basketball player. Obviously, DeMar is tremendously well respected across the league, so I'm sure that plays a part in it. But And you mentioned something there a second ago. Can you walk me through this? Because I'm pretty sure I got it. DeMar's contract is only partially guaranteed next year, which means if the Sacramento Kings don't trade him or can't trade him, they can waive him and would only owe a partial amount of that guarantee.
Yeah,
or the amount of that contract, I should say.
There was a way in which he could get the entirety guaranteed, but I don't think, or the guarantees would go up. I don't think that we're going to worry about those measurements. Like it's something like Western Conference Finals or something like there were a bunch of like small ways in which it could be longer, where his third year would be like would raise up in value. As of right now, it's like $10 million buyout. So they would just basically decline his contract, and then the declining of the contract would come with a $10 million check to DeMar. And so, but it also, that works for another team as well. And so let's just, for example, say there's another team out there that has a player that's, 26 years old. It's on a 3-year, $75 million deal. So they owe him 25 or 24, 25 and 26 million over the next 3 years. Let's say the Kings trade DeMar to another team. That team could instantly waive DeMar at the end of the year and pay that $10 million and go from owing, I don't know what it would be. It would be like 40 million over the 2 years to, owing 75 million for the players they had to more like, 35 million. Yeah. And so you could save another team a bunch of money in a transaction like that. Even, again, as long as you traded him at this deadline, I think that's or before the new basketball season starts, when his contract would have to be guaranteed. That's when you can actually do this type of move. And, it would save another team, $16 million off their books too.
Did you think when the collective bargaining agreement was signed that these new aprons would have such a dramatic impact on the league and the way that teams do business as they have?
No, I don't think anybody did. Like, because they've tried things throughout the course of time with the CBA. And the funny thing is, the league always hard lines against the players, and it's always like a battle until last time, right? Like Adam Silver was able to get through without a stoppage, which David Stern almost like embraced all the time. Mm-hmm. Like every 7 years he'd reset his league, and I never agreed with that either. So we have like the 98 lockout. We got I think there is one around 2005. You had for sure the 2011 lockout. Mm-hmm. But now we have labor, like I don't know what you want to call it, tranquility. But I don't think it's going to last, especially after what just happened. Where the players have an impound account where 10% of their pay goes into a giant bank account, and the assumption was they would get that money back and maybe some more after that, and that's not what happened.
They lost all.
The players lost all of it, and now we're seeing an offseason where it's very awkward and very weird, and nobody's able to like maneuver at all. But I always found it interesting that, the league is the owners. It's backed by the owners, right? They're fighting for ownership, and then the Players Association is fighting for the players, and the league is always beating up the players. And then as soon as they get the deal done, the owners turn around and circumvent the rules that they just put in place in order to make their teams really good. And so a certain group of owners always just instantly go out and spend the money that the league really was fighting for them not to spend. Right. And it's this perpetual cycle. I think at this point, though, everyone is looking around and saying, okay, these rules are so extreme that not being able to trade your first round pick is one thing, losing your first round pick is another. All of a sudden, the repeater tax, if you start, doing this 2 or 3 years in a row, you start jumping up to, the hundreds of millions of dollars in fines, basically. And even what we saw today with the Bradley Beal buyout, Bradley Beal gave back $13.8 million, and that wasn't him being generous. The only way they could do that deal is if he gave that money back, because you're only allowed to stretch provision 15% of your salary cap each year. So, but like, just think of it this way. They just basically tied up $20 million of their $200 million, around salary cap for the next 5 years.
Yeah.
They can't access that money. They can't do anything with that money. But in return, Damian, that $30 million they saved this year off their books, because that's what it is, 50, and then you spread his contract out over 5 years. You save $30 million. That might save the Suns $100 million in luxury tax.
Yeah, and allows them access to things they weren't going to have access to in terms of picks, in terms of, even the types of players they can sign because of the restrictions of the second apron.
Yeah, the second apron, even the first apron is so restrictive, but the second apron is crazy. And again, like, I think teams right now, like the Kings did it last year, and they hard capped themselves by doing the DeMar DeRozan trade. They again hard capped themselves this year by doing the Dennis Schroeder trade. So the Kings are hard capped at the first apron. It's almost intentional. That's it does feel that way, where it's like, nope, well, we're not going to go up there anyways, but in case we needed any further deterrence, here it is. Like, the league will not allow us to go above $188 million this year. And that's just like a really interesting way that the Kings have done business the last 2 years. And like, look, the free agent market hasn't always been good to the Kings, but the sign and trade market might still be okay for the Kings, because if you're a team that's willing to pay more than other teams for a player, they might be willing to go to play for you in that situation, especially because of the aprons, because there aren't a bunch of teams out there that can afford these players. So again, the reason why Kuminga isn't signed as a free agent right now is because no one has any money. And like, if a team has money, they've got the $14.1 million mid-level exception, and that's not enough money for him. So now he's just stuck in this holding pattern until they find some sort of solution with another team, because Golden State doesn't appear to want to pay that money either. So it's just a really, really interesting way that the league is running right now, and how difficult it is to move pieces.
Golden State doesn't want to pay a penny to that man, period, whether it involves their apron, their first, second salary cap, nothing. They don't want to pay nothing to him. I have the apron tracker, and it's pretty crazy. At 36 and 46, Phoenix Suns were the most expensive team in the league. That's obviously changed today, or I assume that has changed today with the buyout of Bradley Beal. But I am looking to see, it feels like with the restrictions of the second apron, and as they get greater as you move along, we will likely never see a multi-year second apron team.
Oh,
the restrictions would be far too great. You would just be stuck. Like, your team would literally be in cement.
Yeah. You can't even make a trade that brings back a player that makes $1 over the player that's going out. And I think they limit the ability to aggregate players in a trade. It becomes like really, really, really difficult. And that's where, like, again, we talked about this before, but like, I thought the Knicks were so short-sighted by firing Tom Thibodeau, because what they did last offseason was so aggressive to go out and get Cat, to go out and get Mikal Bridges. Yeah. And then on top of that, to pay OG Anunoby all that money and his extension, and to just keep, keeping that team together and paying all the money. Even, he took less money. But why am I drawing a blank? Oh, Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson took less money, but he still took a ton of money. Yeah. Right. And that contract, all of those contracts were kicking in, but it was like, hey, if you just wait until the offseason, there's going to be like 3 or 4 players who are excellent players, but in the twilight of their career, that wouldn't mind coming and playing for you. And so you go from a team that has, 5 players, maybe 6, to a team that all of a sudden they filled up their bench, and, they were able to go get Yabusele. They might be able to get Ben Simmons. They were able to get Jordan Clarkson. Like, these are pieces that are so incredibly valuable to a team that Tom Thibodeau couldn't do last summer. And now this summer, Mike Brown is going to be able to take advantage of. But again, it's about managing like the top end of your roster and then being able to still field a competent team, because that was the flaw to the Knicks last year. They just straight up ran out of gas late in the season. And part of that's because Thibodeau plays all of his starters, 40 minutes every single night. But a lot of it is just because his team wasn't good enough once he got past the top 5. And so now we're going to see a different version of that, and maybe a much better team, but certainly a team that's either going to be at the apron or around the second apron, but they can stay under that by bringing in veterans who, again, keep this in mind. You pay a veteran who's been in the league 10 years, you pay him $3.6 million, but per league rule, he counts as a league minimum player at $2 million. So sort of the Alex Len thing that we talked about last year. So as far as luxury tax dollars, those players count for 2/3 basically of their salary. And that's how you're able to fill up a roster on a great team. It's how the Warriors were able to stay so relevant for so long with budget players around their great players.
You brought up the New York Knicks. I don't know why I find this so funny, but the New York Knicks are $53,000 away from the second apron. And again, I don't know why that's funny to me, but it very much is. And you are absolutely correct. When you are over the second apron, you cannot aggregate 2 or more player salaries in a trade.
Yeah.
You can't send out cash in a trade. And acquiring a player using a TPE that was created via previous sign and trade, you can't do that either. The only things you can do when you're over the second apron is you can re-sign your own free agents, you can sign draft picks, you can sign players to minimum contracts, or you can make trades where one player is sent out and equal or less salary comes back.
And if you're over the second apron, they freeze the final pick. So it would be the 2032 pick. If you're over the second apron a second time, I believe you forfeit that pick. Yeah, it's crazy. So freezing the pick means you can't trade it.
Yeah.
So a team like Denver right now, who literally walked into this offseason with no second round picks, and they had no access to any of their own picks. Every pick, all of their first round picks were either traded or had trade whatchamacallits on them, the option to swap, pick swaps on them, like all of their picks. So if they're over the second apron and we hit the new calendar year and they get their 2032 pick, but it's frozen, now they can't trade that either. They can't do anything with it. It really does just make it extremely difficult to maneuver. And I think that some of this will go away because, in the end, even the lower end teams, even if they're not winning, the lower end teams are still like, hey, go ahead and let Joe Lacob spend $300 million. We're okay splitting the tax money. Yeah. And so I think, they will make adjustments down the road, but for right now, yeah, it's tough.
I think this includes all of the new money and latest deals. The 4 teams over the first apron are the Nuggets, Lakers, Bucks, and Knicks. The 3 teams over the second apron are the Boston Celtics, the Minnesota Timberwolves, and the Phoenix Suns. I believe Phoenix is now not only below the second apron, but also below the first apron after the Bradley Beal buyout today, which puts just the Boston Celtics and the Minnesota Timberwolves over the second apron right now.
And how far over the luxury tax was Phoenix before today? Luxury Phoenix tax is 188,
30 over the luxury tax. I have them 25 million over the second apron, 36 million over the first apron. I'm not sure how far that puts them over the luxury tax. Let me do some.
Just add another.
My guess, they
42.
were about. If I'm doing this right, were they about 80 million over?
Yeah, that's so much money in luxury tax.
Oh my God,
that's so much money in we're talking 200 million in luxury tax, and that's again, that's what you're going to see from a team like Minnesota. Minnesota's going to pay out the ears for that team. I mean, that is such an expensive team. So, and that's why, they lost Alexander Walker, but also why the Nas Reed transaction was like, oh, that's a lot of money. You just took on another 10 million. That's so much money.
Well, remember that like 12-hour period where we thought Rudy Gobert was getting traded?
Oh, yeah.
He posted the what looked like an Instagram goodbye, and I think it was. I feel like it was Kevin Durant. I think it involved KD, and everyone thought KD was going to Minnesota. As a matter of fact, I think Eddie told us the deal that had KD going to Minnesota. It did involve, I think it was Rudy Gobert, Dante DiVincenzo, and maybe some draft capital, but. That has nothing to do with the Sacramento Kings Summer League team being 4-0, and it has nothing to do with the fact that James Ham has to go. Thanks for joining us an hour early, Hammer. We appreciate you. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll talk more NBA basketball. We'll talk more Summer League championship because it's on the way here for your Kings on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Appreciate you, Hammer. Thanks, man.
Hey, no stress, man. I got to go get my teeth grinded on. Not great.
All right, we'll enjoy that. I'm sure that'll be a blast.
All right, see you guys.
All right, Hammer. See you, man. I just looked up, man. I feel like Bruce Pearl got a tan sitting inside the arena. Bruce was dark when they showed him earlier. He looks like 3 shades darker now. Bruce is a funny dude, man. Funny dude. Now this is driving me nuts. Oh, don't do that. Do this. Yeah. This fucking studio looks like an insane asylum, man. Brother Bruce, that's right, Polo L. Brother Bruce. Brother Bruce. I need a nap, man. Nicki Minaj is bugging. Goodness gracious. Settle down, Nicki. Nah, they didn't let us hang anything up, Scooter. We were actually talking about that the other day. I think Jonathan eventually gave us, like, we have some pieces of Dope One's artwork underneath, like over here right behind me. But I don't know that we're ever gonna put stuff in it. We're trying to make, I told him, man, forget hanging stuff on the wall. Just let us get new cameras where we could, alter the light a little bit, have Leezy come in and set up some cool settings for us. Need to upgrade some things around here, man. I don't know that it'll ever happen, but we're going to keep fighting the good fight. That is what we do. Yeah, switch. Yeah, that's on. Oh, okay. All right. I got you. Because good news, that's on the way too. Yeah. At some point, I'm just going to say some smart ass stuff and someone will either pick up on it or they won't. Man, I got so much work to do. Shit. Casey leaving me here by myself. Out there coaching basketball. Fuck Kenny, man. You gonna say the same thing about me next week? Yeah, we're working on it, Leezy. We're working on it. Yeah, the quality of the clips isn't super high. I mean, not that. I wonder if I went to Best Buy. Leezy, we need to start looking at cameras. Send me what you think we need and what the costs of them are. Sony. What was them joints called? I don't even remember the name of the camera I have, Leezy. It sure as hell isn't this one that I pulled up that's $3,000. It sure as hell isn't that. These are expensive. Forget it. Yo, man, it's your unofficial post-game show here for Summer League basketball as the Sacramento Kings get their 4th win of the Summer League, beating the Cleveland Cavaliers 94-86. You can hit me up on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320. Big thanks to Chris Biderman for joining us earlier on in the show. Big thanks to James Ham, who's normally with us now, but he had an appointment today, so he joined us an hour early as that game was wrapping up. To talk Kings basketball. If you missed either of those conversations, you could subscribe to the D-Lo and KC podcast, wherever you get podcasts from. Of course, you can always check out the show in its entirety over there on youtube.com/ESPN1320 or twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Several different things I want to talk about here, but as I mentioned, it's kind of the unofficial post-game show for the Sacramento Kings winning their 4th straight game here in Summer League. Another reason to be really excited for Nick Clifford. Nick, as we were watching him, like he didn't have like the most he didn't have a super like dominant game. He was, all right, the assists are starting to rack up. Like he's scoring at a fine clip, but that 4th quarter came around. And what was, a tight game. The Sacramento Kings were in control for most of it. They were up 10 at halftime, let that slip away. I don't think they ever lost the lead. I think it got to maybe within 1. Sacramento Kings called timeout. They got the lead immediately back up to 7, but Nick had 7 in that 4th quarter, which helped secure the Sacramento Kings victory. Another really, really, really good outing for Nick Clifford. Maxime Reynaud scored, I think, most of his points. I'll have to look. I think at least 6 of them came in the 1st quarter, and that's exactly what it was. He was 2 of 3 in the 1st quarter, scoring 6, and he, came out. He was aggressive. It looked like he was trying to get his offensive game going very, very early here. And then there's Devin Carter. I do want to mention with Max, if I didn't, 19 points. He also had 9 assists to go along with that. I bring that up because there's, conversations about what his role might be at the point guard position at various points during this upcoming regular season. Devin Carter, obviously, there's been a lot of talk about what his role will be as it pertains to the point guard position, the backup point guard position, the 3rd string point guard, the emergency point guard, whatever. Devin had 11 points, 6 assists, and 4 turnovers. To be fair, Max also had 4 turnovers. That's something I'm sure the coaches are going to point out in film as the days move along here. But I thought Devin stunk today, man. Now, admittedly, I was talking to you for the entire game. Game started at 12:30, had it in front of us, watched it, but again, admittedly, I was talking to y'all. I feel like there was at least 4 times, and there wasn't, but it felt like it, where I avert my eyes, I look at the screen. Maybe I'm talking to Biderman. Maybe I'm looking at the chatty house. And then I look back at the game, and Devin Carter is picking himself up off the ground.
The last few minutes of the 4th quarter, they weren't playing through point guard Devin Carter. They were playing through Nick Clifford.
Yeah,
Devin
man.
was kind of not, I don't want to say off to the side because that makes him like he's doing nothing, but like, they weren't playing through him at all.
And if I got this right, that's the last, like we're headed into the tournament is next, right? They don't have another game. I think the tournament starts this weekend, and they're going to go try to win a Summer League championship. See what the standings look like. Sacramento Kings are 4-0, Oklahoma City 3-0, Charlotte, Los Angeles, San Antonio, Minnesota, Toronto, and Atlanta are all of those teams are 3-0. The Sacramento Kings obviously played the first game of the day. They're 4-0 here on this season, but Summer League season, excuse me. But I didn't think Devin was good. I know I'm the resident hater. That's fine. I own that. I've tried to enter this season with the idea of I'm going to give my brother leeway, and I'm going to give my brother some grace after a difficult rookie season. But I swear to you, he kept falling down in this game. And it wasn't like he's picking himself up off the ground because look at Devin Carter diving for a loose ball. No, I just feel like he kept hitting the ground. Am I wrong in that?
He had one where he's trying to go around a pick and roll, and I think he got tangled up, lost the ball there.
Well, I saw one, and I don't remember if it was in the second or third quarter, where like he got beat defensively, ran and tried to catch up, and ran right into Max at the top of the key. And it's like, bruh, you've played more NBA games than anyone out there on the floor. Why do you look so clumsy?
Because he's not playing his position.
And then he took that sorry-ass three-point attempt. Now, let's be clear. He took a terrible three-point shot in the fourth quarter. You can make the argument he took 2 terrible three-point shots in the fourth quarter. Except one of them went in. And we all know the rules when it comes to taking terrible shots. It's only terrible if you miss. But he took one, and I think it was the first one. He took the first one, and I'm like, oh, come on, man. And it went in. It's like, all right, man, you could. And then he took the other one, and I think he airballed it. It's like, come on, Devin. I want to. I'm telling you, like, as a shoot, like I want to be in, and I want to ride, and I want to give the, last year's lottery pick a chance. There's something about Devin Carter that frustrates the hell out of me. Whether it's his game, whether it's his demeanor, whether it's Trista's Black Air Force One Supreme Energy story, I don't know what it is. And I'm gonna be like straight up, like I absolutely think that plays a factor. It's like, oh man, you going to diss our girl? Like, oh, okay. All right, like that's family. So, like, I'll remember that, but I'm trying to evaluate his game. Now, his demeanor doesn't have anything to do with his game, but what we were talking about back in game 1, like, bro, why are you sulking? That game was 2 minutes in, game 1 of Summer League. 2 minutes in. He looked like he was sulking. Chris brings it up. Chris ain't wrong. He says, you don't like how he dresses, D-Lo. Chris, you're 100% right, I don't. I think man's got no style. I think I've seen 1 or 2 outfits all of last year that I actually like. The rest is like, just bro, you ain't it. I don't care that the man has bad hair. I care that it looks like he was sulking 2 minutes into a Summer League game. Or if I'm that coaching staff, I'm looking for Devin to lead this group. I ain't looking for that. Not anymore. Jesse just pointed it out. They was running everything through Neek. We get into this elimination round. We get into this knockout round. We get into whatever's next for the Sacramento Kings in Summer League. I'm like, hey, Neek, lead the way. You be the one to call guys in. You be the one to lead the offense. You be the one to decide what happens out there on the floor. And the thing that bothers me the most is I told you after game 1, I just wanted to see Devin look comfortable. And he did. Devin looked comfortable in game number 2. Devin looked comfortable in game number 3. How did you look uncomfortable today? Like, that is the true sign. And Jesse just said it, man. That is the true sign you can't take that man out of position. Whatever his position is, let him play it. Do not try to ask him to learn a new skill. Don't try to ask him to be a facilitator at the NBA level. Don't do that. I don't think he can. And I have no interest with the way this team is constructed. I have no interest in my man learning that on the fly. Now, if you want to have a conversation about the Sacramento Kings finding a way to work Nick Clifford, work Maxime Reynaud into everything they do, hey, I'll listen to that. Does it perhaps sacrifice your best lineups? Maybe you'd be better off putting some guys. I would do it for those guys. I am not interested in sacrificing minutes or games for Devin Carter to play the backup point guard. Go sign a backup point guard. I mean, how much more of a mess could it actually be? We talk about how messy the backcourt is. We've said all year, they got to get rid of one guy. Maybe you go out, you go out and get another point guard. You got to get rid of two, maybe. And we said all of that before they signed Dennis Schroeder. I'm kind of at the point where, at least in terms of that crowded backcourt, I think I'm at the point where it's like it can't get much worse. So who cares? If you want to go sign Russell Westbrook, go sign him. And I know I'm biased. It's fine. If you want to go sign any other point guard to actually be your backup point guard, man, it's fine. Go sign him. It's cool. Do it. Because it can't get any worse. I mean, you go sign Russell Westbrook. I'll just, the point guards that I know are out there: Russell Westbrook, Chris Paul, Malcolm Brogdon. You go sign any one of those guys. It's not going to cost you your full MLE. Also, what are you doing with that MLE at this point? Like, nothing is happening in the league. I don't think that the Sacramento Kings are holding out hope, holding out conversation. I think that Jonathan, I don't know how alive the Jonathan Kuminga thing was. I believe it was very alive. But whatever life was in that conversation, I think is dead. For a multitude of reasons. The Warriors really do have a lot of control in this. I know Matt George disagrees, but I actually do think the Warriors have a lot of control because they don't have to do anything. Jonathan Kuminga wants to earn money as an NBA player right now. The Golden State Warriors might be in the best position to do that. And because the dollar figure is going to be so low, you think they care if they don't play him? You think they care if Steve Kerr just sits him on the bench? What would the cost be, like $8 million, $10 million? Whatever. They'll be fine.
You think Devin Carter was ever put in a position to be successful here?
No.
By the Kings?
No.
We talked about it with Keegan.
He doesn't
earlier, like
fit
how much
here.
of it was Keegan's fault, how much of it is the Kings' fault? How much of it do you think is with Devin?
The situation with Devin, I said earlier, I think Keegan Murray holds a lot of responsibility for, if everyone is just adamant that Keegan hasn't developed enough as a basketball player, that's fine. I'm going to put that on Keegan more than I'm going to put on everybody else. Devin, I think, got here in a difficult situation. Devin Carter's situation, I will put exclusively on Monty McNair and the Sacramento Kings. That front office drafted a player who couldn't play to a team that desperately needed a player to come in and play.
At a position they didn't need either.
At a position that they absolutely did not need. You set Devin Carter up for failure immediately. And the second things went south for the Sacramento Kings to start that season, it only got worse. Because you had this situation where it was like, the Sacramento Kings, look, if we're not going to attack the free agent market, if we're not going to attract the trade market, we need someone who could come in here and play well for us immediately out of the draft. Devin Carter gets drafted. We're looking around at each other. We're a little bit confused. We thought a trade was coming. None of that wound up happening. And then immediately that night, we learned he was injured.
Yeah, there's something with the shoulder.
We learned that night dude was injured. And it was like, okay, like how injured? Like there's almost no way he's starting the season injured. Okay. Now, the Sacramento Kings needed to draft a player who could come in immediately and play. That was before they stepped on. That's what they needed to happen. That was before the season started. Then the season starts and you realize, man, this team doesn't have any depth. This team is absolutely lacking a multitude of things. And you've got a draft pick now who can't play. You got a draft pick out who is out until Christmas. And now you've got instability with the coaching staff. Now you got players frustrated with Mike Brown. Then you have a 5-game losing streak. You have that incredible loss to Detroit. You have the Mike Brown firing. Doug Christie gets hired. And now Devin Carter is able to play. And it's like, oh, good. Your shoulder's fine. Go out there, kid. Hey, by the way, we need you. Things are bad now. And God, he was terrible. I don't believe that's a fault to him. Just throw him out there, and they needed him to be really, really good right out the gate, and he absolutely couldn't be. Take him back out, send him off to the G League. I will put all of this, all of it, on the Sacramento Kings. Devin Carter does not fit here.
To this day, there's not even hindsight where it's like, oh, yeah, now I get why they might have made the pick. There's just no reason or there's no clarity to why they did that.
It was a massive failure on the part of Monty McNair and this front office. An absolutely massive failure to take him in the first round of the draft.
This is just my thinking or whatever. It's almost as if maybe they didn't know that his shoulder injury was as serious as it was. I don't understand taking a guy who we all know, like, you desperately need someone to play. Just so why on earth would you take a guy who's not going to be ready till February?
I hear you, but there is no chance that can be true.
Not even just off of pure incompetence.
See, okay, if it is, that's an entirely different level of incompetence, because I knew that night. James already knew.
Yeah, that's true. It's just a bad.
We were getting texts at Tom's Watch Bar, like, "Hey, yeah, there's something wrong with Devin. Like, Devin's shoulders, like, bad." It's like, okay, how bad? Like, surgery bad. Oh, okay. So he's not playing. No.
Yeah.
James had the whole thing that night. I could be wrong. Yeah, it's James tomorrow. I think James, in terms of, obviously this didn't have anything to do with the Sacramento Kings at the time, but in terms of prospects leading into the draft, I think he knew about Devin a week before. And so, yeah, that's, if it's incompetence, it's an entirely different level of incompetence. And maybe Devin can, maybe the summer league, the offseason, and the training camp can all show Devin Carter to be a different type of basketball. Maybe he's a significantly better than what we saw last year. Man, that'd be terrific for him. I just don't think he can possibly be that here.
We just won't have enough opportunity.
And that's it. I don't know how you create that opportunity at that position. We talked earlier about how the Sacramento Kings can create opportunity for Maxime Reynaud. That's not that difficult. We talked earlier about how if they choose to, it's not that difficult. We talked earlier about how there's an easy opportunity for Nick Clifford to get immediate, impactful, rotational minutes right out the gate. You don't even have to use your imagination to figure that out. It's right there. There's virtually, when you talk about the roster as it's currently constructed, and you talk about, Malik is here, Keon's here, DeMar is here. I'm playing all three of them over Devin Carter. Dennis Schroeder is the point guard. I'm playing him over Devin Carter. And this all started with, I need a backup point guard. I'm signing one. I'm not asking Devin Carter to do it. And to go back to an earlier line that you used, to an earlier conversation that you and I had, Jesse, I'll just burn the asset. It's fine. I can't better construct my basketball team without making a trade. But if I can put a better product on the floor, then I will burn this asset to do it. And Devin Carter will be the asset that's burned. And I don't know what could change my mind on that. I told you, I don't need to see a lot from him. I said this the other day. I'm a freaking hypocrite at this point. I said after the first game, not the first game, the second one. It's like, all right, he had that big clunker. He had a massive second game. Cool. Give me something in between in the third game, and I'm fine. It's like, all right, like, cool. He settled into to playing. Uncomfortable, comfortable, comfortable. And then one thing I didn't expect, because if he had gone 0 of 8, 2 points, the 4 rebound, every other number can remain the same. And I just felt like he shot bad or couldn't score. That's fine. That's whatever. But that's not what, like, he just looked uncomfortable. And and I'll stall him out again, because again I feel like I'm being hard on Devin Carter. From game 1 to game 2, he didn't become like, oh man, hey, he improved so much from game 1 to game 2. No, he just played better. He's the same basketball player. He's the same basketball player that he was in game 3, where he had just a perfectly fine game. And today, it doesn't mean he sucks. It doesn't mean, he's gotten so much worse. He didn't have a good game today. But my biggest frustration is he just looked like he couldn't handle that position. And I don't want to see him handle it, because, again, I'm of the belief, survive and figure it out. If they're waiting for salary to fall off, if they're waiting to clear the books, if they're waiting to do all that, that's fine. The way your roster is constructed right now, you have a team that's good enough to compete. Compete for what? Not a championship, not a conference, but they're good enough to compete. They're good enough to keep the Golden One Center jumping. They're good enough to keep fans with a really high level of interest, and I think they're good enough to keep fans with a certain level of excitement. Now, one thing you might not like, I think the Sacramento Kings can win games this year, but they might not win games exactly the way that you want them to. I think a lot of you would like Nick Clifford, Maxime Reynaud, those guys to go out there, Keegan Murray, Keon Ellis to go out there and be great. It was the scenario Kyle Madsen was laying out at the end of the Insiders. Play these young guys, play these fan favorites. I think a lot of you win games that way, and this fan base will be elated. If you did that scenario with Keon, Keegan, Neek, Max, those guys out there getting major run, and you win 42 games, 43 games, good enough for, we'll say, the 7th seed. We'll say it was a down year. They got to the 7th seed. Y'all go crazy over that. Tell me I'm wrong. Y'all will be elated over that. What'd I say? 42 wins? You get 42 wins with DeMar, Zach, Domas, Neek being a role player for sure, Max being a role player for sure, Malik, and so on. Do you think you have the same feeling? Do you think you have the same level of excitement? Because I don't think it's just the idea of this year not being exactly what fans wanted it to be. I don't think it's just this single season that has Kings fans kind of throwing their hands up and being frustrated. I think it's the outlook, like the overall outlook of this basketball team moving forward. And this is something we talked about dating back to last year. Maybe it was the middle of last year, where it was like, KC would constantly say, well, you want this team to make the playoffs or don't you? Like, no, man, you're not listening. Like, I absolutely think this team can make the playoffs. I don't think they're the Utah Jazz. And I think they can make the playoffs this year. But once we get past this year, I'm not really sure what they can do. And that's why the idea of a 42-win basketball team led by Neek, Keon, Keegan, the young fan favorites who haven't pissed anybody off yet and aren't making any money, Maxime Reynaud, that will excite fans more than a 42-win season led by guys making, $30 million, $50 million, $45 million, whatever it is. That's not going to excite people the same way, despite the fact it's the same exact amount of wins, and it's likely the same level of kind of ups and downs that'll take place throughout the year. Perception. expectation. All of those things factor into our feelings. The year following the Beam team was a 46-win season. Yeah, it was 48 to 46. So 48 wins Beam team year, 46 wins the next year. Take yourself back a couple of years ago. I'm not asking hindsight and comparing it to how you feel now. I'm asking you to take yourself back to that year following the Beam team, following that playoff loss to the Golden State Warriors and that 46-win team. Most people were thoroughly disappointed that year. 6 more wins than last year, only 2 less than the year prior. Only 2 less than the playoff year. But still, so many were frustratingly disappointed. Why? Your expectations. Your expectations were different, and that sets you up for disappointment. Not you, us. That set all of us up for disappointment. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. I want to hear from you. I see a lot of you in the chatty house having your thoughts on this. 916-909-1320. Hit the phone lines. I need a co-host for the day. Again, 916-909-1320. It's Dealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, we moving, baby. We moving. I'm going to flip over and do a couple of things on KSFM here during this commercial break. Y'all don't mind me. Don't mind your boy. I got some songs to fix here real quick. Intro. No intro there. What day did we do KSFM? Oh, that was that the start of free agency when we showed y'all how uneventful things can be over on KSFM? They're even more uneventful when I'm by myself. Oh, that Kiss Me More. That's a great song. That's the song Doja showed up in Las Vegas to sing with SZA. Yeah, that's a great song. Sorry, I'm just adding our playlist a little bit. Rag City Bitch, Rag City Bitch. That's a great song too. Shit. I'll do that one. One funny thing about FM is how often we have to play songs that I don't like. It is flat out hate. Almost done, y'all. Almost done. Next 13 seconds. Yep. All right. I'm good. Your boy got to work really, really efficiently when Casey isn't here. All right. There we go. Oh, Band for Band. I like that song, Lizzie. That was a good track. Ever heard of Compete? Is there a typo in there? Hey, 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 that album was cold, man. Stop playing. That album was cold. Speak on it. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. Bro, this is a shoot. We do not talk to each other. At 4:00, we are cooked. And we focus on making that KSFM show pop. So if the mics aren't on, it's not like that every day. But when those mics aren't on, man, we are Oh, yeah. I've heard of LaRussell for sure. Oh, there you go, Leezy. Yeah, Watch the Throne that's a good album. I don't know if I'd call it one of my favorites, but it's definitely a good one. Oh, that's cool. Hey, big ups to everybody who's ever hit me up on Instagram. That's where, like, if you ever want to reach me, like, shoot me a DM on Instagram. You're much more likely to get a reply than on Twitter. But it's at D'Lo on the radio. I switched it because the FM stuff. It's not my favorite, but play along with me. It's at D'Lo on the radio. The amount of people I know, Norm. I don't know if Will did. I know Norm did. Gerald just hit me up. The amount of people who have stopped at Q1227 because they heard us talking about it, man, I really appreciate that. Chef Q is my guy. I'm a huge fan of Chef Q and a huge fan of Q1227. And my man Gerald hit me up, and I think he went over the weekend. Got the lobster bites, fried chicken, and scallops. Woo! If you ever go in there, man, those lobster bites, they're on the appetizer menu. On point. Y'all got to try those. But I love anytime anyone shows up there at Q and hits me up about it, man. I appreciate that. I love that. I'm gonna stay supporting Q. If y'all haven't checked out Q1227 over at the Roseville Galleria, do it. I haven't had a bad thing on the menu. The steaks always hit. The fried chicken is on point. You will never, ever, ever go wrong with the fried chicken. The lobster bites, you've got to get those. Katie is a seafood girl. She gets the octopus salad on the regular, and she got that. Her and my girl Vonda got the seafood tower one day. Lord, they was in heaven, man. Daryl says, D'Lo, I thought you were plant-based. My brother, those days have come and gone. I started easing back into You know what it really was is I'm still is even though I hype up these restaurants, I'm still primarily plant-based. When I go home and cook, it's primarily plant-based food. But I started going out on nice dinners and wanting to eat food. Like, I wanted to try lobster bites. I wanted to try stuff, and it wasn't ever like an allergic reaction or a sickness. It was just like, that's just the way I ate. Like, I believe plant-based diets are really good for you, which is why I've kind of stuck with a primarily plant-based diet. But like, man, when I'm out to eat, and even though, vegan and vegetarian options and all of that stuff are plentiful these days, yeah, man, I want the ribeye sometimes. Serve it up. Yo, I see that salmon. Yeah, let me try it. So yeah, I kind of switched up, man. I went pretty hard in the paint for like 12 years. And I still believe it is a great, great way to eat. But when I'm in Vegas, man, I'm gonna eat. Believe that. Let's hear from you, man. Elk Grove Kia Talk Line 916-909-1320. DJ, what's up, DJ?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good, brother. How are you?
Good, man. I just wanted to piggyback off the little Devin Carter thing. I think, honestly, I know a lot of people, in chats and stuff was saying, like, we kind of harsh on him, but I think we kind of lenient. Like, he got paid. He was, the 13th overall pick. He's a millionaire, man. This is his job, and us as fans, our job is to evaluate and have comments on it. And He's not good. I think Bronny probably better than him right now. Like, if you look at Bronny last year and you look at Bronny this year, you see a little step. Like, I don't see none of that in Carter. I honestly don't.
Yeah, hey, DJ, I appreciate you, man. Thanks for the call. And I know it's not popular to talk about, Bronny playing well. Bronny's had a nice little summer league, and what DJ said, I think DJ's right. Like, Bronny has a little like, hey, what's good? Bronny has a little second year flair to him. I don't know if he's better than Devin Carter, but I'm not going to say that he's not. I mean, Devin Carter was a lottery pick. Maybe he shouldn't have been, but he was. I think to DJ's point is you watch Bronny from last year to this year, even just in the summer league, like he looks like a better basketball player. Devin Carter to Devin Carter right now, you're just kind of like, I'm not really sure. Of course, Devin had significantly more NBA minutes than Bronny had, and that's where the true comparison is going to lie. But like, I get it. Like, I don't think I'm being lenient. I don't think we're being too lenient. I'll disagree with that on DJ. I don't think we're being lenient with Devin. I feel like I'm trying to be fair, and I'm trying to recognize that, bro didn't have a training camp. He didn't have what you would call, and that's probably not the right word, but he didn't have a traditional rookie season. But like I said, man, there is just something that frustrates the hell out of me with him. And I didn't think, like, I really didn't even care what Devin was going to do today. I was tuning in. I was thrilled when I saw that the Sacramento Kings put out that Maxime Reynaud was available. Obviously, we knew Nick was going to play. I was like, all right, cool. Whatever Devin does is whatever. Let's see what these guys do. This 12:30 start against Phoenix. And I swear it was just like, man, Devin, get up. Stop running into Max. Stop turning the ball over. Stop airballing threes. And it feels like an unnecessary thing to do, to pick on Devin at this point, because the Sacramento Kings are in fact 4-0. They're headed to the tournament round of Summer League, and they obviously have their eyes set on a Summer League championship. Most of these teams don't want to play into the second weekend. Hey, but shout out to the Kings for going out there and trying to get things done. This Kings basketball team, this Doug Christie coaching staff, the guys on his staff, yeah, man, they're going to be competitive. They're going to want to win. You see Doug in a pickup game. He's going to win. He's not going to just get run. He's going to get the dub. And I love the idea of these Kings players going out there and trying to get the win, trying to get the dub. 19 points for Neek, and I think the thing that will be the talking point tonight and tomorrow on the podcast, on the Insiders, and so on and so forth, is not just the 19 points from Neek, not just another really solid fourth quarter from Neek, but my man had 9 assists. 9 assists, 1 turnover.
Maxime's kind of been the mystery door type of guy for everyone. They're like, oh, what's over there? But Neek has been the best player for the Kings in Summer League so far, right?
Yeah, for sure. That's the perfect way of putting it. Like, was that Maxime Reynaud first quarter? That was the first game, right? Where he had like 11 points.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the ultimate way to start. It's like 11 points out the gate, first game. Like, hey, okay. A position of, hey, we've got something here. But I think the way you put it is perfect. He's that he's the guy behind the mystery door. It's like, oh man, this is cool. Here's the shiny new car. If we're sticking with the game show analogies, Neek Clifford is the shiny new car. And the thing that just I'm sorry to continue to repeat myself. Man, my brother looks so composed. He looks composed. He looks comfortable. He doesn't look like the moment is too big. And let's not forget, like we can downgrade this by calling it Summer League, but hey, this is NBA basketball. It's their first taste of NBA basketball. Riley makes a hell of a point. Max had that Jake LaRavia moment. That's 100%.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Like, if Jake LaRavia doesn't have that moment when he steps on the floor and he gets signed by the Los Angeles Lakers, I'm not saying nobody cares, but nobody's really thinking
No one's torn up about it.
Yeah, it's like, oh, okay. Like, Jake LaRavia
was cool. He was fine.
He was fine.
Yeah.
He was a fine basketball player. His whole tenure was built off of that moment. Max absolutely had that. The moment he stepped on the floor here in Summer League. And whether it's frustration with Devin, excitement about Neek, and mystery about Max, go back to the conversation with Chris Biderman 3 hours ago. Is there anything we can really learn from Summer League? And the answer, unfortunately, is no, we can't. Or if you want to be a little bit more on the optimistic side, you would say, no, we probably can't. And Chris Biderman lays out the time he went to Summer League to cover Steph Curry and how there were players on that Summer League team that outplayed the recently drafted Steph Curry. And like, that's an example that Chris Biderman used from his past to accentuate that point. We all remember the Marvin Bagley California Classic moment. It's just basically a version of Summer League. Like, everybody remembers that moment. What ultimately did it teach us? What ultimately did we get out of it? What ultimately did we learn? What ultimately came from that? Nothing. What Summer League can do is it can light up our imagination for the next 3 months, 2.5 months, whatever it may be. 2 months. It could light up our imagination. And it's going to do that. There ain't nothing wrong with that. Because that's ultimately, that's what gets us. Once this is all over, once the Sacramento Kings Summer League is done, whether it's an elimination or a championship, all that gets us to the start of NBA training camp is our imagination. No different than being a 49er fan, Raider fan, Cowboy fan, Packer fan, Steeler fan, football fan of any team in any sport. When your team is not playing and you see little glimpses of things, you get workout videos, you get quarterbacks and wide receivers working out, you get batting practice, you get Summer League, California Classics, you get all that different stuff. All that gets you through to the start of the season, to the start of training camp, is your imagination. Start of training camp 6 days away for virtually every NFL team. Then you'll spend the next 6 weeks, 7 weeks talking about, oh, what could be? Oh, what if we did this? What if we did that? We'll have Hall of Fame games. We'll have preseason games, all of which we'll be very excited to see until they start. Unless you could be a super fan of a team. Especially football. This is not so much the case in basketball, especially football. Kyle Madsen, Chris Biderman, those guys, I guess me, Casey, those guys who have to cover these football teams, yeah, you lock in. But there's a certain point where we get to the third quarter, we get halfway through the third quarter, we get into the fourth quarter. With all due respect to you, my brother, I am not going to say your name ever on my radio show. So I'm going to tune out, and I'm going to go back and watch what Brock Purdy did earlier, or go back and watch what Juwan Jennings did earlier, or go back and watch what the guys that I need to cover did earlier. But you can use your imagination to get you to believe that your team that finished 3-14 last year might be able to work their way up to 8-9. Man, if things break right, they could be 9-8. It's the same thing. It's a little bit more difficult in the association. In the NBA or in the NFL, that turnaround could be quick. That turnaround can be super quick. In the NBA, it's a little bit different. You normally you can see a turnaround coming. Obviously, a glaring contradiction to that is Detroit. Detroit entering last year, the Detroit Pistons entering last NBA season was one of the worst teams in the league. And no one predicted a turnaround last year. That's why I think Detroit is one of the more fascinating teams to watch this upcoming season. Detroit looked good. Detroit absolutely looked like a good basketball team. They were enjoyable to watch. You saw them play together. You saw JB Bickerstaff take a job nobody wanted and turn it into something. But it caught everybody off guard. Oh, okay. Yo, this team got a style. Can they repeat that? Can the Detroit Lions repeat that? Or excuse me, can the Detroit Pistons repeat that? I genuinely do not know. Not that different than the Sacramento Kings. Sacramento Kings, 3 seed, beam team, 48 wins. Could they repeat it? No, not quite. Not quite. Can Detroit? I don't know. But the imagination of NBA insiders, NBA fans, all of that, they've got you. Hey, no, go ahead, pencil in Detroit. They're solid. No different than us talking about, hey, man, pencil in Neek. Pencil in Max. Maybe erase Devin. Whatever. Use your imagination. I used the analogy. I set up the scenario earlier about, the Sacramento Kings winning 42 games off the strength of young guys, off the strength of Neek, Max, Keegan, and how Kings fans would be elated if the Kings led by that group finished with 42 wins, and how different 42 wins would feel if it was led by Domas, Levine, and DeMar DeRozan. Your expectation headed into those respective, in this case, 2 separate seasons would be different. Therefore, your enjoyment of those 42 wins would be different. You see a future with one group. You see disappointment in the other. And there's nothing wrong with feeling that way. It all brings us to the point where I think the Sacramento Kings were a unique mix of both. They're a unique mix of a team that can run with guys and have impactful moments and impactful games and have impactful seasons from guys like Keegan Murray, Keon Ellis. Fingers crossed, Nick Clifford, Maxime Reynaud. While still incorporating the guys who are really, I think, vital to their ability to win games right now. Dennis Schroeder, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, and Domantas Sabonis. And that's the true challenge of Doug Christie. Doug Christie doesn't have to plan for the future. This isn't the Dave Yeager thing where you have the Zach Randolphs, who else was it? Garrett Temple, George Hill, all of those guys, the Vince Carters. It's not that. Because with all due respect, I don't know how vital those guys, George Hill maybe could have been, but I don't know how vital those guys were to wins with that team at that time. But DeMar, Dennis, Zach, Domont, those guys are very vital to the Sacramento Kings win-loss record. So that group didn't have the opportunity to do a mix of both. I think they tried, and it failed so quickly and so miserably, they called that audible halfway through the season where they told the players, yeah, we're going to kind of switch directions and go with the young guys. Then injuries started happening. I think George Hill got traded. Garrett Temple wound up playing a lot, and it kind of wound up changing what they had to do. But ultimately, it didn't result in anything good. If Doug Christie can find a way to work all of these guys together, man, a lot of things can work out for this basketball team. And I have absolutely no problem believing that this Sacramento Kings team can win games. Of course, my expectations aren't the Western Conference. There's a lot of teams in the conference better than them. There's a lot of teams in the conference that are probably a lot better than them. There's a couple of teams in the conference who I think are question marks. OKC, I think you could write them in Sharpie. Houston, I think you can write them in Sharpie. I love this offseason that Denver had. I think they're significantly more dangerous in the playoffs, and I believe that is a playoff team. And I don't really know that's a 50-win team. I assume they can be that, if not a little bit better than last year. The Los Angeles Clippers, even if I'm alone, I like the addition of Bradley Beal. I'm not writing the Clippers into winning the Western Conference, but I am looking at the Los Angeles Clippers as a 50-32 team last year who could potentially be better. Question mark teams to me are Minnesota. Because the way Kyle Madsen, if you were with us earlier, the way Kyle Madsen feels about the Los Angeles Clippers is exactly the way I feel about the Minnesota Timberwolves. Every year, I will say the same thing about that basketball team. Just prove it. Now, I go into the conference finals. That's cool. Like, do it again. I'll never go. I can't envision a scenario, especially with this group of Timberwolves, where I go into the year saying the Timberwolves are going to make the Western Conference Finals. And they might do it 10 years in a row. You'll never hear me say it in July or August or September or October. I said last year the Minnesota Timberwolves could win the NBA championship. And I'd be the guy the next day who goes, I still don't see it. Anthony Edwards would still be partying with Larry O'Brien. And I'd be like, all right, do it again. I don't believe in that basketball team, and I got a question about them heading into next year, and I've got questions about the Golden State Warriors also. That team had 3 seasons last year. The first one that was white hot, the second one which was a massive disaster, and then the Jimmy one. Which one of those 3 are they? Now, the Jimmy one and the fast start, those are close to the same. So is that closer to the team that they are than that team that was Steph Curry had his hands on his head? He looked despondent following a Kings 30-point beatdown. Memphis won 48 games last year. Sent Desmond Bane off to Orlando. Questions about Ja Morant. Can Ja Morant stay healthy? What exactly is that basketball team? Everyone talks about how loaded. Oh, the West is loaded. The West is loaded. The West is loaded. All right, cool. Stuff happens. Phoenix was a 36-win team last year. No one predicted that. The New Orleans Pelicans, who beat the Kings in the play-in the year before, were a 21-win team last year. No one bought that. The San Antonio Spurs, who everyone said was making the playoffs last year, wound up not. We overhyped these conferences, and year after year, we're just wrong on them. So where will the Sacramento Kings finish in that? I don't know. They got to get through Summer League first. Appreciate you so much for being with us here today. If you're on YouTube, hit the thumbs up. If you missed any part of the show, you can subscribe to the D-Lo and KC podcast, wherever you get podcasts from. I'm going to head over to 1025. You can join me there if you like. If not, we'll see you back here tomorrow at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Good shit, man. Good shit. Good shit, pal. All right, y'all, man. I got to run. I've got a ton of work to do over on the other side. I'll see y'all tomorrow, man. Appreciate y'all, man. Thanks for the love. Thanks for the love. Appreciate y'all, man. Thank you. See you guys tomorrow. Have a great evening.